custom-engineered AeroBlade cooling alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th Gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique AeroBlade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9-13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, palakpakan natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo si Chibibi ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre wala talaga silang marinig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Fight! 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 Spy. Spido! Spido!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon.
Lugia.
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon! Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga grabe yung pag-internalize nila. Pero kung ako sa'yo, Chibibi, sulat mo na.
Okay, next.
Play. 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 Play! Naging Valorant, diba? Play for fix! Play for fix!
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Perfect.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit!
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alangan.
Dito lang yung pinaka-bait. Dito
Oh,
pinaka-crucial.
siya
No, mali. Dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Chess! Wala tayo tayo.
Seven.
Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha na isa. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na dito ko yun? Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung order na team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion
Two.
score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba! 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 Aim! Aim! Bot! Bot! Point! Bot! Aim! Point!
Import.
Point!
Okay na.
Aim!
Easy, Chibi. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud!
Uy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud!
akala ko yun.
Stand proud!
Step bro. Yun.
Stand
Ako,
proud!
anong ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy, Chibi. At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist.
Ano yun? Ano?
Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. Let's go.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis
Parang
na,
soy sauce.
imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa.
Kaya nga eh.
Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita ng mga...
Basta kami ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap. ating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Vil, and see you until the next one. What is up guys? Vil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to, sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, palakpakan natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So, kung napapansin nyo sa GBB, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya. Siyempre, wala talaga silang mahilig dahil susuot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So, timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spike daw! Spike daw!
Forza.
Yes, tama. Alright. Okay, 1-0 tayo po yan eh. Gagrabe yung team member 2. May lang. Ready? Guess the gun. Yes.
Odin.
Odin, correct! 2-0. Ito, madali lang to. Madali lang to para sa inyo. Ready? Guess the agent. Five, punishment ng team number 1.
Ito na, parang may ulo ka.
Hindi ko na, men.
Parang dito ro.
Or inuubos niyo ba to?
Ano yan?
Ano yan?
Ay, hindi.
Chubby.
Bakit naman yan eh? Chubby Bunny.
Alright, without further ado, umpisahan na natin yung punishment ng
Yes.
team number 1. At ito ang Chubby Bunny. Kuya Nick, paano ba to?
Ganito.
Sample naman.
Ganito.
Sample.
Ganito. Mas cute pag sila gagawa niyan. Okay? Mas cute pag sila gagawa niyan. So, team 1, let's do our punishment already.
Here we go.
Nakadamay na naman ako dyan eh.
Siguro lang yan ha. Siguro lang yan. Ang gagawin natin is kakain lang sila. First marshmallow, then sabay-sabay silang magsasalita, magsasabi ng Chubby Bunny. Pero, hindi Chubby Bunny sasabihin natin. Meron twist. Meron tayong tongue twister na sasabihin.
Yan.
Ayan.
Mister.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yun. Basic, di ba? English.
Tapos na yung ating next challenge for today's video. So, ang kailangan natin gawin is sit back and relax at antayin yung mga bago nating uploads, yung mga bago nating video sa ilalabas dahil for sure, sobrang init, sobrang excited at sobrang saya nito. And, Principal, kasama ko si Kuya Nick at kita-kits sa susunod na episode. At tayo ay nagbabalik sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At right now, kung napapansin nyo, yung mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors natin ngayon, medyo bumabaril na dahil ang next challenge ay Better Half Winning.
Yan. Para ipaliwanag ko ng better half.
Let's watch this! So nakita natin yung mechanics para sa ating challenge na Better Half. And right
Yes.
now, Kuya Nick, kita natin yung ating mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors na kaupo na. Yan na. Magbubukas na. May kita natin ngayon. Gusto ko lang ako mga comment. Grabe naman sa may nagkas na agad. Magiging na.
Building.
Grabe! Lag! Mahina yung internet sa site na to eh.
Hindi kami ready.
Dati.
Ito, tatalunin natin yung top 3 yan.
Judge! Sinatgan! Ito mahaba-haba ang oras ha. Pwede kayong mag-chill, pwede kayong mag-alipan ha. Pero magkikita kayo sa big.
Yes.
Despite, let's take what they have.
Na. Go! May plano to.
Yung sa akin din may plano. Sobrang sinigin ng galaw na pinapakita nila. Lumabas na eh.
Satchel out. Outrun me.
Ayun na yun! makabawi na ng Team 1 dun sa lahat ng punishment na natanggap nila. Pero sino ba ang pinakaunang contestant sa harapan?
Ang una nating mag-bat spell, syempre, ang kanilang one and only, siya daw ang secret formula. So dahil ang secret formula,
Kwento na yun.
ikaw ang mauuna sa ating punishment.
Chibibi? Okay, Chibibi, 3, 2, 1, go! C. C-H.
Sige,
I.
B.
Yun!
I.
I.
B.
B.
Y.
Y.
Z.
Okay. Next. 3, 2, 1, go! Si Amara parang sumasayaw eh, no?
Ay, wait, isa pa pala, sorry. G. Next one, G. E. Alright. Host for this video, ako nga pala si Vince. Kasama ko si Kuya Nick. You are watching the Predator Bunker Brawl. See you until the next one. What is up guys? Phil here and welcome sa Predator Bunker Brawl, which is magkakaroon tayo ng set of challenges and punishments para mas maging mainit pa ang araw nyo. And of course, kasama natin ang mga magaganda at sobrang gwapong Predator brand ambassadors and brand ambassadors. At syempre, bago tayo magsimula sa ating pinakaunang challenge for the day, konting banter muna sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. Team 2, meron ba kayong gusto sabihin sa Team 1? Friendly banter.
Good luck on you, bye.
Sabi ni Chibibi, syempre i-translate natin yun. Good luck daw, sabi ni Chibibi kasi kailangan niya yan. How about yung Team 1, Berg? Meron kung susunod sa kanila.
Good luck sa'yo, bye.
Good luck sa'yo ba? Ano yung isa?
GG easy.
Alright, so narinig na natin yung mga thoughts ng dalawang teams natin today. So hindi natin ito patatagalin pa. First challenge is ang Scribble Trouble. Team number 1, meron kayong 3 minutes para tapusin itong challenge na to. Simulan na natin in 3, 2, 1, go!
English.
Wait lang.
Number 1 pa lang manalo.
Skip. Alright. So far,
Horse riding.
meron kayong 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Uy! Next level na! Ayos yan na! Okay, next! 1 lang. Meron sila 1 point.
Addict.
Yung ating konti na lang pare. 1 minute 20 seconds. Pass. Next
Team 1, 2 points. Ang Team number 2 ang pipili ng punishment na gagawin ng Team number 1. So, here we go. Ayan na. GBEB, do the honors. Ayan na. Kinakabahan na. Uy, at ang challenge nila at ang punishment nila is Dynamite Roulette. Ayan. So, yeah. Mahilig pa sa spicy foods. Hindi ka mahilig sa spicy foods. Mahilig ka sa spicy foods. Okay. So, dalawa hindi mahilig. So, feeling ko talaga medyo mainit ang mga bibig nila mamaya kasi on their first punishment. Ready? Dynamite Roulette? Here we go. Direk, ano nga? Extra rice. Tsaka ketchup na rin. So, kaya mo. Hindi ba ka, pero hindi mo kinain yung pula eh. Yung kapula yung kinain niya. Wow. Okay.
Hindi naman makakagam sa'yo. Iba na, hindi malakad makakagam sa kanya.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, mataas yung tolerance nila sa... Nakita natin ang ating challenge for today. At huwag kayo mag-alala dahil napakadami pa natin challenges sa mga susunod pang episodes. So we're inviting everyone to come and join at panoorin at antayin yung mga susunod nating episodes na ilalabas dito sa Predator. Welcome nga pala sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. And of course, kami nga pala ang host for today. Ako si Bill, kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kuya Nick, meron naman tayo mga panibagong episodes ngayon at
Yun na nga.
challenges.
Another challenge, another video.
Matindi ang gagawin natin for today's video dahil ang challenge natin ngayon ay fast fingers pa, bilisan ng daliri sa pagkain. At kasama na ulit natin ang ating magaganda at pogi mga Predator brand ambassadors of course for Team 1. Andito si In at ayun, si Bert. For Team 2.
Yan na nga, Team 2. Ikaw na bahala dyan.
Okay. Andito si Maggie. Ayan. Tsaka syempre, si GBB. Nakakalimutan. So syempre, ulitin natin ang next challenge natin ay fast figures. Ready na kayo? Ready ka na? Timer starts now!
Huwag ka ulit.
Bawo na. Uy! Boom!
Tapos na?
Uy, napalo na 2 beses.
Naku po, sobrang try-hard mo naman. Kaibigan, oh. Nag-asap mo ako eh. Di ba?
Uy! 1-0.
1-0 in favor of Team
GBB.
Team 2.
Ready? Ready? Here we go. Fast fingers. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ang daya ni GBB. Yung kamay. Ba't yung kamay yung pinapalo mo? Ang daya.
Oh, madaya ang CBB.
Oh! Tapos na, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 in favor of Team 2 again! Team number 2 ang nanalo dito sa Fast Fingers. So, Team number 1 ulit ang gagawa ng punishment. So, Dipit, papakita natin yan in 3, 2, 1. Kuha sila ng cookie, then may ruleta.
Yes.
Kung saan pumunta yung ruleta na yun, doon
ang deep.
Doon i-dip yung cookie, then kakinin nila. Pero tatlo sila, di ba?
Yes.
Yung 1 nandito. Pero feeling ko, kulang eh.
Ito na nga. Based on the management,
Oh, management.
tsaka may instance na rating na tayo. Meron pong foul na nangyari wherein inulog po ng isang participant sa kabila.
Yeah.
That resulted into negative output. So therefore, kailangan po namin patawan ng penalty.
Si Bibi. Tapos,
Management.
management yun. Deep all sa bagoong.
Hindi pa naman eh.
Deep na lang ba yun?
Oh.
Oh, ano.
Ano? Sige nga. Harap yan.
Sarap. Okay, next. What's the bird?
Ito, tigisa na naman yan eh.
Oh,
Tigisa na naman yan. Okay, okay. O, ikot natin direct. Ang kanyang dip, special na ketchup. Vinegar. Konti.
Kunti. Kunti.
Konti.
Pinagin mo yung buong cookie dyan. Ayan.
Next. Soy sauce. Uy, konti.
One, two, three.
Ew!
Okay.
Masarap, isa pa
Sabay,
daw.
sabay, 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 sabay.
Sa patis naman.
Ay, di po.
Mayonnaise!
Wala akong kinalaman dyan sa roulette din.
Here we go.
New recipe. Pwede.
Pwede.
Ayun, unsure pa ako.
Hindi na tayo mai-internalize pa.
Baka pwede sa business.
Uy! Okay, so yun ang ating matinding punishment dun sa ating fast payers na game. Dumating tayo sa panahon na si GPB. Tumaan pa talaga sa butas ng karayo.
Kailangan
manalo.
may fear tayo rito.
Nga, tapos na yung isa nating challenge for the day. At kita-kits na lang sa susunod na video.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9-HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500
Welcome everybody. Happy New Year, by the way. What better way to welcome the new year than with the first official off-season event of 2024, the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024. Guys, welcome. We are live right now in Manila, and we have got 16 teams from 12 different regions over here, all battling for a prize pool of $100,000 US. Yes, you heard me right. That is $100,000 US. My name is Mika Fabs, and I'm here right now with Dax and Asrai. Hello, gentlemen. Happy New Year.
It's so good to see Mika. It's so good to see Asrai. It's so good.
We're reunited.
We're all together.
Once again.
Finally.
Welcome back to the Philippines, by the way,
Oh,
Mika.
thank you.
Wow, Miss
The
International.
world traveler. And
Yeah.
she brought 16 teams with her, basically.
Wow.
Asrai.
Yes,
Look
I
at-
did. That
look
was
at the
all on
pull.
me. That was all on me. We were all on the flight together. But it's very exciting indeed to have all of these teams here right now, especially since this is the first glimpse of what we're having, especially for the tier 2 scene in the Valorant scene to come in Asia Pacific. So it's going to be very exciting to see a lot of new faces, but a lot of old ones as well.
I think it's pretty insane that we have all these representatives from different areas, especially that we have these kind of teams ready to show off what they can do. And of course, some invited teams, especially Team Secret from the Pacific League. So I'm very excited for that one.
Absolutely, lots of things to try to prove here in our particular tournament. I don't know if they picked it up on the mics, but there was a lot of the teams right now playing nearby us that are already hyping themselves up to get into this first map.
We can definitely feel the energy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you guys heard it on stream, but we can definitely hear it. We can feel it as well. I believe like some of them are jumping up and down too, so it's going to be very exciting. The Asia Pacific Predator League 2024, by the way, is presented by Predator and co-presented by Intel. Also, special thanks to our sponsor, Xbox PC Game Pass. Thank you very much, everybody, for making this event possible. It truly is exciting. You guys brought me all the way from wherever I was to
Wherever
be
she
here
was.
today. Wherever I was to be here today, and it is going to be very exciting. Again, $100,000 prize pool. I do remember somebody saying, "Is that real?"
Yes.
Is that is quite a sizable one indeed. And to see all of these teams, especially our franchise team, Team Secret, here and battling it out against all of these other teams, it's going to be very exciting. We have 4 groups, by the way, gentlemen. We have 4 groups with the first seed of each group qualifying for the playoffs. This is pretty brutal, if I might say so myself. All of the group stage matches will be played in a best of 1 single round ramen. I mean, what do you guys have to say about that, especially since, it's going to be intense for these teams today?
Look, a best of 1, it's anyone's game. Whoever is ready from the get-go, they're going to have that advantage. When you see a team rally early on and build that lead, it's going to be such a big deal because you already know this is your only chance in that matchup. You face off against the other 3 teams in your group, and you basically, if you lose 2 in the group stage, you're out of the running and out of contention for our weekend playoffs.
Absolutely. And if you think about it this way, there are some teams that you think that, this Team A should be able to basically destroy Team B in a regular best of 3 setting. But because of that best of 1, it's going to be a lot more, spontaneous.
Yes, it is indeed. And as we can see from the first 3 matches alone, somebody might already be, mathematically out of the running, right? So let's get right into it. We have our first match coming up, which is going to be Fav Gaming versus Oasis Gaming. A very exciting match indeed. So let's take a first look at our first team coming up. It's going to be Fav Gaming. Fav Gaming have been around since the very early days of Valorant, circa 2020, 2021 at Dax. So they have been around the Japan scene alongside teams like Crazy Raccoon, Absolute Jupiter, eventually Zeta Division as well. But Dax, we really only got to see the core of this team in 2022, right? With Phantom, Baz, and Minty.
Absolutely, especially the fact that Minty came back to this roster from that Crazy Raccoon run. And it really feels like for Fav, they've been trying to find that identity for so very long in the T2 Japanese scene. It's been a struggle for them. They would fail to qualify for a few of those VCLs last year. But at the same time, coming into the off-season, they have reinforced themselves. You have Hans from Fav Gaming Academy, basically, their academy team. He's been brought up, and he did so well in the previous off-season tournament. You also have Tenten on board now.
Yeah, he has been, I think, a very big factor as how this team was able to beat out CGZ on the grand finals on the Japan leg, but this team still has so much to prove, as it seems like they were struggling to finish out that best of 5.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they fare here, especially in this international type of league, right? But for us over here in the Philippines, they are going to be up against a team that has been a mainstay in PH Valorant for so many years. If you notice, there are actually a lot of parallels between these two teams in their own respective regions, which we'll get to in just a bit, right after taking a closer look at Oasis Gaming. Oasis Gaming, Dax Asarai, we've been talking about them for years. We know that they pack a lot of firepower. There's a lot of young talent here. And when we talk about this team, we always bring up potential, right? Because we know that the skill is there, but this team still seems like they're waiting for that super big break of theirs.
Yeah, the thing about Oasis Gaming is, again, I don't know if you can hear that through the microphone, but they are hyping themselves up, as you can see in front of your cameras. But as I mentioned, this is a team that has greatness in the making. It just there's that one thing that just kind of brings them back to struggle once again and again, and that was kind of showed in the last tournament that they faced when they were up against teams such as NKT, such as Talent Esports. They had such great starts, but then they just can't finish.
Yeah, Captain Savvy making all that noise here, heard all throughout the hall. But exactly, that that's right. Oasis Gaming have made themselves the representatives of the PH all throughout this offseason. You mentioned that foray into Thailand, making it here to the APAC Predator League by beating their usual rivals Naos and their fellow representative Zol Esports in tough competition. But it's really that endurance factor that we see from Oasis. Usually, when it's a longer series, like a best of 3, they falter somewhere in the middle. But right now, Mika, it's a best of 1, and I really feel like this is the perfect way for Oasis to get started off in this tournament.
This is why all of us are sweating here. It's a best of 1, which could be very, very chaotic. The question is, as you mentioned, Dax, with that first place finish in the local Predator League, right? Could this be it for Oasis Gaming? Especially with Team Secret somewhere on the horizon there, perhaps. We don't know, right? But I think this matchup is really interesting because there are actually a lot of parallels between Fav and Oasis, right? Both teams are trying to break out of their local tournaments and prove that they deserve to stand next to teams like Zeta, like Team Secret, right? They both have been teams that are training grounds as well for, like, you know, franchise players too. Like once upon a time, you had Envy on Oasis Gaming, right? And once upon a time, you had Anthem and Synthfree from DFM on Fav Gaming, right? So it's going to be very interesting. And right now, we are heading into Sunset, a very interesting map to start things off, by the way. What are your thoughts on this, gentlemen? We'll start with you, Azrai.
Okay. Quickly enough, at least we were not going to be seeing Split right now, which I think is the weakest map for Fav Gaming. If you saw their, again, recent Grand Finals match against CGZ, this was the map that they really struggled against Ascent as well in some extent. So maybe Sunset is a different flavor, a different style of approach, which could actually work out for Fav that has that kind of gung-ho offense type of style.
Yeah, truthfully, I expect that we'd get something like Lotus in the map pool like this because Oasis Gaming has been using that as their map pick right now instead of Haven. They've had a perfect record so far. Lotus, on the other hand, super successful for Fav Gaming, a 5-2 record in their new roster. And I think the most interesting part is this is the first time we're going to be seeing Fav actually play Sunset. It's something that they have been banning out for quite a while. It's something they haven't really shown their hand in. But I guess against newer competition, it's their time to try and shine in it.
Could be banned for a reason, especially since, you know, Sunset is still a map that a lot of teams are still forming some kind of like hard meta on, right?
Yeah.
And for Oasis Gaming, though, like, you know, as we're about to head into Agent Select here, it's going to be interesting because they have, as we mentioned, they have a lot of firepower, and Fav Gaming comes from a region that isn't exactly known for a lot of aggressive plays, right? You have the Japanese teams that normally like to take their time, to be a little bit more patient. So I think the mix here in this matchup is going to be so interesting.
Yeah, and what's kind of what's also another interesting thing is I think the speed at which Oasis kind of sets up play. You talk about the parallels. I feel like Fav and Oasis might have that same route where they like to try to set things up. That's always been the Oasis brand. Fav has also shown to be somewhere similar of that approach. So I think whoever is able to create that setup faster is going to have the advantage once the round starts.
I think the contrast, though, is how default heavy Fav can be. They love to bunch on up, even if you have 10-10 there on the entry potential. He does stick around with the team as much as possible. Instead, you have players like Phantom, players like Baz, who can actually get those first kills instead. Usually you see 10-10 die, but the rest of the team can actually follow up from the space that he makes immediately just because of how bunched up they are. On the other hand, though, Mika, Oasis momentum is key. When they feel confident, they're just going to keep rocking on with these kind of rounds, and in the best of 1, that's the perfect way to kick off the day.
That's exactly it. Do you really want to bunch up when you have Kelly S on Raze is the question, right? On Sunset, a map with so many, you know, cheeky corners, a map with so many very crucial choke points, right? So it's really a question of how well I think Fav Gaming can push themselves to meet Oasis Gaming, because we know Oasis Gaming, they're not going to be stopping.
Yeah. I just wanted to add as well that one of the issues that I've seen from Fab before is they just sometimes don't really want to deal with the Cypher and try to just push, like really just hard raw push onto a site even though there's Cypher traps there, and this could be a problem for them. Again, even though it's a different map, I've been kind of talking about how Split has been their weakest map. It's also a Cypher on that Split that made it very difficult for them to make anything happen. Could also be something that that also happens here on Sunset.
I was surprised. I was saying Hans is going to play that Phoenix when he usually plays Sova or Viper in these kind of situations for the team, but no, it does seem like the Fate's going to be there instead. Double Initiator has usually been key for Fav Gaming for quite a while. And on the other hand, Oasis Gaming, it's something me and Nasai were talking about in other tournaments actually, Mika. Where is that focus in terms of the roles? Who will be playing the duelist right here, right now? And instead of playing a double duelist that they did against Seoul Esports in the previous outing on this map, you have Marky on that Sky. And me and Asrai do agree in concurrence. When he plays that Flash Agent, when he plays that Sky, he looks better than ever.
Absolutely.
Well, we heard Oasis a while ago, like, you know, really cheering. We hear the comeback from Fav Gaming. This time, they're ready to fight here in Asarai. Your thoughts on this this composition right now before we get into game?
Well, we are now into game.
We are into
actually.
game. I told you didn't have a lot of time.
But I guess this is a quick throughput of this. I think it just makes a lot of sense. Again, Marky has been somewhat successful, but not so much on the Jet, so bringing him back on the Sky, I think just makes a lot more sense utility-wise for Oasis.
Especially since it's best of one, might as well play the roles that has been working in international competitions. A quick little thank you to Mika. We'll hear from her later on as we are into the game. And quickly, Fav Gaming navigating now from the elbow onto the ace side. Oasis having to play towards the alley. Phantom watching out for that first contact point.
Yeah, it's still Oasis just, again, seeing if there's anybody from Fab that kind of over-pushed onto the angles here. Smokes are being drawn out, and here comes the retake from Oasis as the dog clears things up.
Paranoia's into play, but Kelly S has already gotten in there, and he's found 2 for his troubles. Kelly S! It's a triple kill to begin with. This pistol round looking so good for Oasis as they flush out Fab completely out. They only lose 1 member along the way, and it's a pistol win for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, Fab very much hesitant to actually face Oasis in the site itself. Maybe because of the threat of the flashes or the dog, they just didn't really have the firepower to clear it up cleaner because of the pistols. But you saw how very much quickly they were able to just well, just retake that site. It's as simple as that.
As soon as they found the angle, right, they were marking where players like Phantom were, and then Kelly S just gets in there. The paint shells was perfect. The coordination from Oasis Gaming is one to watch out for. And whenever you see a marquee flash, you have to be sure that you're marking a potential raise coming your way.
Okay, seems like the play right now for Fav is to split up the offense for the moment, but I mean, it's not going to catch Oasis off guard, as you saw the catch on 10-10 right there. That's going to really reduce the firepower, especially on just the eco round for Fab here.
Yeah, again, we see Fab Gaming. Protocol has to be playing those defaults. You don't see this too often, though. Phantom playing that far away from the rest of the team, but I guess adjustment into Sunset, right? An opening, perhaps, over onto A, but Savvy 8K, he's prepared here with a tripwire, prepared with an SMG, I believe, and that Spectre will pack quite a big punch as soon as he gets any intel. There you go, 2 already for Oasis to get 2 down on Fab Gaming side.
Yeah, Spike's already been dropped as well, so it's going to be a battle of just trying to retake everything here. Baz, he's got a sheriff in hand, might be able to clear this up. Kelly S has the angle, and he will be able to shoot through the wall, and that's going to be a clean second round for Oasis.
It's just good to hear, though, Asrai. We haven't been in these kind of setups for so very long.
Oh, yeah.
When we're going to have a LAN here, we're going to have a LAN in Mo Arena very, very soon, and you can hear the emotion sometimes from the microphones that these guys are so hyped up to be here. It's a long week for these teams, with only short, honestly, instances with where they can compete. And Oasis right now, they're ready to fight.
Yeah, take your shot. You know, you don't want to miss that mom spaghetti. Wait, no, that's not what it's called. Yeah, anyways, moving forward into this round, buy round for Fab Gaming. Again, a lot of emphasis on mid control. It's very basic, it's very default. It's very default. Allows you to at least maneuver multiple positions around. And what's kind of bad here for Oasis, might not be too bad, is that they don't really have anybody closing down the door on Switch. So it might be a point of attack for Fav, but seems like they're going to go the other way to A.
Well, they were watching it with the Omen at the very least, and you also saw moving into main 2 players from Oasis Gaming navigating a bit more space. But Fav, on the other hand, it's tried and tested, and they bunch up yet again to play into a side 10-10. Looking for any kind of contact point. It's very thorough here for Fab Gaming and how they clear out these corners.
Still do have the Cypher set up on that A site. So, again, as I mentioned, there is some problems here for Fab when they try to just get caught by the tripwires. It might happen the same thing here, but they will try to use the nade.
Yeah, it's trouble, sure. The tripwire's there, the Poison Cloud too, and Oasis Gaming in control of their area so far. Fab, slowly run out of time here if they can't actually make this pinch work. The snake bite making it worse. Paranoia is the play, but the problem is, even with Fab Gaming throwing their own paranoia, no one can push. Kelly, yes, he's ready to receive, but can't hit the initial shots. Phantom is dead with that kill. Here comes Oasis, though, winning out the trade yet again. They just know exactly where Fab's coming from by this point.
This is so bad that KO should have gotten the first kill onto Wild Oreo here. Baz already knows one at the corner right now, but there's so much crossfire from Oasis that it just is going to fall down. But Baz still gets a 3K, and that's going to be the clutch.
Baz brings in the buzz, and the sting of Fab Gaming comes to A. Well done by Baz to really salvage that round, Asteroid, because from what we saw, Oasis Gaming, they had stations on the site, they had stations on the alley, and they had good utility timing, but there was just that moment where that defense faltered.
He had something else to say about this.
Last player
A
standing.
bit of over-antiness as well from
One enemy
Oasis, not knowing that Baz was able to sneak up himself up on that corner on the A site, and was able to, again, as you saw, 3 quick kills into the clutch.
Yeah, it just beats out Draxi also, who was ill-prepared for that fight. In any case, though, that was a bonus for Oasis Gaming, and they're still in a good economical spot to fight back. Anyway, a decent bonus from everything we've seen so far. Baz, though, on the other hand, one to watch out for, playing on top of the crates. Backs away for the time being, trying to suss out what Oasis' plan is. And I think one thing I noticed, that Sky playing for that orb control, trying to build up a bit of a bank for the Seekers, if ever.
Sure enough, because they do want to be able to kind of supplement the showstopper that's already available for Kelly S. Savvy has moved his talents here on market on the contact.
And here we go again. Savvy 8K, though, bringing in the Thunderdome. And in that cage fight, he gets one. Away, though, into Boba. Does Oasis go? Kelly S. shut down. The fuse is immediately extinguished. And Oasis has to rely on Wild Oreo to play the anchor. That he does for the time being. It's 3v2. Baz, though, still with the fight back. The Paranoia a little too late to the party. But this is getting very close yet again.
Marky, though.
Marky, you mentioned it. He's looking for the angle towards Market. Neurotheft also into play, so Phantom doesn't know exactly what's going on. They go for Draxi first and foremost. Camera also for this. Marky sees them lined up, and the spray down into the takedowns. Oasis will take it.
That was already almost a losing situation for Marky, especially with Drax being caught in that pink position. I mean, they had maybe a chance there, but because of that big pillar in the middle of B, it gave so much defensive posture for Fab here, but somehow Marky manages to get the 2K.
And this is what we're talking about. Marky on the initiator, Marky on the Sky. It just feels like he's so much more controlled than any other agent that he plays. And especially, sometimes we say when he's on that jet, he has something to prove in playing the entry. Right now, just bringing in the rear, finding those timings. He can use his mechanical skill. He can use just the precision that he has to the best degree.
Well, this time, it's not the entry. He proves the clutch for Oasis.
For clutch, actually.
Yeah. Back to the drawing board right now for Fab Gaming. 10-10. Quick little tap onto Wild Oreo. That's going to make him a little bit honest, as maybe he goes back to where Marky is. Tap me up, brother. I need some heals.
Yeah, man's domesticated by this point. Has to wait. No armor. He knows he's in trouble if he challenges that Marshall yet again. So at least Fab Gaming making a staging ground here towards B main and moving slowly into the site. Still, though, they know there's pressure. Savvy, watch out for his setup. Market going to be the place. You also have Wild Oreo's wall and Poison Cloud. It's really splitting up this the sightlines of Oasis Gaming's favor. Every single time Fab Gaming shows up into one of those main angles, Asteroid, you notice the cloud is set for Wild Oreo.
Yeah, and it's really difficult to push through that Viper wall just because of, again, the mental threat that somebody could be lurking somewhere in that position. Now that there hasn't been any noise on B main, you can see that Fab are going to be risking to push up onto top mid, and it actually is the correct decision.
Draxi finds the contact, but disengages thanks to the numbers there. Here we go, though, 10-10, swift shot onto Kelly S. And Wild Oreo, he's still holding, he's still fighting, and he still wins anyway. 2 with the Bulldog, picking up now the Phantom in hand. Wild Oreo, it's going insane so far. That's 3 for him. But Fab do get their place onto the site. 3v2 for the time being.
Yeah, they're going a little bit crazy. Fab, though, still somehow manages to pick themselves up. Do they have any weapons to actually fight back? That's going to be the question. Look at... Oh, the push out. Oh, that's not going to get punished, but he backs away.
That got dangerous real quick, but Phantom over onto the corner. Minty also going for the flash. Maybe a pinch here. No, Minty looking to return to his position. Phantom gets the impact, yes! And we go back to a 1v1. Bring around, and Minty takes it. Thrifty taken here by Fab.
Oh, I don't think they might have just thought that that would have been a afraid flash on Market, but they didn't think that Minty would go all the way around. Plus his teammate gets the value on the double Sheriff headshot. Hello, that is just too much for Oasis to handle here.
It's just something we see from Fab. These guys, especially their second wave, they can hit these nutty shots. And as soon as they make their way towards the site, that's where they can contend in closer angles. The fake out though, incredible from Minty. Great to see him really filling in that initiator role as well. For now, still a 3-2 standing. Oasis, they need to be a bit more careful in how they play those retakes.
Yeah, rather than thinking about this as Fav risking their lives to go for a push, because that's always how pushes happen, right? It's more of they're trying to maneuver Oasis into less power points than they would, showing presence in a different part and then you're pushing the other one, as what we saw on that top main. That's why you're seeing Oasis panic a little bit and actually put a lot more pressure on a certain portion of the map, B as well as top mid, rather than the A side, which they're going to just try to push out. Okay.
Nice play work, but Fab, of course, has the firepower in their hands. So 2 for the price of 1. Oasis Gaming, they had an attempt to contest. But I guess the problem right now here for Oasis, perhaps Asarai, is when they get carried away by their own momentum. Fab, it's a more disciplined approach from, of course, a Japanese team.
Absolutely. They're just waiting for that stimuli before they actually try to do anything. And now, well, in that situation, you kind of maybe want to go A, but they do have the time to just chill down a little bit, use their abilities, and clear up the site very cleanly as 10-10 gets 2.
Yeah, 10-10 with a 2-2 there, and here we go. Wild Oreo, he's still ready to fight again. This pillar has been his friend multiple times on this game. But it's not going to happen this time around. 10-10 with 3, and speaking of, we are tied up at 3 apiece.
Yeah, Fab Gaming finding that formula, using the weaknesses of Oasis against them. But Oasis, in all of the losses that they had in the rounds, they're going to have themselves 4 ultimates to play around with. Quick little look into this replay, and like you mentioned, Oasis tried to do a quick little punish, but again, Fab is prepared for it. They have somehow, again, adjusted in these kind of set of rounds on how Oasis kind of approaches things, and Oasis might need to go back to the drawing board to readjust how they approach these kind of interactions.
I mean, it's something we always talk about for Oasis. Now that they're representing the Philippines in international competition, they have to deal with different styles that they might not be accustomed to as much as their local scene. Speaking of now, we get to see him creating the Viper's Pit online for Oasis, just staving off Fab from playing towards B. So mid instead has been one of the bread and butter plays here at Fab Gaming, and we see it yet again.
There's still that wall, so they have to be somewhat afraid of it. But the good thing about that wall is they don't know how many people are mid or on the other side.
It's a little bit of a mystery, but Fab Gaming still with the advantage after everything is said and done. I do wonder though, how does Fab decide to navigate? They do send 10-10 over onto Boba. Nightfall also going to be into play. Savvy 8K caught in the crossfire, and immediately Fab marking their targets and finding them well enough. So a quick little roundabout play from Fab, trying to get away from Wild Oreo's area of engagement. Draxi though caught. It's 1v3. The Neural Theft making it so difficult for the Viper to play against.
Well, let's see if this Neural Theft will also activate the neurons of Wild Oreo here. They already know it's going to be on B. Trying to frantically get some contact as he jump spots through the smoke, but gets heavily tagged, so it might just be a save right now for Oreo, not knowing where the Cypher is, as he doesn't spot him coming through B main, possibly just a wrap around through market, and probably, yeah, he's just going to escape, save the rifle for the next round.
Well, we can see, well, at least he does have something to work with for the next round. But I've noticed here for Fab Gaming, the adjustment, especially for them to keep so calm in their place. They know when they bunch up like that and get that initial trade going in their favor, they can get the push onto Oasis and just have to deal with the more cheeky angles that Oasis loves to play. And instead, it's Oasis who's struggling to understand how Fab is getting away with these rounds.
Yeah, I think it's more of like, if you look at how Oasis have been playing for like these past 2 rounds, they're like, Marky, go flash, we push through smoke, get killed. But then it always backfires. So I think Oasis just has to take a chill pill and not try to go for such heavy punishment. Again, I do also understand that that mid control, if they lose it to Fab, they basically cut the map in half. There's not going to be quicker rotations for Oasis here, but they have to give that up just because the initial punish is too strong from Fab.
And they don't mark it as well as they should. There are moments where you have a player from Fab Gaming getting into Boba for free.
True.
And someone like Wild Oreo has to go crazy on the site just to give them a chance.
Well, That's the difficulty of just playing Sunset. There's just so many angles that you can approach, that you can fight in, that you can be tricky at, that it does really take somebody with a lot of multitasking capability to just, you just be able to handle this map.
You mean when you use your tablet and you watch the game and you
yeah.
write on your notebook? That's
Yeah.
right, the
I'm
man
not-
with many
There
hands.
isn't even anything written on my notebook, all right? It's
Look,
just there for props.
I'm trying to make you look good here. You don't need to expose yourself like that. You already
No,
get
it's
the
okay.
compliments.
No, we try to be a real one, you know?
Well, Fab Gaming has been the real one so far. Oasis, on the other hand, back on the eco yet again. We'll see it here. Market looking to be the contesting point for Fab Gaming. They have navigated into this area a bunch of times already. Oasis this time ceding that position and relying on Savvy and Kelly S to do the damage from far, far away. Paint Shell's also the answer. Fab, they're just getting inches here as Rice slowly walking into the side, getting that kind of space, and now there's a contact point. Savvy though with the one. Here comes 10-10 in a hand to come and collect. Fab is all together, holding hands and singing Kumbaya. Such a calm approach here from Fab Gaming.
The same thing over and over again. Oasis has that little bit of utility to try to go punish. The nade from Kelly S. Fab, all they have to do, take a breath. Once the nade threat is gone, they start slowly pushing in, and look at the position where, again, Oasis are just trapped behind. If they can't really hit their first shots, it's not gonna happen. And Wild Oreo put in a position where he has to try to go clutch again.
And there's that level of intensity. Things
Okay.
get claustrophobic, but right now, Fab Gaming has to fear the potential of Wild Oreo. Haunts there, though, gets the mark.
saw two.
10 playing onto Market, but Wild Oreo with another one. Can he get this for Oasis, though? That's the question. Time is running out. Hands
Oh,
will
no!
push. Runs out of bullets. Has no life to work with. And Fab Gaming make it a handful of rounds now.
You cannot rely on Oreo to try to clutch the rounds every single time, even though he is getting that value. Boy is at 13 kills, but again, it's not converting into those round successes.
It's just, Wild Oreo has been the centerpiece of this team time and time again. When things are dire, he performs. When someone needs to try and clutch, he does so. But again, the odds are just overwhelming. And one thing I wanted to point out, really, Asarai, was when I was watching that round, you could feel how suffocating it was to be Oasis, that there were so many members in position on both sides from Fab Gaming.
It's the slow creeping death that is Fab Gaming. They don't even rush, man. It's just a slow walk up into the site, and it is working fantabulously here for Fab Gaming. Now the tactical pause has been called up just because, again, the formula doesn't change. The outcome doesn't change, and Fab is coming out on top of this. We talk about how Tencent is going to be that starting figure here for Fab to really rush into those sites, but even though he is somewhat in that perspective, he doesn't have to go into like the sixth gear. He plays with his team, and it is working so well for Fab here on Sunset.
Man, he's just in cruise control, basically. They all have this convoy. It's like they're all going to the beach together. You know, Asarai is doing the steering wheel right now. Exactly what it means. But yeah, it seems like for Fab Gaming, they're trying to find their position really in the scene. But the double satchel, he called it, is the play.
Oh, he's looking for something.
He's gotten so far off, but no one's ready to receive. And Oasis seeing the site for the time being. We get the null command though. Fab making sure that they can get this B site right here, right now.
Yeah, but look at the angle from Kelly S.
Oh!
Needs to hit the shot, and he will find 10-10.
That is beautiful from Kelly S. He has to be careful though, because one's still nearby. Looking for a second shot, doesn't get it this time around. And is an advantage here for Oasis. Kelly S makes it even bigger. And the paint shells now to add insult to injury. Here comes Kelly S. One more time and one more show. It's picturesque from Kelly S with Phantom looking to be a star this time around. Oh, Kelly S! Despite the cyber cage, he's the beast who cannot be contained. And it's a Kelly S round to witness. An ace with the operator and all the utility the Rays can bring. Oasis, they will have a hero of the round.
The S in Kelly S stands for Sublime as he gets the ace. And again, he did get a nice little catch on that top angle. Fab were unaware of it as they had all the smokes. I mean, you wouldn't even know from this position. They wanted to go and punish a little bit more because they already knew that there was still some defensive posture from the players of Oasis. So it really was a good decision from Fab, but still that hold from Kelly S is what Oasis was looking for to ignite something in a round.
Mojo Dojo Casa de Kelly S. This is his house, this is his site, and immediately Fab Gaming going for the tactical as well. Understandable. They got to the site. They played the game that they wanted. They used those ultimates to make that space, but still, somehow, Kelly S would find the hole in the needle in the haystack, man, and the angle to just find these members of Fav over and over again.
So it seems like Fav has also called a tactical timeout here as, again, they don't want anything to spiral out of control. They had a nice little smooth, how do I say this, kind of cycle that they've been using in these couple of rounds, and they want to kind of continue that. Maybe even just, trample at the momentum that Kelly has tried to bring for himself. In any case, this time, looks like they're going to try to go for that A site. And Oasis, reading this somewhat, has put more people on that A site.
I mean, Oasis has been very successful on these A defenses multiple times. I think the only round they lost was that Baz clutch. B has been a bit more of their weakness. So Fav Gaming, can they test these waters now, knowing there's an op in hand on the other side?
2 on elbow.
Tencent has his own op too.
Looking for some contact, but it's not even needed. Swell Oreo just puts everything in his own hands. Gets some kills.
So the operators get traded. Tencent finds Kelly S. Savvy 8K beats that range. And Baz, he's playing brilliantly into the middle. So perhaps he can actually infiltrate here. The Trailblazer look for the scout. You mentioned it. It's a dog. What the dog doing? Seems like Draxi does find Baz along the way, and Oasis Gaming sussing out the intentions of Fav right now.
Yeah, they try to get quick map control, but kind of backfired into their faces. Phantom does get control of that B side as he is trying to clear corners, trying to break through the utility of Savvy as he is making some safe space for Minty. But, I mean, as Savvy gets all that information, he's just going to call the rest of the team. It's a 2 versus 4.
All I can say is my mind does not agree. His name is Phantom, his gun is the Vandal. But in any case now, Phantom making everyone into a ghost! Oh, it's a haunting experience here towards Oasis Gaming as Fav will make that round to be remembered.
Dax, you were saying his name is Phantom, but he has a Vandal, but it still works out.
And I said he made them into ghosts, man.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, he's going to catch them all because he's...
Pokemon suddenly.
No, Danny Phantom. Oh, sorry.
Okay, that works too.
Okay. Anyways, huge punish there. And again, this is the same thing that you were talking about how Baz, a couple of rounds ago was able to clutch. It's somehow Oasis not being able to clear out these corners quickly enough or not reacting quickly enough because they're looking everywhere else. It has been such a punished play from Fav, at least in those very crucial rounds.
Yeah, it's an element of mystery, and I think that's one thing Fav has done so well. They are very secure of the angles that they clear. Oasis, on the other hand, they're not, to put it bluntly. And it's been a problem on this defense. Fav Gaming already at 6 rounds on this first half, and some great momentum that they can work forward with it.
Oh, wow. Oasis are just stacking on that B site 4 from the looks of it. So they're going to be waiting for any kind of explode from Fav here. Kelly S is probably preparing himself with a nade, and they're really just clumped up, hoping that it is going to be that B side because A hasn't really been successful for Fav whatsoever.
Yeah, and they get the intel and confirmation thanks to the guy in the light. I don't think it's a bad idea for Oasis though. Fav Gaming, they love to clump as well. So it's just death ball versus death ball that can potentially happen.
Reading it, though.
Even wiser though, you mentioned it, Fav moving into A, which is basically free except with Wild Oreo holding down the line.
Yeah, they know that, again, there's not really a lot of moolah here for Oasis, so if they can find any kind of contact or tags with the KO blade, gives them a bit of information on who's here, what's what, it's going to be perfect. But Cypher Cage, Oreo's not tagged, could be something.
And they're keeping the spike away with Paranoia, but you mentioned it. Immediately though, Hands now throwing these and getting 2 along the way. So Spike will be firmly planted into A. Marky looking for that contact point. A nice try with a flash, but the sheriff shots just don't connect. And Fav Gaming, this is where they can start to run away with it.
They really are. Last round though, before we go for that quick little side swap. But what a read from the team too. And while Oreo's like, am I shoulder to shoulder with someone? Yes. But the other guy is just a second faster.
Man's name is Hands. You know he's going to be good at that distance.
Yeah. Magic hands.
Of all the motions, I thought you do like the jabs, the uppercut. No, you do magic hands. Of
Jazz
all things.
hands.
Asrai never changed. It's 2024 and you are still brilliant to say the least.
Oh, okay, I thought you were going to say like a different.
Yo! Oh, let's watch this one. There's the difference. Draxi catches out Tencent to shut that one down. Phantom, though, just crawling in there. Draxi, though, ready to receive yet again.
Marky.
And Marky's there on the other side.
Ooh,
Crossfire, build the X, Oasis Gaming will call it a day, perhaps, unless Minty has something to say about this one.
Minty, you thought that Marky already repositioned, but Marky's, no, I'm going to stand my ground, get that 5-7, and at least have a good half for both of the teams.
Yeah, it's not too bad here for Oasis Gaming. And I gotta ask you, Astra, you play a lot more Valorant than me. What do you think for Sunset? Attack, defense sided? What's the plan in the map like this?
I feel like it's attacker side, to be honest. Because, again, there's as what you saw with Fab, there's so many angles of attack. Sure, you'd say that, but you can put traps on this one and this one and this one. If you're just a lot more braver and you want to go for that contact, I'd still feel like it's attacker sided. You know, if you're willing to risk the push, it's a lot more attacker sided.
Look, Oasis Gaming is that kind of team willing to play those risks. And again, we have to watch out for what Kelly S can do in the forefront. But looking at the stats right now, Wild Oreo, he had an incredible first half, 14 kills near the early rounds to keep Oasis in the game. And then you had someone like Kelly S getting that ace, making sure that Oasis could fight. Fab, though, still in control. And not only that, they're playing heavy into the mid.
Yeah, they wanted to actually go for some kind of punish there. They have activated the tripwire, so they should be able to break it down and push into the site quite safely, to be honest.
Yeah, no need for any sound barriers. They're just pushing in anyway. Minty, though, ready to be the smoke criminal, stealing the life of Kelly. Yes, Fab still with the fight back, looking around to try and make that on count. And Fab is looking to overwhelm on the potential retake already. Draxi, though, with contact.
Oh, Draxi!
And Draxi, how does he deny the potential defeats? Victory for Oasis, the pistol yet again.
Wow. It was just Contact City on that B site. Whoever got ahead would just be, again, the winner of it all. So, good idea from Minty here to immediately check the smokes because he knew exactly what Oasis was kind of hoping for, but it still kind of backfired somewhat in their faces as Draxi was the second wave here for Oasis. You saw that they should have been able to go for the punish, but he was just hitting taps here and there. And again, the clutch on the pistol really given to Oasis because of Draxi.
And it gives them momentum to work forward and especially try and tie things up. Not only that, though, it's one of those signature Oasis plays. Flash from Marky, play off that angle. And you said it a while ago, standing their ground and willing to fight that fight.
Now because of that, they got themselves some armaments coming into this second round in the second half. Fav, they're playing a very, very laid-back like positioning. Look at where Phantom is. Look at where Baz is. They're just going to be stacking on that A site. Oasis are unaware of this, but if you are on that attacking side, it's actually easier to push into B because if you're just in one straight line, there's a lot more linear angles that you can check on B rather than A because there's a lot more crossfire angles that the defending side can do if they're on the A side.
I'm glad you took geometry very well, Pascal Asrai. Great explanation. And speaking of now, to explain what's going on, Oasis gets a site for free. Fab Gaming will have to go for the full retake now. Teleport away also from Drax and Oasis. They're going to be playing into that Yetter. Try to just hold that spike down, play that angle as much as they can.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no Sage Wall or anything, right? So they're just going to hold the angle. They have nades. They have mollies. They're playing through the smoke because they're not really threatened by it. So the play right now for Fab is just to push through and hope that they can at least destroy people from that B main position.
Yeah, it's an attempt like in that last round, but the Oasis have the firepower. Minty, though, that's a big pick. A chance here for Minty, perhaps. Trying to line things up. The Spectre allows you to be skitterish, and the Oasis Gaming have tied things up.
That's kind of crazy, though. I mean, like,
because we're the
Minty was almost popping off.
Look, Fab are good with the Sheriffs. Let's be real. Minty has been good for it. Phantom has been good for it. Hands has been good for it. And if they only got the initial pre-fire angles, that could have been Fab potentially stealing that away. But Oasis, we were talking about it, a wise decision to just play away and win out in a manner that they expected.
Yeah, thankfully Oasis isn't one of those PH teams that, you know, tends to kind of go a little bit crazy once they feel like they have that advantage.
Are you sure, though?
I mean, it still happens. You know, that's why we did see them not be as successful in that previous tournament. But compared to other teams, I feel like they are that difference. That being said, though, you know, gun round for Fab, so this is where everything will really change.
I mean, Oasis' storyline right now is how they're building discipline in the offseason.
Oh, I see
having that
legs.
5-man roster. Hey, what?
Phantom, he saw Savvy holding B main.
Okay.
I see your legs.
That's a great way to word it. Well, seems like Azurai has the eagle eye here instead of the camera. But in any case, Oasis, they do want to play towards A this time around. Kelly S, though, so contact
that
point,
angle.
spots out 10 from above Link. And Nate also to dissuade them. So Oasis, they have a bit of time to work with. Moving into the elbow right now. Wild Oreo for any kind of contact. So they know who's here on this side. The Raze on one side, the Fade on the other. Do they push the issue, though?
If they do, there's actually only 2 players that is beholden here on that A side. Hands. Oh, any flashes? Anything? Just to kind of blind him? Yes, there it is!
Oh.
Straight into the embracing hands of Wild Oreo.
Hands can't see anything whatsoever, and Oasis get 2 for the troubles already. Kelly S also in position, and Oasis with an incredible clear with all that utility to open up the site. They have the advantage now in the numbers. Spikes planted as well. Baz, though, trying to wait out this smoke. They know how dangerous Oasis loves to play. And Baz is just trying to crawl in there. Draxi, though, marking that target, playing into that safe distance. Smoke ready yet again. Paranoia gonna be the answer here from Fab, but they're struggling to find any foothold onto the site. Phantom now inside the smoke, but by this point, Oasis should expect it. There's the cross, but Baz opened things up. This is a chance here for Fab Gaming. Kelly Esta and Marky, they navigate through the labyrinth made, and Oasis will find clear sight lines to win out that round.
And very much ring around the rosy there from both of the teams, so that's going to be a call and timeout. I'm assuming this is from Fab. Oh yeah, it is. I see Pocky's name already. But anyways, this is the contact that Oasis was looking for.
30 seconds left.
Again, because of the 2 players only situated on that A site, the only play that made sense here for Fab was 2 things. It's either they back away completely and just look to see if Oasis will push, or they place themselves in a forward angle, what you saw with 10-10 coming in a lot closer on that corner on Bend, and then the other one on Elbow coming in from the other players of Oasis where the Hands was waiting for, and just see how it kind of pans out. Unfortunately, Oasis got the better of both of those two players holding that A site.
I mean, one of the strongest suits of Oasis Gaming in any map is how they're able to clear out corners and angles with initial utility. I see this often when they play Ascent. I see this often when they play on Haven, and right now we're getting it as well. Anyone playing into corners are in trouble, and when you see Oasis just set themselves up on the other side of the wall, basically.
Well, if I have to adjust to that, I mean, it's still only just the one difference round, but that was the gun round for Fab, so they're going to be put into a position where, yeah, like you said, like we see here, they're just going to be on the Sheriffs. But as you mentioned, that's I can recall it, they have some pretty crazy Sheriff players. We'll have to see.
I'm excited. I'm excited for any round we get Phantom on that Sheriff. Kelly S, though, trying to remove that tactical pause from the screen. And right now, ready to bring the action yet again. A cheeky angle, though, for Phantom. Perhaps a one and done. He isn't spotted here. Kelly S, though, hit by his drip fire. The panic sets in. The damage is there from Bad, sure, but Oasis Gaming, the firepower is in tow. So 2 for 1 is the trade. Oasis also planting for main yet again. And here we go. The standard post plant for them. Just back off into together and watch the show.
Well, that's already a heavy tag onto Minty. Gonna have to wait for his teammate while Oreo finds him. Here comes 10-10 on the flank, able to pick up himself up a rifle. And he has the showstopper! Oh my god, Marky, say goodbye! No, the flash is actually good!
Oh! You say goodbye, he says hello! And ready to receive thy name is Marky. That is huge. He got hit by his C's, right? He was in trouble.
Yeah,
but Marky, I keep telling you, here on the sky, he is cool, calm, and collected.
Also, I need clarification because I didn't see 10-10 rip it out. Did he brought back, like, did he threaten the ultimate and then just bring out the rifle so that he can just transition kills faster? Because he didn't.
It seemed like it. It seemed like it right there. He had a gun in hand instead of a rocket launcher. But right now, Oasis is rocketing their score higher and higher. Fab Gaming, on the other hand, the modicums of control that has been working for them so far in this game. We're not seeing too much on the defense.
Yeah, these best of ones, man. It really puts a huge strain on how you just know that there's nothing else after this. It's all kaput. It's all gone. Your chances, your dreams to get into that main event, if you lose this, has just disappeared.
Yeah, if you lose that initial matchup, you know every other game is a must-win. And truthfully, fate is not in your hands by that point. Oasis, though, trying to rally themselves yet again this time around, assessing that A, playing a bit of default, but I'm very interested to see Marky still on the lurk. What will he do from that angle?
Well, he's hoping to at least find
got your
someone to
trail.
push out. Oh, he activates the Seekers, maybe as a kind of do-over, you know, let the Zoo out on A, make Fab think. But of course, Fab not gonna get too confuddled by it as Tenten holds B, gets the catch onto Kelly.
Yeah, the Zoo's out on one side, but the Hunter is here, and his name is Tenten. It's close. You mentioned that the camera's there too, but I don't think Tenten's spotted as of yet here.
Yeah.
Op shot rings. Doesn't hit it. Cover though. A little too much for Fab to handle on Oasis. Yeah, with the plant, but not with the life of Draxi.
Yeah, just looking at that, it's Tenten is just getting kills with the Umbra.
Where are these shots coming from? And Fab Gaming connecting the dots that we do not even see on our screens. Marky though, he's good for one, but that's all he gets. And Fab Gaming, they answer back well.
Tenten, the unseen, smooth operator, just able to get all of these shots. Okay, I get the Kelly S one because he was holding the angle, he was hearing the footsteps, but then one through the smoke, and then another one, and then another one. Of course, that's going to secure the round for Fab.
Yeah, just a round of applause there for Fab Gaming. Brilliant execution on that retake, and just some of the best shots we've seen all throughout the game. But I do feel like the point of contention really was the fact that they didn't catch Tenten in the act, that they didn't see him out in the open as soon as possible, didn't see him with the camera, and that just gave him a sight line to work with despite missing that first shot.
Absolutely, and the other one as well, that I'm not really the biggest fan of using Seekers as a distraction.
As bait?
Yeah. Because, again, there's not really big threat when you kind of think about it. It's just better to clear corners rather than to confuddle your opponent. Unless they're super stressed, I don't think it's going to work.
Well, it's time to see if Kelly S can alleviate a bit of that pressure. Tenten, though, doesn't hit the shot. Savvy instead with the bind on the hands, and the neural theft will keep Fav at bay for the time being. So orders up here at Boba for Fav Gaming. Oasis, they already take the site, but they're playing on the objective right now. Minty, though, from up top, Wild Oreo ready to just receive with a snake bite and stall for time.
Okay, Wild Oreo into the corner right now. He does have Marky to help him out with the operator, or with the flash. Tenten on the corner.
Oh, the mid lurk though, that's interesting from Oasis Gaming. Wild Oreo looking at the angle, Kelly S instead on board. Here comes Minty now with the flash clear.
Okay.
But Oasis, they're ready for this one.
Oh
Minty with a
my
drop down. He can't just stabilize in time, and Oasis Gaming make it double digits.
And Tenten was coming around the corner right there, but he didn't have enough, I think, backing from his own teammate. There's so many angles to clear up. And there it is. Even the smoke just placed perfectly at the right time to really pressure Tenten to either swing out or back away. And there was no in-between.
I think what's impressive here for Oasis on how they hold those retakes, they're not as dissuaded by a flash play compared to when Fav has to deal with the Sky Flash. It becomes very dangerous for them. They lose one here for Oasis. Sure, it's fine. There's someone else in station and someone on the lurk. Showstopper, though. It's ringing through, and Kelly S gets the delivery going onto hands. So that's one here for Oasis. Kelly S, though, suppressed towards Market. Not the best deal for him. So the other players of Oasis, they need to open up this side. Wild Oreo gets it done. Dangerous waters, though, and Baz will drown the opposition. Everything's left to Savvy AT. He's spotted, he's found, but he will be dead to rights to Baz. And we go now to a one-round cap.
That was a 7 HP Baz, and he jumped from the platform to the site as well. Oh boy. Was a good start though from Oasis. They figured out that there wasn't really any more mid pushes coming in from Fav, but the punish play from Fav was definitely well felt in that one, especially the catch onto Wild Oreo, thinking that there was only that one player that he catches off, not two pushing out from Boba.
I mean, here we go again. Just the discipline of Fav. When they suppress one player, when they keep Kelly S contained, they're also still keeping tabs of the main force of Oasis. And it has just been impressive from Fav when they get that right configuration. From the shadows, though, use all the way to the back of that site. Gets the intel to the Cypher and Phantoms nearby. But just because of that Omen TP, Phantom can't play off these elbow utility, and Oasis will be able to get into A anyway.
100%. Even break the camera up quite quickly, so there's no clear information as to where the positioning of Oasis will be here. But it's a straight up 5 versus 5. Any big ultimates, it's all on Fav. And even have a showstopper. They even have the Emo Rolling Thunder. I keep forgetting what it's called.
It's daybreak sometimes, but it's nightfall here potentially. Showstopper flies and hits Kelly S straight through. This is clean from Fab Gaming. That's a round to put in the favorites, and we are tied up 10-10.
Yeah, I mean, sticking inside the site when you know that there's so much AoE presence from Fab, I think it's a little bit foolhardy from Oasis here. And that's why you see Fab able to just steamroll the advantage, and also just a really well-timed throw on the Haunt just to, again, expose everybody on that site.
And not only that, they didn't have to use the Nightfall at all. They just had that Showstopper, just the implicit presence, just that threat of having that Fate ultimate available was enough to already make Oasis guess what was going to be going on. Yeah. And you can see it already. Fab, they're rallying back here.
And this is trouble for Oasis. What's the setup right now? They still have weapons, but they are getting a little bit cheaper on the utility. Quick little use of the Cypher Cage here from Savvy to get a bit of information. And they might actually just throw this up. 10-10 is placing his operator like a shotgun. And it actually works out. Wow.
A little bit of martyrdom and a lot of kills here for Fab. They were ready, they were set, and Oasis is gone immediately. Only one standing is Draxi. What can he even do here? He has the spike, sure, but only has a Sheriff and I believe a Stinger in hand. The top down doll there being set. The smoke's even into play, and Fab, they're just not taking any of those risks. They're trying to make sure that it's Phantom who's unseen here.
Yeah, big flank from Phantom as well. If Draxi can find him, this is a definite chance to go on that A side, pick up a Vandal whatsoever, but Draxi's very hesitant. He wants to fight this where he's a lot more safer, but the numbers are definitely overwhelming for Fab, and they're going to use that against him.
And this is big. Fab has taken that lead. And you can hear already from the Fab side, let's go. They're hyped up. They know that they have been on a tear here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's like around 4 rounds already in a row from Fab Gaming from what we've seen so far. And just the fact that they're able to answer Oasis again and again is stifling that momentum. So it is actually 3 rounds in a row. It's been a strong showing, though, for Fab, and Oasis has to call for that timeout. And I guess what we really have to wonder right now, when will that Nightfall be used?
Another thing as well is I think Oasis has become a bit more default with how they've approached the fights, right? They, dude, use your Trailblazer, push out. We'll see the contact, and it has been successful for us for these past couple of rounds, but this time, like you mentioned, Fab doesn't really get shook, so they're adjusting a lot more to these approaches from Oasis, and now Oasis has to call that tactical timeout because, like you mentioned, they're 1 below, and they're 1 below, and they are definitely nearing the end of the line here.
Yeah, well, why play Crossy Road when you can play Valorant instead, man? In any case, who will cross over to a potential match point situation? You can see already Fab Gaming, they're hungry for it. Oasis looking to set themselves up for that A play. I want to take notice, Savvy 8Ks playing the lurk towards B. Smoke's the answer. A smoke out also onto that doorway towards Market. They're trying to just bait out a bit of that intel perhaps, but instead it's Fab who understands the situation that suppressed that knife enough to get the big intel that Fab needs.
True, there's still no one home on the site though, but look at the positioning on these tripwires. It's all for those mid-range punishes, so if Oasis can't break any of them, it is going to be quick punish here from Fab. So Oasis taking the slower approach might be the better way to go about this, but again, they're unaware of what is at the other side.
Yeah, it's so easy to lose that balance, right? Tip those skills, perhaps. But the Seeker's into play. Shot from 10 doesn't hit, but Phantom gets the job done. 2 for Phantom. Marky's in, but Phantom sends them packing. Fab are on match point now.
Youch. Again, they wanted to explode on that site, but it's not going to work. Fab, Oasis didn't get any information at the start of the round. They didn't threaten any utilities away from Fab at the start of the round. Nothing at all. It's just pure set-up contact, which again works, but isn't always going to be effective.
And I wonder now, can Oasis even rally by this point? Fab Gaming, they don't hit that initial shot. There's still someone ready at the second station, and that's that incredible level of thrust from Fav.
Yeah.
They don't always have to rely on Tenten. That second wave is available to receive, and here we go now. Potential
I
pinch
know.
Savvy catching out Tenten. Nightfall though is gonna be the answer here from Fab. 2 for 2 is the trade. Here comes Phantom now, getting the advantage back. And we get the Neural Theft also into play. Marky though over at the corner. He can't hear anything. He sees Phantom slay him where he stands. And Fab Gaming, they're playing in Manila, but they're calling this stage their home. They take it versus Oasis 13-10.
Raining it down against Oasis. Those 3 last rounds, man, 11, 12, and 13 for Fav, they were absolutely perfect. They read Oasis like a book. They knew Oasis. Keep on going for those set plays, man. We are here to receive it, and we know well how to receive it.
Yeah, what a showing from Fav Gaming. This team looking to make waves all the way back into Japan for this year, and they're already doing so in multiple off-season competitions. And you're seeing it right here, right now. Another example, another victory here for Fav Gaming. And of course, we're gonna have Mika back. What an incredible game we saw from Fav, especially.
What a way to start off a tournament too, with a match as close as this. Spectacular debut from Fav Gaming, I think. And I think that, you know, a little bit of that, you know, of the same mistakes that we've always seen Oasis Gaming make kind of got to them. Especially on the defensive side, we did see that Oasis would sometimes get carried away with their own momentum, right? And that's when Fav Gaming would make these sneaky plays, sometimes literally, right? Sneaking onto the site and catching Oasis Gaming off guard. And on the attacking side, we did see that improvement from Oasis. However, there was those few crucial rounds where Fab was able to get their number and eventually turn it around. I think there was that one where Marky, I think, used the Seekers to bait A, and suddenly they thought, oh, it's probably a good idea to send everybody towards B, but all Fav needed was somebody like Tenten, right? There are just so many rounds like that.
Right calls, right players, and right positions. It's
Yeah.
a check mark again and again and again for Fav Gaming. And I do feel like Mika really had the stellar points to watch out for in that game. When you notice how Fav Gaming answers back against Oasis, it's Oasis who's befuddled on what to do next.
To be honest, it seems like both teams, you know, in that game felt like they had so much creativity as well as options. And then somehow, nearing the end of the game, it was only Fab that had a lot more creativity, a lot more options. You saw 10-10 was boosted up on so many positions. He was trying to go for punishes and so on and so forth. But then again, as I mentioned, Oasis wants to go for that default, which again just kind of keeps you wondering why. Because Fav isn't a team that's going to get faked by it or shook by it. And it hasn't worked once. It didn't work twice. Why would it work for a third time?
I just want to interject real quick that I feel like for Fab, they were winning in Oasis's territory in terms of how chaotic those fights could be. Oasis, they expect when they flood into a site, they're going to have a bit of numbers to work with in a certain angle for a small amount of time. But what Fab has in station, Mika, once Fab has everyone ready, he immediately answer back. And the trades that usually go in Oasis's favor 9 times out of 10, we saw it only happen around 3 rounds in that second half.
There was a lot of that conversion, right, on the side of Fav, and it goes to show also that how Oasis really is a team that relies a lot on momentum. When that is cut, and Fav knows how to cut their momentum, as we just saw, when that momentum is cut, they suddenly can scramble. When they scramble, that's when Fab strikes, right? That's when suddenly you have that numbers conversion. So it's a great debut from Fab. They gave those first few rounds, I feel like, to feel Oasis gaming out, and then suddenly when they realized, okay, this is the kind of team that we can push in this way, that's when they were able to take this match. And I think it was very, very impressive. I'm excited to see where this team goes as well. And for Oasis Gaming, it's not over for them just yet. Again, this is just our first match. They still have a long way to go today, right? They still have a few more matches to play, but it is quite a disadvantage to start off a tournament on your home court with a loss.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me that. Because honestly, because of the best of 1 format, I always think like, oh, is it also elimination? No, it's round robin. So there is a chance for Oasis, as you mentioned. But again, you really wanted to be able to get that first win because it's such a big lead just to get that one off already. And like you mentioned at the start of this broadcast, that there's only one team per group that's going to be able to go into the playoffs. That's a huge, huge advantage right now for Fav here. And I'll just kind of hyper-focusing real quick onto the players. 10-10 we saw, he was explosive, but then Phantom, just the kind of shadows behind the scenes, able to create those opportunities, off-camera kills, off-flirt kills, has worked so famously well here for Fav in that entire Sunset game.
Yeah, and it started with the sheriff shots, right? That he was able to match the efforts of Wild Oreo, beat Wild Oreo at his own game in multiple instances, Baz as well. And this is incredible to see from Fav Gaming because this core of Phantom and Baz have been in this roster for so very long. They've been through trials, tribulations, and honestly, they didn't make it as far as they would like in their careers so far compared to the other Japanese teams that we expect, like Crazy Raccoon, like Z Division, right? Those kind of squads. But now, this is their moment. If the core that has been there, the glue is getting stronger and stronger, and then you add in these incredible pieces like Tencent as well as Hands, then this Fav Gaming roster is really one to watch out for if you are a fan of their local scene.
But it's that question again for Oasis Gaming, right? You mentioned the glue holding a roster together, and of course that's there for Oasis Gaming. We've seen these players on this team for so long. We know they can work well together, but it just seems like on the side of Fav Gaming, the roles are more set. You know, the strategy is more or set on their side, and Oasis Gaming still doesn't seem to find that just yet. Of course, it is very early. I mean, it is the first match of the day. We're gonna see how well they can adjust as the days go on. But as we mentioned, it is only the first seed that is going up, and we do have Phantom here, our MVP, Phantom on the Vandal, as Dax pointed out. It is only the first seed that will be proceeding into the playoffs. So of course, to start out on a loss is quite disheartening indeed.
Yeah, that number is big, huh? Look at the decimal point. It's like a someone
really
brought a calculator.
matters.
It's like reciting pi.
Yep.
Yeah.
Would you like to read that, Azurai?
No, I do not.
I'll read something for you. 22. That's the magic number. And from what we've seen so far, 13 of them, one half, 9 on the other. Overall, Phantom was just an absolute menace over and over and over again. And it really just goes to show whether he be on the attacking defending side, that Cypher has been such a pain with those cyber cages, with those tripwires that really catch Oasis off guard.
Absolutely. And again, it's and speaking of catching them off guard, there were so many times as well where Oasis was just trying to, on the first half, push into the site. They won't be able to clear one angle. Lo and behold, Phantom's there, picks up a 3K. And Phantom has done this for like 2 to 3 rounds. Big punishes, big plays. And you really, as you mentioned, feel that punish resonate against Oasis. So, sucks to be them. But again, Phantom gets that great start.
Yeah, 2 big moments. The Sheriff towards B, if I remember correctly. And of course, the rifle at A when the operator shot of 10-10 didn't hit first and foremost. And it just was the Fav Gaming show.
But I do think, there also was a lot of great moments from the side of Oasis Gaming, right? We did have that ace from Kelly S, right? We did have those explosive moments from Oasis Gaming. But again, the steam, the momentum got caught. Whenever Fav Gaming would take off a round, you suddenly see the doubt, the hesitation start to settle in with Oasis Gaming. And that has always been their kryptonite. That's always been their downfall. Once they start to, question themselves. They're a team that really likes to go fast and keep on running, keep that engine running. And when you manage to actually hit a speed bump, it's very, very dangerous for them.
I don't think it's just a speed bump. I think they flew off the cliff.
The road.
The
It's like
cliff.
just didn't even work out.
There
and,
it is.
And that's exactly the point there,
Oh
Mika.
my
Look at that.
gosh.
Phantom. Beautiful work, especially in these kind of corners. There are a few of those rounds where you'd see Oasis still have a hope. I still remember in the first 6 rounds, 3 of them, Wild Oreo keeping them afloat. That ace from Kelly S that you mentioned. And those were those marquee moments from Oasis Gaming that they still in them say, we got this, we can still win it. Those faded away in that second half there.
It feels like, again, Oasis has those brazen moments. And when they have those brazen moments, they have all the confidence, they have all the ability to clean up these rounds. But once they become timid, once they start to respect the opponent a lot more, or not take those risks any further, it kind of just backfires against them. And it's always that they always start at a high, and then it just kind of drops down ever so slowly as the game gets drawn out. We were talking about how we wanted best of ones seem like the best way for Oasis to really get their stride moving, because best of threes makes them a lot more exhausted. And this time, that best of one was just too much for them to handle here against Fav.
Because it's that momentum, right? It's that momentum. But the thing is, when you're going fast, when you have that, that speed and everything, you can't really stop to smell the flowers, and you can't really stop to check corners sometimes as well. And obviously with Fav Gaming, there are so many of those times where it was really just Phantom, or maybe even Minty sneaking in, behind a pillar or something, and you would kind of think like, Oasis, is not, ready for that. They weren't expecting that. Either they were, they had their horse blinders on and they were really focused on this, or they just didn't expect that maybe that Fav would pull out something like that.
For a Philippine team, they just let these people cut in front of them for boba. Come on, you just don't do that. And I think one stat I really want to bring up right now.
Did you just
Yeah, it's a
out of nowhere.
It's a Philippine line joke.
It's a Philippine thing.
I
yeah,
hope
of course.
you're laughing.
Wait behind the yellow
I don't
line?
drink
I
boba,
don't
so
think so.
I don't know.
Dude, you broke that rule when you were at the airport. Wait behind the yellow line. Aswai puts his foot down. I'm a bad boy. That's what he said.
Oh yeah.
Okay, wait.
Anyways,
As what
yeah.
I said, I was gonna bring something up. Out of the 5 rounds that had a clutch situation, Fav Gaming won 4 of them. And that is such a big blow to Oasis Gaming, which relies and thrives on those clutch moments when their plans go awry, right? When they don't see the light at the end of the tunnel, they believe in someone to bail them out. And players like Minty, Hands, and especially Baz in that 1v3, they just stuff that and shut that down.
Man, so that just, again, kind of begs the question here for Oasis. What's going to be the adjustment for them coming into that next opponent? Because right now they've shown a lot of mistakes, I would say. If not mistakes, they've shown a lot of weaknesses when a game gets drawn out. Once they start to kind of run out of that steam, what is going to happen for Oasis here? I mean, we already probably know that Fav is looking quite, lack for a better term, fabulous in this.
Would you say that they're the favorites right now?
The favorites?
Uh-huh.
The favorites.
Anyways, yeah, I was just saying Oasis really has to step it up.
Definitely. And looking at how our format is, of course, when you start off the first match on a loss, you're only going to have to, this means that, like for the rest of the day, your fate is kind of in somebody else's hands. They're going to have to hope and pray that Fav doesn't win any of their other games. And looking at their group right now, I would have picked Oasis and Fav actually to be the favorites. They were the only teams that were standing in each other's way. And Fav already had the answer to that. So I'm going to say it's not looking great. Even though, of course, I had Oasis as my favorites here, it's not looking great for them right now.
I mean, I had on paper that this game will be group defining. That it's either one of these 2 teams, whoever wins it, or potentially Antic if they get the job done here. But now, with Fav in the driver's seat, it's Oasis that, as Mika mentioned, who has to hope and pray. They can't just, okay, let's just win our 2 games and call it a day anymore. Fav has to drop the ball along the way, and it just is heartbreaking that that pressure, that that perhaps you're playing all throughout the day for nothing.
Yeah, and this is great for Fav too because, again, we talked about how this is one of those, kind of stories where you start from your own region and haven't really broken through. Asia, this kind of tournament from Predator is the way to be able to break through into that Asia Pacific scene. And Fab starts it off with Oasis, a team that has so much experience in that kind of regard. So it's a great start for Fab. So definitely group defining, like you mentioned.
It's I often look at this as like a mirror matchup in a way, right? You have one team that has almost the same history actually on both sides of the ocean, right? You have one in the Japanese region, you want to have ours on the local region, right? But they have the kind of same story. They have been this team that has been around for a while. They've always been looking for those bigger tournaments to kind of break into. They've won pretty much uncontested or like contested maybe a little bit in their respective Predator leagues, right? And they've come here and they are each other's biggest opponent. But the question is now for Oasis Gaming, this was it. This was supposed to be like the hardest step. For Fav, it's only going to get easier, I feel. For Oasis, it's only going to get harder as the hours go on throughout our day. So it's going to get pretty dicey. So I hope you guys stay tuned for the rest of the day to find out what else happens to Oasis Gaming here and what else happens to Fav Gaming as well. It's going to be very interesting, especially since we also have other streams in operation right now with the other groups going on. So do catch those other streams as well if you want to find out what happens to teams like Team Flash or No Salary Peak, or of course Team Secret, Boom Esports as well as in groups number C. So we all have, I think, our respective predictions on what's happening. But as the first match has shown, pretty much could be anybody's game. So it's going to be very exciting indeed. Stay tuned for that. We're going into a quick break, but when we come back, we are going to resume with our matches from Group A.
Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9-13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
guys? Vil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo si Chibibi ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre wala talaga silang mahilig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na sinulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon!
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon! Octagon! X! Octagon! 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 Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga natin pag-internalize nila. Pero kung ako sa'yo, Chibibi, sulat mo na.
Play! 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 Ang Valorant, diba? Play for fix! Play for fix!
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit!
Kung hindi marunong na sa tulo nyo, medyo alangan.
Dito lang yung pinakabait. Ito
Oh,
pinaka-crucial.
shit,
No, mali. Dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, talong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Ses! Wala talo tayo.
Seven.
Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha ng isa. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na dito Kuya Nick? Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organ nila team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion
Two.
score, parang yan ang...
Yun, muntik.
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass.
Soba! 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 Aim! Aim! Bot! Bot! Point! Bot! Aim! Point!
Import.
Point!
Okay na.
Aim!
Easy, Chibi. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud!
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud!
akala ko yun.
Stand proud!
Step bro. Yun.
Stand
Ako pa,
proud!
anong ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy, Chibi. At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist.
Ano yun? Ano?
Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. Let's go.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita ng
Basta, wala ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa natin mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Vil, and see you on to the next one. What is up, guys? Vil here, back at it again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So, kung napapansin nyo sa GBB, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre, wala talaga silang marinig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So, timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na sinulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon!
Lugia.
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon! Octagon! X! Octagon! 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 Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talagang grabe yung pag-internalize nila. Pero kung ako sa GBB, sulat mo na.
Okay, next.
Play! 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 Naging Valorant, diba? Play for fix! Play for fix!
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Perfect.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit!
Kung hindi marunong na sa tulo nyo, medyo alangan.
Dito lang yung pinakabait. Ito
Oh,
pinaka-crucial.
shit,
No, mali. Dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Chess! Wala talo tayo.
Seven.
Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha ni Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Iba yung strategy na dito kuya Nick eh. Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung order niya team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion
Two.
score, parang yan ang...
Yun, muntik.
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba! 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 Aim! Aim! Bot! Bot! Point! Bot! Aim! Point!
Import.
Point!
Okay na.
Aim!
Easy GG. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud!
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud!
akala ko yun.
Stand proud!
Step bro. You know.
Stand
Ako pa
proud!
anong ginagawa mo, bro? Easy. Easy. At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist.
Ano yun? Ano?
Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Meron ba?
Yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. Let's go.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita ng mga...
Basta wala ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video.
Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas.
My name is Phil, and see you on to the next one. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Vin, and syempre kasama ko si Kuya Nick. At sobrang init ng mga games natin so far. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, and syempre napakadami pa natin mga videos na ilalabas. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin ipakilala ang mga teams na maglalaro ngayon. Of course, andito ang team number 1. Kasama natin ang team number 2. So, ang next challenge natin for today's video, andito naman ang Guess the Audio. Are you guys ready? Ready na, team 1. Are you guys ready? Okay, so, first, guess the game. Yes.
Forza?
Yes, tama. Alright. Okay, 1-0 tayo winning. Kakalabi yung team member 2. Maliit lang. Ready? Guess the gun. Yes.
Odin.
Odin, correct. 2-0. Ito, madali lang to. Madali lang to para sa inyo. Ready? Guess the agent. Five, 4-2.
Last one. Match point. Nice try. Match point.
Ito pag hindi na one bird, hindi ko na alam.
Perfect settle first.
Guess the game.
Wala. Tamang sagot ay
Roblox.
the future.
The future.
The future of esports.
Okay, it's time. Guess the action in 3, 2, 1. Uy! Teleport Harvest! Guess the action. 5, 4, 3, 2, steal. 5. Spike defusing. Guess the character. Ready? Ready? 4-4. Guess the character. May mananalo ba? Let's see. Roshan! Congratulations! Okay, pati kami na maisip kung tama ba, pero hindi nasagot sila eh. So yun nga, ladies and gentlemen, ang nanalo dito sa Guess the Audio, Guess the Voice. Palapakan naman natin, we have team number 2! Papipiliin na natin ang team number 2 kung ano ba ang punishment ng team number 1. Game! Drink sour lemon.
With no reaction.
Legit yun. So drink sour lemon without reaction. So gagawin na natin ngayon.
Shot.
Shot puno. Game? Iba!
yung gagawin ko, hindi antayin nyo lang para mas ma-enjoy natin at para mas maging exciting yung mga araw natin ngayon. Once again, ako nga si Bill, kasama ko si Kuya Nick, and see you on to the next one. Tayo yung nagbabalik sa pinakabagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Kuya Nick. At kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kasama natin ang mga nagagawa po ng kagandahan natin mga Predator brand ambassadors and ambassadors para sa ating susunod na challenge dito sa araw na ito. Ito ay tinatawag na IQ test. Direct, game na tayo! 3, 2, 1, go! Round 1. Yun. Guess the game. Yes. Flight Simulator. 1-0. Ayan. Guess. Guess the game, Kuya Nick.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
Yes. 5. Ano yan? Forza? Yes, correct. Forza Horizon 5. Oh, never. Isipin mo yung mga dating mga videos sa ating Forza, yung talaga yung nasasayo talaga si Amara. But here we go. Guess the game. 3, 2, 1, go. 5, 4,
Among Us is...
1, correct!
Alam mo sila ha? Yung button, no? Oo, yung button na rin. Kasi kung wala yung button, hindi nyo maano yun eh.
Si Bibi ka basta ka dyan?
Basic lang. Hindi ko na rin na ako dito.
Si Bibi, no sweat, man. No
Hindi,
sweat.
pang-class kasi ako. Hindi, ako naniniwala ako kayo. Bird! Bird, niwala ako sa inyo, Bird.
Talagang,
Sabi ko sa inyo.
pakita mo kung sino ka.
Kilala ko yung kalaban nyo, hindi marunong isa dyan. Bahala na sila kung sino isa na yun. Ha? See how?
Round number 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hoy! Yes! 5, 4, 3.
Oy!
Steve! Congratulations sa team!
Phil, ito yung matatalo talaga na carry job eh.
Oo,
Binuhat ni Amara. Buhat na buhat! Si Amara nahulaan niya yung Forza. Nahulaan din ni Amara yung Stardew. Nahulaan ni Maggie yung Among Us.
Oo, tama.
Alam mo na kung sino hindi marunong sa kanila.
Super sayang.
Congratulations, congratulations.
Congratulations sa makatindi. Team 2 naman ang nagwagi para sa video na ito, para sa challenge na ito. At sadly, ang kukuha na naman ng challenge is ang team number 1. Ayan, sobrang sayang. Pero yeah, tuloy-tuloy natin to. Punishment na. Game. Ano ang magiging punishment ng team number 1?
Hindi, ito na, parang may ulo pa. Hindi, parang...
Oh, hindi ko na, men.
Parang... Dito, no? Di ba ba? Ano yan?
Ano yan?
Ay, hindi.
Chubby.
Bakit ako kikinig? Chubby Bunny.
Alright, without further ado, umpisahan na natin yung punishment ng
Yes.
team number 1. At ito ang Chubby Bunny. Kuya Nick, paano ba to?
Ganito.
Sample naman.
Ganito.
Sample.
nagbabalik sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At right now, kung napapansin nyo, yung mga brand ambassadors natin ngayon, medyo bumabaril na dahil ang next challenge ay Better Half Winning.
Yan. Para ipaliwanag ko ng better half.
Let's watch this! So nakita natin yung mechanics para sa ating challenge na Better Half, and right now, Kuya Nick, kita natin yung ating mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors na kaupo na. Yan na, magbubukas na. May kita natin ngayon. Gusto ko lang mga comment. Grabe naman sa may nagkakas na agad. Magiging na.
Building.
Grabe! Lag! Mahirap yung internet sa site na to eh.
Ready, kami ready.
Dati.
Ito, tatalunin natin yung top lane yan.
Judge! Sinatgan! Ito I mean, mahaba-haba ang oras pwede kayong mag-chill, pwede kayong mag-alipan pero magkikita kayo sa big.
Yes.
This fight. Let's take what they have.
Na. Let's go! May plano to, may plano to, may plano.
Yung sa akin din may plano. Sobrang sneaky nung galawan na pinapakita nila. Lumabas na
Outrun me.
Ayun na yun! Alam nila!
Alam
Ito
ko yung pwesto eh.
So ngayon, magkakaalaman kung may panalo na or meron na
Keep up.
tiebreaker.
Sudden death.
Sudden death, yeah. Here we go.
Ayan na.
Ayun na. Pero ako magsususin sa kalaban mo.
Mahusay! Mahusay! Ano tapos na region natin yan? Top 7?
Top 7 ang region natin.
Nakakawa.
Oo.
Ito na, ayan na.
Pwede sila magkita. Oh!
Next one down.
Finally! 3-2! Finally! Kamali yung bida. Pero wala eh. 3-2 na. Finally nakabawi na ng Team 1.
Congratulations!
Welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024. You are back on the desk with myself, Mika Fabs, and Asarai and Dax, who were up to absolutely nothing during the break.
No, not at all.
We are good boys.
Yeah, they're very innocent.
Yeah.
I'll just leave that up to interpretation. But thank you very much for joining us once again. We just saw earlier that unfortunately Oasis Gaming did lose to Fav Gaming, but that puts Fav up as the favorite for Group A currently. But we have yet to see two more teams which are coming up in match number 2. We have Antic Esports and Nuclear. Now this is very interesting. We have the Seoul representative from the OCA region versus the Seoul representatives from South Korea. And equally interesting is that Nuclear Dax is also a Game Changers team, which is going to be, it is always inspiring to see when you see a lot of, these female-led teams going into, more mainstream tournaments such as this one. So it's going to be exciting to see indeed. But of course, Asia Pacific Predator League 2024 is presented by Predator and co-presented by Intel. Special thanks as well to our sponsor, Xbox PC Game Pass. Now, onto our match number 2. I think that this match, I would probably say people would say that these are less, I guess, prominent regions, or these are teams that have less experience than our previous two. So it is a toss-up to see, who is going to come out on top. But I think here, Antic Esports does have a bit more of the veteranship.
Yeah,
So- yeah, go
I
ahead.
mean, look, I think the biggest point right now still is something Mika mentioned a while ago. This is mixed competition, Mika. We're gonna get a Game Changers team versus an all-male team right now that we have seen so far, and I'm extremely interested to see how Nuclear is going to stack up to Antic, which has been on the uprise in the Oceania scene. And of course, we're looking at Group A right now. Fab and Oasis, of course, having the result already. On the other hand, Team Flash actually winning out in Group B for the time being. Boom beating NKT. That's big for Boom Esports. And finally, Ender Dragon beating their fellow Peninsula mates Todak there in Group D. So we're already getting a little bit of the lay of the land so far here.
Yeah, I think aside from Fav winning Group A against Oasis in that first match, everything else is all according to plan, to be honest. We're looking at the power levels for the teams right here. I just wanted to say real quick, as you were talking about with Antic, really is a team that has been on the rise in the Oceania region alone in itself. But again, we've talked about this plenty of times already here in the Predator League. They're trying to break through into Asia Pacific, which could be good considering what which players of or who are actually playing in the Antic roster.
I love that you brought that up, but I just have to give a special shout out to the Ender Dragon logo. This is my favorite. How can it not be, right? I know that Team Secret is over there, and of course, like, you know, my heart goes out to them. But come on, it's such a cute dragon.
It's a Minecraft one.
It is. So
I love dragons.
I know.
Hey.
I know. Wow, nice flex there.
You know that he has a reel of him doing the toothless dance with his arm.
No, just my
I'm
arm.
pretty sure people saw that on, you know, probably on your social media. So, but we are going to talk about Antic Esports right now, Asarai. Not any of your tattoos or not any of your dragons at the moment. Let's take a closer look at Antic Esports. Antic Esports, these guys were the favorites from the region to qualify without having dropped a series in Predator League Oceania. This roster has been making the rounds in OCE, right? And like the region's VCL and some off-season events, I believe. So I think it's no surprise that we're seeing them here today. And I think, as you mentioned, Azarai, there are some familiar faces here.
Absolutely. So if you have been following Ascension Pacific from last year, Watt and Nas, formerly of Bonkers, now playing under the Antic Esports banner. And what's kind of interesting about this is Watt was the first one that actually joined up Antic. I think they lost a player in the name of Water,
yeah.
That was replaced by Nas because they were looking for whatever the cause it might be. They got themselves an IGL that they're wanting to kind of reform this team in-game, to lead this team in-game, because it seems like even though they have been dominating, it feels like they haven't been as structured as they would want to be.
Yeah, and the core of Antic Esports, they did play before with each other back in stage number 1. You had Punda, Mike, and Watt in that first iteration of Bonkers, then picked up by 95X. They did leave, though, in stage 2 to go to Fun Crew, if I remember correctly, but now they're back and better than ever. And not only that, they have picked up in such a strong talent in Maz. He hasn't really gotten as much VCL competition as the rest of the roster, but we've seen, especially in the Predator League, and you can see his little dance already, very, very confident in how he plays the jet. And truthfully, we always love to see these OCE jets that can perform in big stages.
You can see he's feeling good, right?
Yeah.
He's got
So
a little dance
confident.
going on, and he's working the camera indeed.
Watt
You gotta
looks so
love-
serious,
You
though.
gotta love players like this, right?
Yeah.
So I think this is gonna be a really, really fun one to watch. They will be up against Nuclear, though. Again, our sole representative from not just from South Korea, but from Game Changers as well. Gonna be interesting to see how they are. So let's take a closer look at their roster. many in this tournament, this team definitely hopes to make their mark. This team did qualify for Game Changers East Asia in 2023 against teams from the Chinese region, from the Japanese region, other teams from Korea as well. However, they were knocked out on their first match into the playoffs, right? So will they fare better in this international tournament? That is a big question.
I think the biggest feature Nuclear has right now is that they are the champions of Korea back in stage number 2. And of course, to lead it herself in this team, it has to be Dohee. She has been a star in the making in the Korean scene. Not only was she, of course, part of this Nuclear roster to become that champion, she is the IGL, and she was also the Stage 1 champion back when she was part of Lunatic High. Truthfully, when I look at Nuclear and the Korean Game Changer scene as a whole, you don't see as many talents there really flourish as much, because some of the higher talents, Mika, you notice that they play in Japan instead, like the DRX team, other iterations as well. This is a big test for Nuclear as a whole to represent not only themselves but also their scene in general.
Yeah, it would be fun to see how that kind of, as you were mentioning off camera, the explosive play style of Nuclear come into play here against somewhat of more seasoned veteran players in the form of the Antic team. And as we were talking about this Antic team as well, I just wanted to say that earlier I did mention how this team is trying to reform themselves. We have, as you mentioned, a couple of players that have been playing with each other for a while. It wasn't actually just Watt, Nas, and Panda, was it? It's also Mike and Panda that have been playing for a very long time already as a duo. I believe pre-Valorant as well, they were playing some other games in other regions. Anyways, kind of interesting to see how this team will kind of flare out, especially with the new addition of Nas. Another thing, you saw how their player that was doing this, Maz, has been the Jet player now. They have been experimenting somewhat, and because of the addition of Nas, they actually put him more on that Jet, and I would love to see how he plays as that explosive duelist here for Antic.
Well, he has great energy IRL,
Oh, yeah.
so I'm excited to see him take on that role. I think he's pumped for today. My big question for this matchup is that you have a region with a lot of fierce competition like South Korea, right? This was basically where esports was born. You have versus a region that, to put mildly, doesn't get the same opportunities, right? So how much have these teams been shaped by their experiences in their regions is a big question, as well as how well will they match up here on Haven. It is good to see this, by the way, countdown while you see this map, because of course it will be days are numbered.
Bye-bye, Haven.
Bye-bye, Haven.
I mean, why can't we say bye-bye to Ascent? Sorry, I just wanted to check.
No. Ascent will stay there forever.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you
The
on that.
meta will stay forever on Ascent. It will always be Ascent over and over again. But Haven being the map pick, I was actually interested to see what we would get here from Nuclear, since most of their stronger map picks aren't even in the map rotation anymore. It used to be the history of playing really well on Pearl, playing really well on Fracture.
Yeah.
When it came to East Asia, they were knocked down a peg by EDG instead, and especially on this map. But of course, they're still willing to play it, and what I've noticed for the side of Nuclear, they love to set up these early trap plays, cause attention in places like A Long Cubby, have someone buy lobby to set up flash play, and then try to be explosive for there. Nuclear GC is a team willing to fight anyone and everyone.
And I just can't, again, wait to see how Antic is going to be kind of looking at that kind of approach, because they have been somewhat, even though they have been dominant in some of the matches here, it just feels like there's still some weird iterations of how they kind of play out. They actually put Mazwang from time to time on that chamber, which sometimes works out, which sometimes doesn't work. So again, just looking forward to see how that kind of pans out.
Yeah, I think that, we do have a Haven as our map pick, right? So I think it's difficult to tell, like Dax mentioned, for Nuclear, but Antic's Lotus seems to be, seems to have a good record so far. So it might bode well for their Haven here. I'm wondering, going into our Agent Select, which will be very, very soon. I know that Nuclear, they do favor the double initiator, but Antic has a lot more potential to be more flexible. I think, we did see, like, earlier, based on, like, player camps, their energy is, up, and I think Maz is, like, quite ready to play, so they could be running something that could be centered around him.
And not only that, you have flexible players like Noz as well as Mike, who can actually flex onto the Raze if ever. Nuclear, they have decided to coagulate a little bit more, Mika, in their later history, because they did make a few roster adjustments coming into Predator League, and the two players I have to notice right now has to be Gonyak as well as Full Moon. Gonyak, a prodigy in the making, 16 years old, filling in incredible shoes that Muhan did leave behind. And you've always noticed for Nuclear that first blood potential of their duelist, that's something she has to match. Full Moon as well, taking the role of 3-3-2 as a Sentinel. It's 3-3-2 who moves over to controllers. There's so many adjustments here for Nuclear just to make them ready for this world stage.
And speaking of adjustments, I feel like at least Antic hasn't been that in the most recent maps. I did mention how they have been kind of flexing a little bit Maz from time to time. Unsure what, what's going to happen there. But I also wanted to just mention out that in the past, most recent maps, from Haven here.
Don't be afraid, Asura. It's okay. Just keep talking. You're safe here.
From Haven here, it has been quite the high percentage win rate for Antic. So again, how that transitions against a team that plays such as Nuclear, which is very different from, I think, what Antic has been playing with here, is going to be quite the interesting thing if it's going to be effective or not as effective.
I mean, I think that's what's interesting is that we're getting Haven in the first place because we did see Antic lose that in the grand finals. It was their only map drop in that series. But then again, Mika mentioned a while ago, playing Lotus is a consideration, yes, for Antic, but also a big consideration for Nuclear. And it really just goes to show, Antic, they've done their research. They know that Nuclear as a whole, with this map pool, they don't have the widest map draft. They don't have the widest availability on what map they want to go on compared to before, and they're trying to exploit that fact instead, especially since they did see EDG beat Nuclear back in the East Asia side of the Game Changers in commanding fashion.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because it seems as though Nuclear's aces are gone in terms of like the map select. But we're getting a lot of energy, by the way, from our other streams. Do show them some love. We do have the other groups being streamed on different streams, brought to you by I believe we have our Tagalog stream as well, whose energy we're catching. But yes, as we mentioned, it could be that Nuclear are keeping secrets. We haven't exactly seen them very recently. So, 2 months, 3 months is quite a long time, right? So there could be a lot of improvement here. There could be a lot of mixes. It could be a big question mark. And, playing up against an unknown is always very, very scary because it's very difficult to read somebody who, you have no information about.
I mean, come on. Look at the matchup itself, Mika. This is such a big unknown. When do you get matchups like this? Cross-region, of course, from Game Changers to the VCL side. This is what we're going to get here at the Predator League. And one thing I've also noticed from Nuclear is they're not afraid to play a game of contact. It's something I mentioned a while ago. This is a team very willing to push, set up those early traps, and find contact points early on too. But there's another thing as Maz is just really working that camera.
He's working the camera.
Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. But Nuclear, in their history, they are willing to play a double duelist style if need be as well. So if they can just bring in that high octane action, be that big question mark that Antic doesn't expect, then they can give such a big surprise to our OCE squad.
Yeah, and this is again why Antic are very much happy to have this quote-unquote newer roster. They have been playing for a few months now. Again, having more seasoned veterans with Watt as well as Nos. Again, I know that Mike and Panda are seasoned veterans in the Oceania region, but you also have to take note how much more experience outside of Oceania Watt and Nos have kind of garnered, and bringing that into that Antic roster, bringing that into these people that want to be able to play outside of Oceania is such a big deal. And what's kind of interesting as well, even though they have a Vietnamese player with Maz, I think you've mentioned it already, the last time he played in Vietnam was like 2021. So he's been playing for like the past 2 years on Oceania. So he might not be as well-versed right now in the Asia-Pacific language.
There's a big guiding hand here for Maz. That's to be said, because you have Nos, and that's why they picked up Nos in the first place, to be that IGL, to bring in that control. And we've seen really the best of the best OCE teams do flourish when they have people in command. We've seen it from Bonkers, we've seen it from Bobo, and we've seen it time and time again when the OCE squad decides to play onto the world stage. This is their chance here for Antic to be one of those big guns moving forward also.
I mean, you're absolutely right. That experience, that tenure is a big factor indeed, especially since a lot of teams have mentioned how, adjusting to the APAC meta, to the Southeast Asia meta, it does take quite a little bit of adjustment. And we've seen it from even the best teams in the world, right? Whenever they encounter a team that is from this region that tends to be very chaotic, it is a bit of a shocker. So, coming out, having these tournaments, having these international tournaments is a great way to be able to have that information exchange, right? Which we're having right here. So it's going to be really interesting indeed. As we're seeing our teams right now, still setting up, and Maz is still entertaining the camera for everybody.
Thank you, Maz.
I think he's definitely, showing a lot of personality indeed, which is great, by the way, because as you mentioned, we don't get a lot of players from the Vietnamese region. They are a region that, much like Oceania, actually doesn't have a lot of opportunities or doesn't have the same sort of like experience or landscape as regions like the Philippines or Indonesia might have.
They were a little too late to the party.
Yeah,
they were.
It was 2 years delayed, right?
Yeah, they were
From-
the late
yeah.
addition to SEA way back when. And yes, now we have some incredible mainstays like FCY who does compete again and again. It just does feel that you want to see those kind of talents also find their footing elsewhere, and it really just goes to show that's what Maz is doing right now. He honestly reminds me a little bit of Ronsky as well, who did play in OCE, went to that GE roster before, I think, retiring from what we've seen so far. And his playstyle also can be a little bit reminiscent of that flashy firepower. And when I've seen them play on a map like Breeze, he's just able to navigate from site to tunnel to mid with blades, with the gun in hand, with a rifle, right? You always have those prodigies available in the OCE region. But it is a test for him, because if you look at his history, he's only played in the VCL for a few matches, and those were the open qualifiers. Everything else was in a community tournament. He was part of Team Trident for a very long time until he got picked up here by Antic, and this is the start of the evolution of his career.
Absolutely. Again, I just gotta add to what you were, you're mentioning about Vietnam and everything. All of the well-known Vietnamese players, the incredibly strong ones, have actually gone outside of their local region into other teams. Crazy Guy, on Bleed. There was another one I forgot. I think that was
Jin.
from...
Remember Jin?
Yeah, Jin. And another one as well from Cerberus, I think, that went out. Fischio, I think, is now playing on another team that's outside of Vietnam. Anyways, that's just kind of, the curve right now for Vietnamese players that really want to get into that international scene. That being said, though, just moving into a different topic, could be also interesting to see the stylistic difference of both of the teams, because Dax was talking about how explosive Nuclear is. They like to take these more confrontational fights, but as I mentioned that they were trying to round it off with Antic Esports. I'm so sorry. It really is bleeding over. I can hear the energy.
For context for our audience, we are positioned very near
back to back with Group B.
the Tagalog stream or the Filipino stream,
Yeah.
right? And they are doing Group B, I believe, and you have Vil over there, and that is enough said.
Yeah, okay, all right. Sorry,
They're very excited, that's for sure.
All right, sorry, just to finish off what I was mentioning as well, this is the roster that they're super happy with, because after Watt and Nas have actually joined, aside from, the mention of Nas being the Igilla and so on and so forth, they actually have fitted nicely into their roles as well. We have, again, Maz on that jet, I've already said this. Mike, who loves to play as the clutch lurker, perfectly on that Sentinel Cypher Killjoy role. Punda as the Sova that can also play that Raze. And of course, Watt that is going to be that controller.
And now we're heading into our agent select, and I know that like a lot of people say, hey, don't experiment or something on a big international tournament, but I feel like right now, Asia Pacific Predator League, it's the first off-season event of the year. Why not? There's no better time to do that and to have a better training ground to be able to practice these kinds of strategies than this. Yes, we love you, Maz. You can work the camera as much as you want. And I can't wait, by the way, to see his like little in-game celebrations as well, if we can cut to him really quickly during those times.
A little dance, a little twirl, and we're going to be getting into our game very, very much so shortly. I guess, again, when we look back at Nuclear right now, this is their chance to prove themselves. They have everything to gain here and nothing really to lose per se, just because they're still trying to find that identity. You have these two new players. They had that stylistic shift from the Game Changers career scene of playing that double duelist and then moving into a more utility-based kind of coordinated play when they played against EDG. It's time for them to find that identity as soon as they can, and the Predator League is just a step ahead in that journey. So if this is it, we're going to be getting into that one immediately. You see it, a single duelist only for Nuclear. They're playing that jet there for Gonyak. On the other hand, Maz, of course, as Asura has been hyping up, he's going to be on that jet for Antic.
Yeah, it's basically a mirror matchup from the looks of things, from what we're seeing here. So again, this is just going to be looking at what the different approach is from both of our teams. I'm actually unsure of who's going to be starting on the attack. If just memory serves me correct, it should be the left one, but we'll have to double check on that. That being said, though, this could actually allow Antic to set the pace, considering that it is going to be Haven as well. With this kind of lineup that you have, you know, the standard Haven attack comp, it's going to be very easy for them to set things up on that offense, and it's all going to be up to Maz to get things started.
I am very excited for this mirror matchup indeed, especially since it's going to come down to the fundamentals. So let's get into it. It's going to be a Nuclear versus Antic Esports on Haven.
It's a battle of backgrounds, basically. It's a battle of styles. And here we go, ladies and gents. Second match of Group A. You got Nuclear on one side, you got Antic on the other. And if I've noticed this correctly, it's actually Coach Youngju playing here over 3-3-2. But immediately Maz draws first blood. A quick beginning courtesy of Antic. They want to clash as soon as possible. And they already are ahead in a 4v2 set.
This has definitely gone awry, and it's going to be, as you mentioned, Nuclear going to be on the offense. 2 versus 4. That push out onto C Long really hurting their numbers right now as they try to re-encompass the situation. Killjoy Alarm Bot is still active here on Garage, so Full Moon, as she tries to push up into it, might get exposed. Lots of noise being done by the breach to get some attention in, but it's not going to form out against Watt as he picks up the easy 4K.
Yeah, what, where, why, how? He finds the 4 answers anyway. And Antic Esports, they're going to take that pistol. They were willing to fight Nuclear at their own game. And this is what Antic can relate to. Usually when we see them in the OCE scene, there's one impact player trying to play away from everyone else, call that attention, and allow the rest to funnel in. On the other hand, though, if they feel confident that they can clash, they're just willing to stand their ground like that and go for that dry peak as soon as possible.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the heavy hit for Nuclear as well. As you mentioned, playing with a coach, not the optimal way to go about things. Unsure what happened there, but again, they're just going to have to deal with things for the moment. A week by here, or just a couple of pistol upgrades for Nuclear on their save or on their eco. And they are trying to clear as much utility at the start here first, but they haven't really garnered that much information as to where the players are, just where the Killjoy is and her turret.
Yeah, Mike playing towards window. You see Hana, though. She's no longer playing that second duelist. Really, the adjustments to play more flash-based initiators like that breach. And Nuclear playing a slower style right now. This goes to show how they're trying to find different ways to play in their careers. Full Moon.
Yeah.
Marking towards mid. Punda, though, has the Phantom in hand, and the firepower is set here for Antic. Go for a recon bolt, broken quickly. Nas priming. A potential flash here. But beyond that, Nuclear, they tried to dip into those waters, have the back on the way. Mike, on the other hand, he's prepped here by window, ready to drown anyone coming his way.
Mike's got the timing as well. He's tucked himself, as he mentioned, on that window position. Doesn't have any more nanoswarms to stop them, but full HP is going to be pretty good at just absorbing some hits and getting in. And speaking of getting in, Gonyak's actually found herself on that A site. This could actually beg the rotation from the Sova to go to that A. Yes, if he goes on long, this is going to falter maybe. No! Oh, wait! They're leaving that A site. They think it's C.
Oh.
There's time to plant that spike right now. And he's not even going to know about this. But the spike, you need to pick it up, Gonyak. You need to plant it. She will have some time, but everybody is scrambled all across the map.
Yeah, Maz found one at the very least, but Nuclear
planted
at the brink of that timer. They get the plant going. Patience bearing fruit for Gonyak. Advantage still, though, for Antic. Throw out the smoke. SWAT going over to the high ground as well. And Mike looking to find any point of contact as soon as possible. Here comes Antic now, trying to flood from the CT side. Black Punda on the board, and Nuclear is cleared out. It's 2-0 as the anti-eco is clean from Antic.
Man, gotta love how Gonyak is just fearless in getting into that site. Could have had more opportunities to, well, basically explode, but had to trade life for life, or had to trade very quickly into that push from Watt. Kind of the interesting
10 seconds
way to get
left.
about things, but you know what? Nuclear's not gonna say no to
One
a
enemy
spike
remaining.
plant to give them more money coming in to their gun round.
And I just love how patient Gonyak was in that situation. There was a chance for her to go for the breach. There was a chance for her to peek into Link. But they made that noise instead. Caught out that one rotating. But Antic, they had the firepower and they had the skill to deal with it. Guns out though. Nuclear now ready to fight back.
Quick use on the fault line, stop anything too quick to push on that short. As you see, Gonyak has already used that tailwind to clear things up. They want to go for another offensive on that A site using the Sova drone to make sure no weird angles will be held here by Antic and going to be forcing flight. If they don't stop this plant, yeah, they go for that host.
Spike
Gunda
planted.
getting the intel, realizing the default plant is set. Nuclear though, making their way towards the site. Though he burned down as she was low already. And Volmon going for the contact point, but that's two right in front of her. Desperate scenario here for Nuclear, trying to find a few picks here and there. Coach Yongju though, pitching in. He's good for one, sure. Together with Hana and Antic. They're all over the place and they're ready to find wherever Nuclear tries to hide in.
That's what we're talking about, man.
Team Ace.
Antic got themselves a more well-rounded composition, calls for that double flank, and they actually had plenty of time to be able to get that one, probably because of the information that Punda was able to garner. The double swing just to get the catch onto Full Moon, and that was enough to really put the pressure on Nuclear, and you already saw how very quickly Antic was able to just retake that site.
Yeah, Hannah was good for two, but the numbers from Antic again flooding in for the retake. They take the bonus, and they're taking command of the game so far. Nuclear, though, we've talked about their potential to be explosive. It might be time to do so here. What? All the smoke coming his way. Try to go for a pot shot or two. Hana takes some damage, yes. And Antic right now just keeping Nuclear at bay again.
Just again, slower approach here for Nuclear. Seems like Nuclear doesn't have that many options just yet. They're very much on that position or on that mind state that they just have to look for a contact first, see if they can win it, and then just maybe go for a default. And it's pretty viable here on Haven, where defaults are, I think, the strongest compared to any other excuse me, map. So could work out here, especially on that seaside.
Willing to overwhelm perhaps, but what is just playing a firing range from above. He takes center stage and takes two lives along the way. Maz also doing the same, and Antic get a roll call there of around 4-0, and they're banking ultimates to boots.
I mean, Flash was for that back side. Mazwan was in front. He's not going to get blinded, so he just says, thank you very much for that quick little dry peek for myself. And again, all of the decisions for Nuclear here has just resulted in getting that heavy contact against Antic. And sure, you have that chance to be able to overwhelm, but Antic at this point are just so locked in that it hasn't really happened for Nuclear. So when is the winds of change going to really change the ante?
Yeah, Antic are just going for a skill check right now. And here we go. It's just all engines a go for Antic. In a blink of an eye, Asarai, the round's done and they're up to 5.
Truthfully, again, don't forget, this is a best of one. Nuclear could call for that timeout. Actually, they have the... So how does that work? Like, if you have a coach that's playing for you and you call for a timeout, oh yeah, I mean, you still use the time to, you know, take a breath.
It's just a timeout from the game.
So I was thinking, wait, is the coach talking while he's playing? Of course
he
can.
is!
Yeah.
He's communicating! What kind of question is that?
I'm sorry, I walked on the wrong side of the bed this morning.
It's okay, at least you got some sleep. Nuclear though, they're gonna need to wake up and fast, and yet again, we're looking for to find the impact, but Maz is ready to be explosive, and here we go again with a match. So it's 2 for Maz before he's felled. Also Antic picking up the ante here. It's just a shift of gears by this point. They're going turbo right now, and Antic are taking the space Nuclear tries to start from.
Yeah, Yongju all alone in this situation. Watts already at breathing distance, spotted that shoulder, as you mentioned. That's just going to be a quick little round. This is the point where Antic, they know that they can bully Nuclear every push that they make, every move that they take. They will follow them. Yep. They will follow you.
Got him.
They will win.
Oh, that sounds like a that sounds like a song, huh?
No, it's not. I thought about that. It was in my head the entire time.
It was original.
Yes.
All you. Okay.
All original after I thought. You know?
Okay, copyrighted already and trademark, but it does feel like the trademark here for Antic is to just overwhelm. 10 kills for what?
Get out of my
Honestly,
way.
the player that accomplished so much last year from the OCE scene, making it all the way to Ascension back at Bunker is now a pivotal piece. Still playing that controller role here for Antic. Of course, you've seen so far many an OCE players just be explosive when they want to shoot back. In any case though, Full Moon now making Watt sleep. A chance for Nuclear to get in there, and they're feeling a little bit more confident in the round after that first pick. Gonyak, does she dare push into the smoke with the shorty? Aftershock also ready to receive. So he here. The plant though going down to Sova low on the HP already. Watching Mike in this position, but Noz instead getting one for himself. Advantage now here for Nuclear. Gonyak wants to go for the push. The clash happens, and Gonyak takes it. They might spot also the Sova here. Honda though bringing in the big gun. The Odin able to equalize. And now this might be Nuclear in trouble. The scan is perfect. They know exactly where they are. And Hana, he tries to go for the bailout, but it's not gonna happen. Nuclear is shut down as Antic are keeping it perfect still.
Oh, that was the first real threatening round to come out of Nuclear. They got the first pick. They somehow managed to swing their way on that B side, get another pick on A link, and then Punda out of nowhere gets the 2K, pushes in the advantage. And again, the reason why I was just making so much noise in that situation, in such a position on B, you do not want to get tagged by that recon dart because it just reduces your chances of winning. If you're trapped at the back of the site, you already know that you cannot reposition because of just how awkward that back B position is.
And look at that level of confidence from Antic. There was still second guessing there from Nuclear after the dart. A little bit of hesitation with the Rolling Thunder, and Antic already executed as soon as possible. Hunter's Fury though, heard here from Nuclear. Doesn't get much value though. Gonyak going to the Paranoia, ready to get in there. And it does seem like here for Nuclear, they're at least feeling a bit more confident after that last round. Can Watt shut this down? The answer, no. Youngju, good for one. Here comes Antic though to fight back already. They're not even waiting for the plant here, Asteroid. It's the Maz show yet again, looking to take center stage, but no. He's felled by Youngju again. 2v2. Noz here with the up close. It's left now to a 1v1.
Oh, no, no.
And oh, you can't TP out of that. No escape, says Punda. 8 is the way here for Antic.
Oh, you already know what the plan was. From the shadows, go on to the other side. But Punda's like, I'm close. I can just stop you. So, but other than that, that was again another almost good push from Nuclear here. But there's just that always one tidbit from Antic that flips it all around. The round before that, it was Punda. The round on this one, it's Maz.
Yeah, it just screams here for Antic that they're still able to handle any kind of pressure. Nuclear is now taking it to Antic, yes, for the past 2 rounds, but the score doesn't lie. It's been one-sided. Maz, though, erasing Gonyak here. On the other hand, though, that's a beautiful shutdown. And here we go again. Hopes being made by Nuclear.
Yeah, Hannah opens it up. That's going to be huge. Can she actually pick up a weapon for Doohy here? That's actually going to be at least a big, big help, especially now that they kind of slowed down the pace once again. Speaking of slowing down the pace, Antic haven't really pushed out from their own side of the map just yet, respecting the push. They still have both initiators available as well as the Killjoy, so they're not really rushing anything. They can use those utilities to get them that information.
Yeah, and I love the call from Antic because there was that tendency to overheat that you're trying to hit an oncoming bus with your own oncoming bus when you can stay on the station. And speaking of, Conductor Watt ready to toot that horn. A little bit of a whistle. Watt takes one down. From this point on, Antic is looking around for any other straggler. Goodbye to Doohy. Hana though still with a fight back. Can she go for more? The answer is no, as Antic now are 1 away from double digits.
Man, Nuclear are getting these early round advantages, but it somehow looks like they don't know what to do with it. And because of that, they're losing that momentum that they got at the first shock and awe. of each and every round. Look at this. They're trying to get that control. It's slow. So Antic has time to breathe. Once they have time to breathe, they got time to go and counteract that offense from Nuclear here.
And just the leadership again from Antic. You were talking about it extensively, picking up that new IGL in Noz, right? Just making those mid-round calls to say, guys, chill out. We still have a few more rounds to go. Not giving time out to Coach Pilski whatsoever. Anyway, Punda, Owl drones out and about. Gets the intel immediately. Nuclear is trying to come his way. Up here from Maz, though, is just gonna hit center of mass. Oh no. Another one. Not a victim here for Hana. Maybe a second chance. The double dip doesn't work, but Punda, of course, has too many bullets in the chamber. And he can keep on going. Cognacs in! This is big for Nuclear. Finally, a bit of a reaction for them.
I might. That's the punish that Nuclear was looking for. Killjoy lockdown. Not going to be in time. That's going to be the plant on the spike. It's placed a little bit awkwardly, but they should know somewhat that it's either long on the left or on short that somebody's going to be holding the angle.
Yeah, there's also a flank coming their way. Paranoid thrown over towards short. Here comes the Recon Dart. Inside the smoke, He makes the operator count.
Okay.
What versus 2 now? It's a long flank coming his way. And the Shock Dart trying to scare him off. Does he see
he doesn't see it.
time? Now he does, but it's little too late. And Nuclear get on the board here.
That is what Nuclear was waiting for. Finally, the first contact, they don't let go of the grip that they've gotten. Keep pushing that advantage. Sure, you're going to have contact. Sure, it might actually look a little bit gruesome, a little bit bloody, but it doesn't matter. Keep the pressure rolling, and it finally breaks through here for Nuclear.
It was the style that brought them their championship and Game Changers. It was the way that they were able to have a perfect playoff run in stage number 2. And a confident Nuclear is a strong Nuclear. It can be the start of something new. Antic, of course, they've shown how much of a powerhouse they have been to look to shut that down. And immediately, you got Watt here trying to put pressure on that initial smoke. The dart is going to be the answer though, so though he using early utility just to fend off Antic. But the job's done for Nuclear so far. They got the orb to get the blades online.
Well, Nuclear, they're coming together for that fusion. This time we're looking for the fission to see how how it happens. They did pick up the orb here, so that Gonyak is going to be with the blades. She hasn't activated Tailwind early, maybe to get that early contact on C-Long, so she can't use it to get into the site, and Doogie doesn't see anyone on the smoke. That is a grave mistake.
Unfortunate to say the least, and Watt is just opportunistic yet again. Maybe a second chance, second kill, and Watt actually catching Cognac instead of all the targets. It's the blades that are dulled. Bad the worst here for Nuclear. Antic, though, on the other hand, keeping some stellar tabs while still playing into mid here.
Okay, they can still get composure on this round. 30 seconds, plenty of time. They're already close on one of the 2 sides. BRC, they have the lockdown. The problem is they lack that information to know where to use this lockdown a lot more.
And Full Moon, she might be the one who has to watch out for Link by this point, though he walking into the crosshairs of Mike. And that's just unfortunate for Nuclear. They needed to take a single step more to fight back. Antic, on the other hand, standing their ground, holding toward Link, and now they're up to 10.
So the thing is, with how Nuclear are moving in that particular round, Antic already knew where they were. Because again, they did the contact on Garage, so there's one of 2 things. It's either the B or the C. Nuclear wanted to go for the riskier one, where they can get flanked from both angles, pushing on to B. They could have gone A, and the only real threat that they had to deal with was possibly Mazwong, that was actually flanking already all the way on the Nuclear side spawn. So not sure what Nuclear was kind of going for there. Maybe they wanted to contact to thin down the numbers of Antic. I don't know, but ultimately it didn't work out.
And just a level of hesitation in the middle of the round. You could still see how secure Antic was. Nuclear walking into a bad spot, and Watt makes it worse even. 2 for Watt before he's taken down. Youngju also a casualty of the blade. Nuclear, though, still ready to receive anyway. And that precision is what can bail out Nuclear in a pinch.
It's a little bit tagged though, but they do have that safety on the lockdown.
Oh my! The lineup!
Dude, you saw it!
How?
Okay, he still has the lockdown available, so he can plant that spike for safety, but it's a 2 versus 1.
Hunda perfect. That's all I got to say after that one. And it is gonna be even worse now.
no, they're playing with
Punta
their food.
toying with his opponent now and has come to execute. He set things up, he knocked things down. It's an alley-oop to himself by this point, as this is looking to be Antic's run. 11-1 is the end of the half here.
Wow. That was
Yes.
unfortunate.
Switching sides.
We'll probably see the replay, but imagine that in slow motion as Duhir is like, no, get out! It's already coming! Can you back away? The inevitable! And there it is! Ah.
She planted lockdown and went for the spike plant, but in that angle you don't actually see it until it hits the wall.
Yeah.
And she's mid-animation, so it's a little too late.
Just back away.
That's a heartbreaker, but Antic on the other hand, they're showing why they're here, why they're representing OCE, and they can be one of the big dogs from down under if they can keep this up in the group. But the job's not done. If they win the pistol though, Asarai, I do feel like that can be the nail in the coffin.
Usually I say I would agree with you, but it just like 11-1, man.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a lot of work to be done here. And speaking of which, it's Gonyak just pushing in. She wants to get work started. It's maybe push it into overtime.
Might as well fight. Might as well try it to win
Oh my
it.
God.
But the hesitation. And what, again, has been the punisher throughout this round? How many times has this veteran gotten double kills in this game? I have lost count. Maybe a triple, though, as Youngju runs into them. They don't see each other. Eventually, what realizes, hey, wait, that's not a mirror. That's my opponent. 4v1 already the situation. Full Moon is getting hunted. Here comes the son of What. Apparently, though, it is a chance, but Punda will make it Nightfall instead. 12-1, this is it, Asarai. Match point, anti-eco, everything is for Antic here.
That's going to be a big hit. That means that...
It has to be a force from
Nuclear. Exactly. So they're not going to be in a position where they have
One enemy remaining.
weapons. They saw shoulder to shoulder, but What is so quick and just being able to, again, transition into that. And here's another tidbit as we are preparing into this round. Watt was already looking for a new team when he was still with Bonkers, I believe, on Ascension Pacific. I think this is already general knowledge. So him being able to find a team with Antic that he's been here for a couple of months with, you do see the effort as well as the, you know...
Ooh, okay, there's the effort, but Gonyak over onto the corner in a perfect position to take down 3. Nuclear is still having a heartbeat in this game. It's all left to Mike now. He's strapped into the corner, and he is exterminated as such. Nuclear making it 2, so at least a chance here when they went for the 4th spot.
Gonyak's been amazing for Nuclear in the rounds they have won. Again, it's not a lot, but when you do get a chance, as you mentioned, it's the heartbeat, man. A little bit far from the goal, but if she can keep this kind of performance rolling, there's a chance we can have a closer game, even though it's already almost at that finish line for Antic.
Yeah, Nuclear, this is a team that looks so good when you go for blue. This is a team that has to be confident again and again if they want to succeed. And right now, they're being tested by the firepower, by the calls of Antic right now, especially in the mid-round. This time around, though, it is an eco for Antic just because of the last round situation. So turret's broken. Was trying to dip into the waters of the garage. It's fended off by Full Moon for the time being, so a pivot towards B is a must.
There's a lot of receiving utilities here on that B site. All of the nano swarms plus the alarm bot. If they make a mistake, they're going to sizzle. They're going to melt away with that. Dohi giving a bit of positioning here for her teammate on the corner. Mike's there. Oh, Gonyak dashes forward, but Dohi's here for the counteract, for the punish.
It's always so scary to see the tailwind up front like that.
Oh, the jump!
Not like this! Not like that, and suddenly the sand shift in favor of Antic. A is wide open. Youngju assassinating What up close to at least equalize those numbers. But the gun's now picked up by Antic, and they've gotten the spike down too.
They have good timing as well. Look at the flank are coming in from short right now. Mike as well as teammate not even looking at it.
Oh, the Killjoy, Full Moon,
Timing.
her moment, her time. It's looking to be now, unless Punda can play to his namesake and find the final 2 on the other side. Paranoid though, avoided moment made here by Punda, ready to punt any kind of opposition.
Oh,
Full
no!
Moon cannot escape, and it's all business here from Antic. One word to describe it as right. Dominant, 13-2 to take this best of 1.
not anticipating that there was enough time to go for the push. You could understand the pros don't fake, but at that time, he still had an opportunity to stop defusing. You already halved it. There's plenty of time to go for that 1 versus 1, but no, she wanted to just deep dive in and hopefully get another round for Nuclear. It's not going to happen. And Antic themselves, again, 13-2, man. It's wild.
Yeah, we're basically speechless, so that's why we have Mika here. What a game by Antic.
No speeches from me. No
Okay.
speeches from me, unfortunately. 13-2 is a score that's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, you know, you could go through the rounds and everything, but unfortunately, it was just that Antic would just shut down Nuclear every single time, right? You know, we saw on that first contact, it usually meant that the round was decided already, right? And you can just see that, you know, in Nuclear, unfortunately, it just didn't feel like they were operating at the same pace that Antic was, right? Because we saw like a little bit of like hints of that potential coming out in the last few rounds. And I think it's that adrenaline rush that I was looking for. I was looking for them to really push, but unfortunately, it came out a little bit too late.
Yeah, the signs of life were there.
Yeah.
We would see the Nuclear that did take that game changer steam by storm back in Korea, but at the very start, trying to play too default heavy, just letting Antic set that pace and get those players heated up. How did this game start? With Antic going for an incredible heat check towards Silong, Watt immediately looking for contact, Maz immediately looking for that contact, and from that point, Antic said, we got this, and they kept that creed going every single round from that point
And
on.
I like how you pointed that out, because I was about to do the same thing because of the fact that I feel like, as you mentioned, Nuclear wanted to get that quick adrenaline rush to get things started on that game. Every single time that they tried to do that, Antic was just slapping their hands away from that site. Whether it's just a good, you know, kind of instinct read for Antic to just, oh, let's stack this site. They might do something, some shenanigans here. It works out. It just every single turn that that Nuclear tried to make, Antic was always one step ahead, and you can't really want to be in that position as Nuclear that wanted to get that quick heat up in this particular Haven map.
And you know how ready they were, right? You mentioned like, you know, Antic like being ready, right, to anticipate that that contact. But as we saw from Nuclear, unfortunately, like that first contact would come in, and then you'd have this little bit of a delay, in the reaction time, especially when they were up against Watt here, right? I do remember that hole that he had over on Garage, and there were like 3 peeking, and he nearly got all 3 of them, but he got 2, which was still admirable, right? And it was mainly because Nuclear wasn't anticipating him there, and even when they did see him, they didn't exactly have that same speed, you know, that adrenaline rush that we were talking about to be able to react quickly to him.
Matt's happy in another country. His money's good for it. Because if you notice, rounds, double kills, buy one, take one, thank you very much. And even though he would get killed by that point, the damage has been already done. And look, we start with the highlights with him getting a double kill, getting a multi-kill actually in the pistol round along. It was the case in point for Antic all throughout that game there.
And there was that little tidbit where Nuclear, you know, talking about the other team, had a chance. Gonyak was starting to really create those plays, and then the dash forward, the loss of control outside A main. That was a big blow here against Nuclear that was trying to find foothold in such shaky territory. Fortunately, it's going to be the end for this one game.
Look, I'm going to give another award, most stylistic player. That's Honda. Moments with the lineup,
the Odin,
the default, the Odin from window. He was a playmaker, and it did feel like for Antic, this was such a perfect start to their upcoming group stage. They have to feel very confident now moving forward in the way that they dominate, that they're able to show that, oh guys, we are hot today, we are sharp, and they can use that momentum against the talents of Oasis as well as Fav in this group. Just because of this pace being set by Antic, you know that they're going to be feeling in command no matter the series.
I agree that it's a good start. It's definitely momentum in their favor. I disagree, though, that it's going to get a little bit easier. I feel like Fav and Oasis, once they see this, they're like, okay, we've got your number already. Speaking of which, right, we will see Fav versus Nuclear a little bit later. But going back to this match right here, it's tough for Nuclear, right? Because this was a heavy lesson set by Antic Esports. And as they're going up against Fav later, it's a much more, I guess maybe the playstyle might be a little bit more familiar, but again, that experience is there, so they have to watch out for it. They really do have to step up.
I mean, it's a unique experience. Mixed competition, as we've said. When will they get this moment to do this yet again? I don't think it's really going to happen anytime soon. So for Nuclear, it's just about shaking things off. You could see that the signs of life were there in that second half. You could see when they were willing to actually fight against Antic, they were losing out early on, but the trades were there. The kills were there. You mentioned Gonyak, especially finding her form and finding ways in. If they can build off that, there is a chance for Nuclear to be competitive in their next series.
Yeah, but interesting enough, and don't forget, they are also playing with their coach. There's like a lot of things that Nuclear are, doing.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And, there's a lot of adjustment that has to be done here. And as we're seeing right now, we did have Gonyak, as you mentioned, giving out, those great plays, those great openings during those 2 rounds that they were able to win. But unfortunately here, on the side of Antic Esports, you have somebody like Watt, who is just ready to be that gatekeeper every single round, right? So it's incredibly difficult. But for Nuclear, bad news for Nuclear fans, though. I feel like it's going to get even more difficult as the day goes on, because they will be up against Fav Gaming next, who had quite an important victory earlier today, as we saw in our first match against Oasis Gaming. So how quickly, how fast can they get on their feet once again, as Fav Gaming is sitting back, sitting quietly, and looking at what is happening here, and they know exactly which buttons to push for Nuclear. They know exactly how to take those rounds. We're gonna find out how quickly Nuclear can bounce back right after this very quick break.
Hindi pinakaantay natin kasi syempre tayo lagi nagpapunish. Right now, comeback.
Comeback is real.
Oh, comeback is real. At para sa ating next punishment, yun ang ako yun. Pag-usapan na natin na what spell mangyayari. At Team 2 ang gagawa. No? Finally, nakabawi na ng Team 1 dun sa lahat ng punishment na natanggap nila. Pero sino ba ang pinakaunang contestant sa harapan?
Ang una nating mag-bad spell, syempre, ang kanilang one and only, siya daw ang secret formula. So dahil ang secret formula, ikaw ang mauuna sa ating punishment.
Chibibi? Okay, Chibibi, 3, 2, 1, go! C. C-H.
It's yun! Sige, I. B.
Yun!
I.
I.
B.
B.
Y. Z.
Okay Next. 3, 2, 1, go!
A. Okay. M. R.
Si Amara parang sumasayaw no?
Ay, wait, isa pa pala, sorry.
Bonus pa, di ba? Good spelling.
G. Next one, G. I. E. Alright. Host for this video, ako nga pala si Vince. Kasama ko si Kuya Nick. You are watching the Predator Bunker Brawl. See you until the next one. What is up guys? Phil here and welcome sa Predator Bunker Brawl, which is magkakaroon tayo ng set of challenges and punishments para mas maging mainit pa ang araw nyo. And of course, kasama natin ang mga magaganda at sobrang gwapong Predator brand ambassadors and brand ambassadors. At syempre, bago tayo magsimula sa ating pinakaunang challenge for today, konting banter muna sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. Team 2, meron ba kayong gusto sabihin sa Team 1? Friendly banter.
Good luck on you, bay.
Sabi ni Chibibi, syempre i-translate natin yun. Good luck daw, sabi ni Chibibi kasi kailangan niya yun. How about yung Team 1, Berg, pero kung susunod sa kanila?
Good luck sa'yo, bay.
Good luck sa'yo ba? Ano yung isa?
GG easy.
Alright, so natitignan natin yung mga thoughts ng dalawang teams natin today. So hindi natin ito patatagalin pa. First challenge is ang Scribble Trouble.
Team number 1, meron kayong 3 minutes para tapusin itong challenge na to. Simulan na natin in 3, 2, 1, go!
English.
Tikman.
Wait lang.
Number 1 na lang manalo.
Pass, skip. Alright. So far,
Horse riding.
meron kayong 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Uy! Next level yun na! Ayos yun na! Okay, next! 1 na! Meron silang 1 point.
Adik.
Yung ating konti na lang pare. 1 minute 20 seconds. Pass. Next natin. No pressure, 1 minute remaining.
Basically, pass.
Hindi, yung teaser na ano. Na,
30 seconds. Pass. Okay, next.
Na ako nag-erase.
Mouse.
Ayun.
2. Okay, meron pa kayo 20 seconds. So, ang nakuha nila, they have 2 points. So, congratulations. So, punta naman tayo sa team number 2. Hindi natin ito matatagalin pa. Team number 2, timer starts now! So, 1-0 na agad? Grabe naman yun, man! 1-0. Pwede mag-pass. Keyboard. 2 points. Hey, grabe yun ah! Diyos ko, ilan pa lang? Men, 20 seconds pa lang, 2 points na.
Sniper.
Okay, 3 points. Okay, may 3 points sila, grabe. Uy! Okay, hindi na 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 points already. Napakalin din team number 2. Tama, 6 points already, man. Grabe yung team number 2. Diyos ko. 7 points. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1-0. Tapos na ang ating challenge for the day. At congratulations nga pala sa team 2 dahil nakakuha sila ng 7 points. Sadly, ang team 1, 2 points. Ang team number 2 ang pipili ng punishment na gagawin ng team number 1. So, here we go. Ayan na. GBEB, do the honors. Ayan na. Kinakabahan na. Uy, at ang challenge nila at ang punishment nila is Dynamite Roulette. Ayan. So, yeah. Mahilig pa sa spicy foods. Hindi ka mahilig sa spicy foods. Mahilig ka sa spicy foods. Okay. So, dalawa hindi mahilig. So, feeling ko talaga medyo mainit ang mga bibig nila mamaya kasi on their first punishment. Ready? Dynamite Roulette. Here we go. Direk, ano nga? Extra rice. Tsaka ketchup na rin. So, kaya mo ubusin. Hindi ba ka, pero hindi mo kinain yung pula eh. Yung yung kinain niya. Wow. Okay, game. Okay. Ibig sabihin, na. Timer starts now! Dito.
Ulit.
Mauna. Uy! Boom!
Tapos na?
Uy, napalo na 2 beses.
Naku po. Sobrang tryhard mo naman. Kaibigan. Oh, nag-trash talk mo ako eh. Di ba?
Uy! 1-0.
1-0 in favor of Team
CBB. Team 2. You ready? Ready?
Ready.
Here we go. Fast fingers. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ang daya ni CBB. Yung kamay. Ba't yung kamay yung pinapalo mo?
Hindi mo naman alam na bawal kamay.
Ang daya!
Oo, madaya ang CBB.
Oh!
Nice one.
Tapos na, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 in favor of Team 2 again! Team number 2 ang nanalo dito sa Fast Fingers. So, Team number 1 ulit ang gagawa ng punishment.
Tayo mo po.
So, Dipit, papakita natin yan in 3, 2, 1. Kuha sila ng cookie, then may ruleta.
Yes.
Kung saan pumunta yung ruleta na yun, doon
ang deep.
Doon i-dip yung cookie, then kakainin nila. Pero tatlo sila, di ba? Team 1 nandito. Pero feeling ko, kulang eh.
Ito na nga. Based on the management,
Oh, management.
tsaka may installation lang tayo. Meron pong foul na nangyari wherein ginulo po ng isang participant sa kabila
Yeah.
that resulted into negative output. So therefore, kailangan po namin patawan ng penalty.
CBB. Tapos,
Management.
management yun. Deep all sa bagoong.
Iba naman eh.
Hit na lang ba yung bagoong? Oh,
Ano? Sige. Harap yan.
Sarap. Okay, next. Westberg.
Isa lang naman yan eh. Isa lang naman yan. Okay. Ang ikot natin direct. Ang kanyang dip, special na ketchup. Vinegar. Konti.
Kunti. Kunti.
Konti.
Sama.
Pinagin mo yung buhok mo dyan. Ayan.
1, 2, 3.
Go.
Tama yan. Gusto mo tubig? Thank you.
Next. Soy sauce.
Uy,
Uy, konti.
Yan. 1, 2, 3.
Ew!
Okay.
Masarap. Isa pa
Sarap,
daw.
sarap.
Sa patis naman.
mayonnaise.
Ay, deep all.
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise!
Wala akong kinalaman dyan sa roulette na yun.
Here we go.
New recipe.
Sarap.
Pwede.
Pwede.
Ayun. Ang sure pa ako.
Hindi na tayo may i-internalize pa.
Baka pwede sa business.
Uy!
What?
Okay, so yun ang ating matinding punishment dun sa ating Fast Fingers na game. Dumating tayo sa panahon na sa GPB. Dumaan pa talaga sa butas ng karayom.
Kailangan
manalo.
may fair tayo rito.
Nga, tapos na yung isa nating challenge for the day. At kita-kits na lang sa susunod na video.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9-HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9-13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
What is up guys? Phil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So, kung napapansin nyo sa GPP, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre, wala talaga silang mahinig dahil suot nila ang Predator Galea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So, timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na sinulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon!
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon! Octagon! X! Octagon! 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 Octagon!
Ayan, kaya papansin na talagang grabe yung pag-internalize nila. Pero kung ako sa'yo, GPP, sulat mo na.
Play! 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 Ang Valorant, diba? Play for fix! Play for fix!
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit!
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alanganin.
Dito lang yung pinaka-bait. Dito
Ah,
pinaka-crucial.
siya
No, pwede. Dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Set! Wala tayo tayo. Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha ng isa. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Iba yung strategy na pinapayanic eh. Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organize na team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba! Soba! No. Soba! 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 Aim! Aim! Bot! Bot! Point! Bot! Aim! Point!
Import.
Point!
Yun. Okay na. Okay na yun.
Aim!
Easy, GPP. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud!
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud!
akala ko yun.
Stand proud!
Step bro. Yun. You know.
Stand
Ako,
proud!
anong ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy. Easy, GPP. At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment natin, gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist. Ano yun? Ano? Drink mo na ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap yung music ko.
Ano yun?
Tama na. It's Coke.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita ng
Basta kami ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you on to the next one. What is up, guys? Phil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin, mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So, kung napapansin nyo sa GPP, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre, wala talaga silang mahinig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So, timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon!
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon! Octagon! X! Octagon! 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 Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talagang grabe yung pag-internalize nila. Pero kung ako sa'yo, GPP, sulat mo na.
Play! 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 Ang Valorant, diba? Play for picks! Play for picks!
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit!
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alanganin.
Dito lang yung pinakabait. Dito
Oh,
pinakabuhay.
siya
No,
Oh,
hindi
exactly.
naman sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galing ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Yes! Wala talo tayo, tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha ng isa. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na dito kuya Nick eh? Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung order niya, team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko, 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 fill yung score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba! 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 Soba!
malaman kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng Jeff namin. Pero meron tayong plot twist.
Ano yun? Ano?
Sabi nung nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala kang magagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. Let's go.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita.
Basta kami ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you until the next time.
Welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024. We are on our third match of the day, and you're back with myself, Mika Favs, with Asarai, and with Dax. And of course, the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024 is presented by Predator and co-presented by Intel. And special thanks, of course, to our sponsor, Xbox PC Game Pass. And now, gentlemen, we are going into our third match of the day, and it's between two teams that we have seen play earlier in our first and our second match, respectively. It's between Fav and Nuclear. Now, the big question here is because, you know, Nuclear is coming off of that loss and Fav is coming from that a very, very important win. How fast can Nuclear get back up and, you know, reset in order to face Fav Gaming, who are looking like they are the favorites to win Group A?
Well, it's a tough loss, Mika, so you just gotta shake it off by this point. If you are Nuclear GC, you're playing the back-to-back. You know that you were dominated there by Antic in those crucial clash rounds.
Yeah.
And from what we've seen so far, there was that confidence there from Nuclear coming into the second half. They had more of that playstyle that they brought from Game Changers. They were willing to challenge. We also saw a good performance really from Gonyak in certain rounds where she would find that impact. And if Nuclear can build off that, there is a chance for them to compete.
Yeah, again, it is a little bit too far and few in between. And another big blow that I think, again, Nuclear is trying to face or deal with right now, I'm not sure if she's going to be playing here, is the loss of their controller. Their coach had to play in. So, again, not really the best situation for Nuclear, but they have to, you know, they still have to come together.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's something, you know, roster changes are always a big deal just because the chemistry might not be exactly the same. And when you do it like this quickly, of course, it's a big change, right? But once again, let's take a closer look at Nuclear's roster. How quickly can these ladies bounce back? That's a big question here for this match. I mean, it's not looking good because of the format itself, right? It's a best of one and it's a round robin between these groups. And if you lose one match, it already puts you at such a massive disadvantage here. And like as we saw earlier with Fav versus Oasis, right? It's already a struggle for Oasis and for Nuclear here that are coming from, you know, such only just a really, really short gap in between their two matches here. It's an additional challenge for them, Dax.
I feel like you just need to recover from a tough map on Haven. You just need these players to step up the way that they're accustomed to and play the game that brought Nuclear to the stage in the first place. Why they're here? They're the champions of Game Changes Korea in stage number 2. And right now, since we've been talking about Gonyak so much, I do want to put the spotlight on Hana. She got a number of double kills ready to assist Gonyak at the moment's notice, and she's really doing a good job flexing on over to that initiator role after playing a lot of duelists back then. So right now, Nuclear, they're trying to shake off a bit of that rust a bit of those training wheels, and maybe this is going to be their chance to fight back.
It could be. It could very well be, but they will be up against Fav Gaming right now, which came off of that very important, very crucial win against Oasis Gaming earlier. So let's take a closer look once again at their roster as we see who currently is at the top of the standings for Group A. We did have Fav winning that first very important match earlier today, right? So their momentum is definitely high. We had Antic with another win, not too far behind. But I think for Fav, you know, you did see a lot of what this team was able to, you know, like the experience that came in for this team, right? As we mentioned earlier, this is a team that has been around for quite a while, Asarai, in the Japan circuit. So there is a lot of experience behind this team, even more so than Antic.
And what's, again, very much felt throughout in that match against Oasis is just how well Fav was able to kind of sniff out the weaknesses of Oasis in that particular Sunset game. So this is a team that knows how to work their opponents, knows how to use their weaknesses against them very efficiently, and a team such as Nuclear that is still on the transition. Again, I think that it is good that we have an immediate match afterwards for Nuclear because they already felt the loss, but they are still kind of heated up from that game against Antic. Couldn't work out, but they still have to deal with Fav that is very good at, again, being able to just kind of break down those leads or, again, those weaknesses that they have.
Yeah, they're able to break down whatever situation, and when you look at it on paper, it might be those rounds where they have to quote-unquote recover, because if the stats don't lie, 10-10, he got 21 kills, but 7 first deaths. That's something that Fav is so accustomed to, just the way that they play. They have their duelists around them. He's immediately traded by the likes of Phantom, like of Faz, likes of Minty, and from what we've seen so far, it really just has been that team coordination to really close in the opposition. Once they get the right pivot point, Fav strikes as a unit.
So it's a big question as to what map we'll be playing on right now. And I think we'll be seeing that in just a few. And we are going into Ascent. I believe this was a map that I think you guys were expecting a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and I honestly expected this a lot for Fav, if I remember correctly. Oh, I think we're changing it. I think it's Haven.
Is
Mika?
it Haven?
Mika?
Is it Haven? Let's kind of check on this. Is it going to be Ascent? Is it going to be Haven? It is going to be Haven indeed. So very interesting, right? Because we did come off of a previous Haven one. So we're going to see Nuclear. These mistakes can actually rear their ugly heads right back up, or they could easily learn from it.
Yeah, it's getting tough for Nuclear, that's for sure. It does feel like in the best of one banning system, the teams are just exploiting the history versus EDG, now the history versus Antic, and Fab looking to add on to those punishment maps that we've seen so far. But Nuclear, they're still going to be running pretty much the same composition as before from what we've seen. It's a mirror matchup with the Breaches in, so, and it's still Coach Youngju in right now. And as I pointed that out a while ago, having your coach playing, sure, you can communicate with him all the time, but it's not the setup that is expected from you. You're not getting the proper coordination that you probably practice with.
Again, you're filling 2 seats with 1 person. That's not an easy thing to do, and you do see the struggles for Nuclear here. For Fab, okay, last time that we saw them in Haven, it was against CGZ. They lost it 1-13. They were the one, but every other match before that, they have had very stellar outcomes. That's why they have like a 72% win rate on this, so on and so forth. It's not the most, again, specific of numbers, but they have a high win rate on Haven in the end. So that means that this is a map that they are very much accustomed to, whether it's a win or a loss, more on wins. And this is something that, again, Nuclear will have to deal, especially with that loss on Haven on against Antic.
Yeah, it's a take 2 for them. right off
Yes,
the bat,
absolutely.
right? It's a take two for them. So we're gonna see, right, how quickly can they adjust everything that we just saw earlier. And for Fav, how can they keep this momentum going? They win this, and it's gonna be really, really easy for them to actually start celebrating already.
I mean, they'll be in pole position if they take
Placing
this.
alarm
Let's
bot.
see if Nuclear can line up alongside them on the grid. But we are back into the game. Big thank you yet again there to Mika, as Fav Gaming will begin the onslaught on the attack. Immediately see the pressure towards B. Hanado, beautiful flash from 10 and still able to get that first kill. Duhito as well as Youngju. Nuclear now ready to clash. It's all left to the killjoy of Full Moon. 1v1 Phantom versus Full Moon. And Nuclear with the clutch pistol. This is such a shining start for them.
Yeah, no more hesitation here from Nuclear. They immediately try to wrap around, stop that push on the B side. It looked a little bit shaky as Fab was getting the initial first picks, but it didn't matter, especially when the flank came in here from Gonyak. Again, coming in through that window position allows Dohi to play off of it. And of course, Full Moon with the clutch. Absolutely great start here for Nuclear as they get themselves some pretty well-needed adrenaline rush, as you were talking about it, and as well as, of course, start to the back.
I mean, for Fab Gaming, I feel like I kind of disagree with you to point a while ago, Asarai. I think for Fab, this is a shaky map. It's something they're willing to play, but you've seen under their current configuration, it's been pretty 50-50, excluding games that there was a disqualification. So Fab right now, they have to be very careful in how they approach these kind of sites. Nuclear, as soon as they see that contact point, they're gonna go for it. And we've seen from Fab that sure, they bunch on up, but Nuclear is having those angles and having those opportunities to actually fight compared to when they fought against Antic that, okay, Antic was just gonna go for fisticuffs, go for broke immediately. There's time for Fab, there's time for Nuclear, and right now it's Minty's time to hit the shot.
That was a bit close, to be honest. Anyways, there's a quick push in here from Fab. AJ lurking somewhere on short. Minty's going to be holding the mid side. He only needs to really delay the inevitable, and that's going to be the plant on spot and the full retake here from Nuclear as they don't know where the others are.
Yeah, and also keep an eye out for the killjoy of Full Moon. She's crawled through A long and infiltrated to find the first pick. Paranoia also thrown on over. Doesn't get the reception towards hand, sure, but Youngju still clears it anyway. 2 for Youngju now. Coach doing work. And here comes Nuclear trying to get in there. Tencent, though, at least damage with the Marshall. Everything left to Minty. And 1v2 now. Defuse going through for Full Moon. Youngju protects the land. And that's a big round for Youngju. 4 for him. And it's 2-0 here for Nuclear.
Quick little catch from Minty there at the start of the round. Gives them that leeway to push into the A side. But as you mentioned, it's going to be Nuclear again. They're not afraid to just create opportunities, take map control elsewhere on the map, and just start pushing in. And I love that from Nuclear. This was very much a different approach than what we saw with Antic. Like you mentioned, the fisticuffs, not as felt here against a team such as Fab.
Yeah, it does feel like that's sometimes the weakness of a team from Japan, right? They play a little too rigid, a little too much in their ways. And Nuclear is taking advantage of those small moments. Bonus now here for Nuclear. Fab, on the other hand, now that they have the guns, I'd love to see a lot more confidence here from 10-10 to actually push forward. They're setting things up with the dark towards backside. Nuclear giving up for the time being, and they're going to go for the retake instead.
Yeah, they absolutely just, again, went for that C quick burst. Nuclear on the other side, actually pretty slow to start moving in. I think they're still aware that there could be some outliers from Fab playing elsewhere on the map. That's why they are creeping up slowly. But once that clock starts to go down a lot more, they're going to have to push the pedal to the metal.
And speaking of, Billy here checking out the CT side, or the T side rather, coming in from long. Now putting in the pressure, so Fab and Trap for the time being. As we said, the firepower is there. 2 for 2 though. Shot from hands, getting value. And in the end, this is already Fab Gaming getting the round, yes. But look at what Nuclear did. Trapping Fab, forcing them to fight, and they took down 4 guns along the way.
Exactly. So even though it did take a bit of time, it actually worked out in the end for Nuclear here because, as you mentioned, they were just stuck onto the site. If they can start to corral them a whole lot more, and it seems like Fab aren't really ready for the pushes that Nuclear have been doing, it is resulting in this one. Sure, it's not going to be the round win, but it costs so much more for Fab to win that than what was initially done.
Yeah, the calls have been so much more sublime from Nuclear right now. There's a lot more surety in them. They know what the plan is, willing to give up rounds to play the economy instead. The blind is there, and Gonyak is able to deliver a single kill. Here comes Nuclear now. Confidence is abound. And this is what I've been hyping up for so long already. A Nuclear ready to fight is a Nuclear that can win. 10-10 has to stop the bleeding and fast. The flash is there. Youngju trying to swing off it. Spots a target. Doesn't shoot as of yet. Eventually takes the opportunity towards 10-10. Rolling Thunder to play two. Getting awkward. Here comes Baz again. Be a threat. But Nuclear the fade away from Hana. And it's a 3-1. The squad from Game Changers getting a decent lead here.
Wow, and Fab taking the brunt of this one. A definite change of face for Nuclear. Okay, I thought we were going to go for a tactical timeout. I'm just going to look at the replay real quick there. And again, like you mentioned, man, there is no fear in Nuclear. Once Gonyak starts rolling, everybody starts rolling behind her, rallying the troops. And it is perfect for Nuclear here because Fab, they like that slow, steady approach. It worked against Oasis. It worked on Sunset. But here in Haven, at least at the beginning, it is not getting that value they're looking for.
Here we go again. Nuclear's on it. The fault line's there to dash forward to avoid the stun. And Gonyak has gone hunting a smoke doe to dissuade the push. And Nuclear will stop for the time being. I do like the setup though here towards A. The alarm bot already ringing those bells for Full Moon. The Nano Swarm for her stall as well. She swings it though. And it's dangerous. 2 targets in front of her. And Fab collected their first kill.
10-10. Not dashing into the site. Wants to get that high ground coverage. So that is numbers in the favor of Fab. Weapons picked up as well. Lockdown available if they really want to make sure that they burn a lot more time. And there it is.
Lockdown at least buying that space here for Fab Gaming. Nuclear on the other hand, a chance to go for the retake with a push from the spawn area still. In any case, now we see Dookie climbing up towards the tower. 10-10 playing on top of the crates as well. Time running out here for Nuclear, but they have gotten that first pick, and it's their chance now to get in there. Schufter throw itself default. It's a 1-for-1 yet again. Fab getting away with it now, and a thrifty win for Fab Gaming. They set up well on that A site.
Even though there were kills that was being picked up by Nuclear, Fab, all they really have to do is spread their resources, try to get as much delay on to the incoming players that was only coming out from their own side of the spawn and Heaven to just win out that thrifty round. But it all started, Dax, with that pick from 10-10 onto Full Moon. So maybe that's a step for Fab, but of course Nuclear, you can't count them out for those wacky starts on these rounds.
Yeah, just gotta be a little bit more careful here for Nuclear. Can't overcommit the peak. Can't stay too long with the dry impact.
Yeah.
But this time around, the blades are out. Garage also being pressured here by 10-10. And here we go yet again. A dash in towards the window though. And it's unexpected by Youngju trying to keep an eye out for the From the Shadows play. Fab's already in the side. Full Moon though. Oh! Waxing, waning. Who cares? She gets 2 before she's found. The damage has been done, yes, but Fab still with side control and with the numbers. Faz catching out Dohi in the app. 10-10 though falls the hand of Hannah, so there's no chance here for the breach. The flash is there to get in towards the site, but the smoke is perfect from Baz, and the shot is even better.
Wow, that was very quick. And again, you don't really realize this as a defender, but those attacking jet dashes on the window here on Garage is very strong. Because if you're holding, let's say, anything from Garage coming into that entryway to spawn, and you get hit by a fault line, which is exactly what happened on the retreating Omen there, there's really no retaliation for you. Unless you have a teammate that doesn't get stunned and can help you out, you are very much well screwed. And again, Fab having these kind of set plays creates opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, Fab we've seen so far, as soon as they get on the site, they have critical control of the objective. I think the point concern here is 10-10 himself. Can't afford to lose his life too early on, because that's where Nuclear rally from. Rolling Thunder gonna be the call. 10-10 fended off for the time being, so at least Fab They're able to bait out the breach ultimate. Is that enough for their B take? Do they go elsewhere?
Sure, that was just a fake of a play. Youngju's finding one, gets the other. No, doesn't get the other action in the back of the site. That's going to be Minty as he does secure the C site for the plant.
Yeah, here we go though. Plants down.
Jump
Hannah's
down.
ready though. Saw the drop. Youngju, can you get out of there? The answer is no. Gonyak though, out in the open. Here comes Hana, but this is an addition, and Hana! That's 2 for her. 3v1, now 3v9. And speaking of threes, that's the triple for Hana. Nuclear keep this lead.
Hana's so nasty on those jump shots. See, somehow manages to just control that recoil, shoot it up, even though she's been hopping like a mad bunny. In any case, works out pretty well for them. There was a play that you saw here from Fab where they tried to, well, it doesn't show in the replay, but they tried to, you know, standard Jet plants the spike on B, dashes out, then you can play that post plant all the way from mid-window. Didn't work out, had to go for B. You asked if it was enough for Fab here. It definitely was not, as Nuclear was just so well reading of the situation.
Yeah, the first pick is what brings Nuclear success, and it is working out in their favor in those scenarios. Baz, though, playing a bit more careful now. There's a smoke in the way. Gonyak, Hana thinking about it, and the early trap setup that Nuclear love to run when they're confident. Hana, though, bring out the gun. She's ready for that contact set. Spray down into the takedown. 10-10 is found. Can Gonyak, though, get away with this one? The answer is yes. You said it, Asarai. 4v2, Nuclear is in control.
Wow. I mean, they did have an idea that possibly someone was going to be doubled up with the breach there. Hands spotted, full moon on the full flank. That's going to be just the one left right now from Fav. And where's Minty?
Well, he does win his fights, and he's actually gotten in towards the A side. Problem is, where is the spike? Under the clutches of Nuclear. And Nuclear are really feeling it right now here. We've seen so far just the willingness to spray, the willingness to peek, and even play a surprise game. It's been good work here from Gonyak. A shock dart flushing Minty out, and there is just no escaping. Come into Gonyak's lair as Nuclear have made it to 5.
Man, is this
Race into the spike sites.
the true form of Nuclear? Because it is so different from what we saw in that previous game. Absolutely phenomenal for them. And you were championing this team, Dax, even from the get-go. Loving how they play, loving how, again, fearless this team is. Every single player, you really do see that. There we go. Tactical timeout already for Fav, as they're already feeling the presence, the effects of the Korean powerhouse from Game Changers.
I want to point this out. It does feel like there's a bit of kryptonite here for Fav, just because they're a team that works really well despite losing a player early. Statistically, it's been a bit of, I can't really say it's a problem, but it's something to take note that 10-10, since he plays with a team, he's looking for that first contact in that bunch, and then he gets caught out. So his first deaths to pile on up. He had more first deaths than first kills in the Predator League back in Japan. And it's just something that Fav Gaming is so good at recovering. But the problem is, Nuclear, as soon as they see, oh look, 5v4, they suddenly boost their power levels, they push the limits, and we're seeing that confidence get there and get them to score.
That's a great question as well about things, as I am getting pointed out that excuse me, just a little bit of technical difficulties
My man's
on the caster side. Anyways, what I wanted to add as well here is you're talking about a lot about 10, but I was wondering, where is Phantom in all of this? It seems like because he is actually playing on that breach and not on, let's say, a Killjoy or a Cypher, he's not getting that chance to stop the lurks coming in from Nuclear.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And right now, Fab looking to clean up their act, but though he says no. She gets one already. The trade is there, though. And Nuclear, sure, they're down the player, but they have the lockdown to dissuade that initial push. So time being bought, and not only that, Full Moon is in position towards Hell. The fault line, though, thrown on over. Full Moon gonna expose her position with that Nano Swarm. And Fab Gaming wisely backing on away. It's Haven. You have many options to try and choose from.
Recalling my boss.
Plenty of time as well to be able to figure out if they want to go back to option A, option B, or option C here. As Nuclear Ooh, okay, this is kind of interesting. So Nuclear is trying to maximize map control by utilizing their own Killjoy to get that control on B. Now it seems like the fake is going to be on the B side with the smokes, but look at the players of Nuclear. They are not
30
flinching at
seconds
all.
left.
They think it's going to be that C push already. 20 seconds left into the clock. And Fav, all they really have to do is just make sure no one's there, and they should be able to plant that spike and play the post plant quite quickly.
And post plant has been the strength of Fab so far in this series. Hana, though, quick flick, but can't hit the shots. Towards the jet there, Tencent, a 1-for-1. Still, though, advantage here for Fab. They're waiting for their opposition to come their way from the defender spawn area from the link. There's the push. Tencent, though, can't hit the shot, and Hana takes advantage of that fact. It's 2v2 now. Nana Swarm for the stall, though. Nuclear busy clearing out the site, but Fab Gaming wisely backing on the way towards long instead. Waiting for that fault line to come off cooldown, perhaps. Waiting for the opportunity. Minty, though, should be the one to peek here. There's still time, and that's Nuclear winning the fire from afar. Just a round of applause there for Nuclear. They're able to handle whatever Fab throws at them.
And that's all because of how good Hana is at being able to provide not only support fire, but also support flashes. You saw the flash that was coming through on spawn, actually full blinds 10-10, and he was just whipping shots, got hit by the stun on that fault line as well. So there was very minimal ways for him to get that good punish, that good value. And it just got turned over its head, and now Nuclear, they're standing tall with 6-3.
And they're forcing Fab to take fights that they don't want. I was saying a while ago, they're waiting for the fault line, and once we cut to the breach, it was still 15 seconds away. It's Nuclear here setting the pace so far, even in the retakes. And Fab, you're gonna have to rely on what bailed them out versus Oasis, these Sheriffs. It's a little bit difficult though to cross. Hunter's Fury is going to be there. Youngju might be in trouble. He's hit by the ultimate with a teleport to keep him alive. Tanta though, a swift shot. Baz is there too with the backstab. Baz is ready to go for the brawl, and Fab Gaming is taking this one away.
That's the combination that you want to see from any team, right? Being able to just fluidly get into the site with just aggressive ultimate use. 50 round as well from Fab here, leaving only 2 to play. That's Dohi as well as Gonyak.
Revealing area.
And they're just going to back away. I mean, they should have plenty of money to play for the next rounds, but they don't want to risk. Oh, okay, that's why. They don't want to risk the operator from Gonyak's hands.
Yeah, they just want to keep it safe, prevent someone like from 10-10 picking that one up. Nuclear, though, when they get these Sheriffs, they're so confident on how they clear. And not only that, spending those ultimates. Dohi, though, unfortunately caught napping. That's another gun potentially in their favor, but Gonyak says no. She's now exposed, has to get the hell out of there. A bit of a chase for the operator, yes. Does Tenten actually force the issue? That's the question. Checking out Hell. He wants to go for it, and Tenten will steal that one away. Not only that, but Thrifty to boot. That's a big swing in favor of Fab now.
Absolutely, and again, the costing on the purchase of that operator, that's going to be a big blow. Look at the flags coming in from Baz as well. He pushed through. There's always going to be that one player from Fab, if they try to go for a default on C, to actually push through on Garage just to make sure that they have that quick little pinch, just to make sure that they can clear up another angle that could be detrimental for the push of Fab on that C side. So tactical timeout has been called by Nuclear. I think this is, a safe decision because of the fact as well that they did lose a lot of, again, I think utility because of the loss of that operator.
Yeah, and momentum as well. They can't be shaken. But what we saw there for Fab Gaming are some of the pillars of success versus Oasis, especially Baz. He's so creative with those kind of flank plays. If they aren't spotted early on, then he's able to play off it. And on the other hand, there was a previous round where he went from the shadows, and the coach of Nuclear, he was trying to keep an eye out of where that TP would be. Allow someone else to play into window, get that opportunity. It does seem like there's a lot of creativity thanks to the Omen, not just through smokes, but also through the ultimate right now.
That's true. Well, the coach has woken up. I did, talked about how it's 2 seats to fill for one person, and he is doing a lot here compared to what we saw in that one previous game to this one. In any case, tactical timeout is done. To get things started, it is just going to be a couple of upgraded pistols right now for Nuclear, and this is the perfect chance for Fab to even the odds.
Yeah. Fav can go for a bit of a rally from this point on. They also have the lockdown for the take if ever. Bolt line though gonna be the play. Gonyak also ready now with the blades. So a short play is the starting point for Nuclear.
They back away.
Fav Gaming wisely backing all the way, so they burn a bit of cooldowns right now. And they're looking to pressure where that Omen is again.
Yeah, not just that as well. They want to remove the factor of Gonyak's blade refresh and just continuing in. The contact on Full Moon is ineffective, and there's only one more player on the C site, which again gets cleaned up. And Fav clear everything for a safe plant.
Yeah, they brought the wipers to the window, and now it's Fav Gaming in command of the C. A small chance still here for Nuclear though. If Hana can get a huge stun, and suddenly those blades get more than one. There's that chance for Nuclear, already raising eyebrows. Gonyak with her first. She's looking for more though. And any target on a site is a must. That person is Phantom, playing behind the Raging Knight here. Phantom though gets one for his troubles. Hana with a quick trade, and Nuclear now looking to use that flash to try and buy a bit of time. Still a problem though. Minty, good plan, good call, and a good pick. Gonyak is gone. Next could be Hana, and Fav Gaming are one away from tying up near the end of this first half.
I like the idea here from Nuclear where they actually start pushing up onto the side and not see long. You think that actually is a bad idea, but because they got Baz so early, there was no more confusion from, you know, trying to defuse a spike or whatever because of smokes, because the Omen's gone, so they can go for these dry contacts. But what Fav also realized very quickly is they're coming in through garage. They're coming in back on their own side of the spawn. We can wrap around once again, and that garage positioning has been so well used by both teams. Unfortunately, it was just better off from Fav with that flank coming in from the team.
Yeah, when they're a lot more creative on the post plant, it gives them more opportunity rather than staying in a single angle.
Oh, aggressive TP.
That's what we talk about. Baz has been brilliant with it. Tencent though busy with the alarm bomb, and he takes down two and takes that opportunity. Full Moon also ready to chip in. Advantage now here for Nuclear yet again, but Baz in position down in Hell. Looking to see if anyone's gonna drop down towards him. Hana from above though. So Nuclear, they understand the setup right now. There's the clear with the aftershock. Paranoia gonna be the answer. So utility for utility. The flash is perfect, and Hana is even better. Goodbye to one. Minty all alone, but he cannot handle the fresh moves of Nuclear here. Nuclear ends the half with the lead here, Asarai. What a show of force from our Game Changer squad.
What a hold from Dohi as well for that double kill. Absolutely phenomenal. I'll probably see that on a replay once again. But that was a huge, huge bit coming in from them to just be able to hold that hard and just disrupt so much. And again, losing 10-10 basically means that the players of Fab will have to slowly creep up onto the site, have to corner check everything, have to plant the spike in a fashion that is very uncomfortable for them. So this allows Nuclear, as you mentioned, to just rally themselves up, get an easier take on that retake, and it just works so well for Nuclear in this first half 75.
And this is such a competitive Nuclear that we're seeing. They've really shaken off that loss versus Antic. They realize if we play our own style, if we play confidently, we can make a lot more plays than trying to fit in with the rest of those default heavy teams back in East Asia. So right now, Fab, they're being tested by Nuclear GC, and not only that, you have Full Moon trying to play towards Garage. Gonyak's already in towards backside. Dohi drawing first blood, and yet again the stations are being cleared here by Nuclear. Suddenly though, shift of momentum. Phantom somehow, some way from back of sight finds two targets. And this is perfect for Fav Gaming because the spike is down, forcing the contact. Can't just see them both left and right. It's just too easy for him. Fav Gaming will take this pistol now.
That was very different from the outcome that I was thinking, because it looked like it was already in the hands of Nuclear here, and then from out of nowhere, bam! Phantom gets the 2K. Hands gets another 2K for himself, for his troubles. And they get that second pistol. That, again, was so confusing to me, but you did see the positioning from both of those two players playing at the back right of the B site, where I think Nuclear was already preparing to transition into C and not really realizing how close the two players of Fab was.
Yeah, and didn't even spot the breach while they were trying to go for the cross.
Force by.
Force by, you mentioned it. Gonyak here. Spectre in hand, pushing forward. Oh, Nuclear, they know they can get away with that kind of push. They just need to clear out Phantom as soon as possible. He takes down 2 with him along the way, but Nuclear, they're gonna get the plant down already. From the window though, Tantan trying to play the range. Backside still being held, the corner too, so cover here for Nuclear so far. Distraction though, courtesy of teammate, and look at every angle we've seen on the map. Nuclear simultaneously taking down the final 2, and they keep that lead with 2 as well.
Man, you can't help but just smile at how Nuclear is just, I guess the best term to describe is reckless abandon as they just push into the site without any fear whatsoever. And Fab here just not fast enough to really respond to it. Sure, again, it is brazen, it's abrasive, but it is working for Nuclear's favor here.
Yeah, and Fab is able to, or rather Nuclear is able to outmaneuver Fab, even though Fab's doing the wise decisions. You saw that hands being the distraction to allow that free pick. Suddenly still someone on that flank giving that opportunity. Here we go though. 10-10 catching Cognac, napping, too busy with the setup from short. 10-10 though backing away, still blinded, still dead. Evened up odds again, but he's on the inside, playing behind enemy lines, trying to fit in with Fab Gaming. Minty though, that is beautiful with the Sheriff. Can he get the third? Crisp aim indeed. Fab Gaming, they'll take that one.
I think at some point, you just have to turn your brain off and just shrink. For both teams from the looks of it, because right now, Nuclear, they fused up. They got the fission. It's just, you know, going wild for them. I think for Fab, what they have to do is just, again, contact. Like as you mentioned, there is some opportunities here where Nuclear might just show a little bit of weakness, a chink in the armor, as what 10-10 got, and then as they try to group up, it actually gets messed up. Dohi's so aggressive on the push on these smokes, and now, again, I think Five are realizing just try to out-aim them.
Yeah, 2 rounds in this game, saved by the Sheriffs here for Fab Gaming. Operator, though, making it smart. Already 2 down in a straight line. So Fab being oppressive here towards C-Long. There is just no way for Nuclear to cross here. And while I do appreciate the gung-ho approach, Ashray, it's just too dangerous to do that against an operator.
True enough, they didn't know that the operator was going to be situated on C-Long. So there was a try. Oh, the swing. All right, you say it's dangerous, but they don't give a care. They still want to keep pushing.
An attempt was made.
An attempt was made.
I admire the guts, but I will not admire for them a tied scoreline. Youngju, the only one still standing. Can he fend off these 4 players? And we've seen from Nuclear, at least with 1 player, they can do some good damage. 5 HP left for Youngju, but the rest is already Fab Gaming's to take.
What has happened here is it's a change of pronunciation. It's not Nuclear anymore. It's Nuclear on that C-Long angle.
You're funny, huh?
I got like a frown from our
left.
host, so it's not
Yeah,
good. It doesn't pass the Mika Fab's international.
Yeah, you know, from from Game Changers Championship to this. Oh, you can't deal with that. Baz, though, on board. We are set for 8s across. And Fab have tied it up. A lot of things happening on the desk right now, but we can see the impact is there from 10-10 instead.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, so at least coming into the next round, you know that Nuclear will have to try to create that new play to at least deal with the operator that is in hand. But in a map like Haven, again, even though you have those long corridors, I think it's much easier because, again, you have that 1 to 3 chance of knowing where the operator is, right? So if you can figure it out and transition very quickly, you should be able to wrap around it.
I disagree. I think it's a 1 in 5 chance.
Why 5?
C-Long, window, B,
fair.
A short, A long.
Okay. Yeah, better maths.
Yeah.
True. This is why you wear the glasses.
You wear glasses too.
Yeah, but these are fake.
Oh, no. Please don't make me insult you live on broadcast. Baz, though, there's no insulting a guy with aim like that. That's a good start here for Fab. And we've seen them actually use the platform position to oppress that long angle multiple times.
It hasn't worked, so they have to back away and go to the other position, which is that A site. But this is the time where 10-10 is patiently waiting. The thing is, he's so close into that corner, that maybe a peek out from any of these two that have flashes can actually work out. Oh, they actually just give away their position. 3 caught, and there's the operator from 10-10.
Look again, you admire the Moxie, but you just can't force the issue. You're exposed, you're
Johnny.
known, you are being chased. Stuck a melody in my head there, sure, but it's only a single note that
Full
actually
moon.
hits. Full Moon, go for it. Knife someone, please, you're behind enemy lines. This is her chance to make her moment. She's
30
looking around though,
seconds left.
Minty.
Oh, what?
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Ah,
She steps on,
player
steps on the
standing.
alarm bot,
Oh,
and
no.
everything is exposed. Everything is known, and it's a flawless from Fab.
Oh, they went around
Yep.
each other.
Ring around Rosie.
I mean, to be fair, she didn't know. If she did, she probably would have pushed up onto the A side and started, you know, getting those flank
To
kills.
interject. That's how they know though. The intel has been solid from Fab, and this is where I'm able to toot the horn of Hands yet again. That call up from the Academy squad showing up so well in home grounds in their previous offseason tournament, getting this main roster spot just because of his precision with utility like that. It's been so helpful for Fab Gaming in the run.
Fair enough. Again, Nuclear.
Ah.
Well, they did spot where the operator is on Garage. Are they going to pressure this anymore? I mean, they could because they are that close. They still have 2 of the initiators, a smoker, that's going to provide some coverage, and they will push the issue.
Yeah, Paranoia is there. You got the dash in also. Gonyang able to clear out Minty. The updraft out Desperation, but Phantom still hounding her and catching her into the corner. Somehow Phantom able to escape, and because of it, the Rolling Thunder is a go. Baz now with the clear. Here comes the rest of Fab. And what else can Nuclear do here? They're going to fizzle out for the time being as double digits have been made by Fab.
Yeah, again, just wanted to say, it did make a lot of sense for Nuclear to keep pressing that issue because they still had all of the agents that they needed to push into the site effectively. The only one was Sentinel, which again just holds the lurk, but if they're fast enough, they could go for that C site. But on the other hand, Fab were very much aware of this, and they were just, sure, let's go, fight it. Phantom, as I mentioned, he's not super felt on the offense of Fab, but here on defense where he can play a lot more punish, which was one of the big things that he did against Oasis when he was Cypher defense, you can feel it right now. His utility timings, his peek outs. He didn't even die when you saw Nuclear try to get that refrag as Gonyang went down. So Phantom is being such a huge element here for Fab to utilize on their defending side.
It's just a point of stability. And one thing I also want to call right now has to be the decision-making of Fab. The operator is a brilliant answer to how Nuclear plays because we've seen from Nuclear with the confidence comes the push with them forcing the issue, but you can't do that against an operator that hits again and again. -1, sure, you can try and work from it, but immediately when you face off against 10-10, it's -2 and more and more. This is working out so well for Fab because now Nuclear is walking into the game plan.
Yeah, at this point, you're just going to say, try to, go away from the operator. You really can't. You have to face it head on and try to create that advantage.
And not only that, first kills are piling on for 10-10 rather than first hits now.
That's a very good point as well because of the fact that we were mentioning how he dies so much. His impact isn't as felt. Ooh, both of the duelists actually looking for something.
That's a leg. Gonyang's
There's still a dash. There's still a dash.
Apparently, the other leg still works like it used to before here.
Yes, I have very terrible legs, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't mean it that way, but
no,
sure.
No, I accept it, but will they accept the push as well from Nuclear?
We'll see with Blade Storm, that's for sure. There's still that backside presence here for Baz, especially Full Moon waiting for anyone to peek out from window. And 10-10, he might get caught off guard here. Beyond that though, Paranoia keeping the midpoints at bay. Hana has to back away, save for Gonyang. And Nuclear trying to assess where they can go, but here we go again. 10-10 delivers with a kill. Here comes Full Moon finally to shut that down, but is that enough? Minty with 1, Dohi answers back with 2, and the numbers instead, Nuclear's taking it. They not only take lives, but they take guns, and Full Moon makes that operator count.
So it's going to be left onto Hands. I mean,
Spike
that just sounds very poetic, right? Left into his hands. Anyways, he does have full utility, so there is a chance here for him to isolate a couple of the fights because if you can look at it, if he approaches the angle here on spawn, he's only really looking at Gonyang for a split second, and maybe he can transition onto Dohi, and then the last one, Full Moon, is playing on C-Long. So we'll see how this works out, but time is slowly ticking down. That is perfect timing. Oh, on the shock dart, and that's just never mind. all ideas, all hypotheticals, but this is the reality. A huge thrifty for Nuclear.
Simple geometry there for Dohi, and not only that, because of that shot dart hitting a perfect position, the Sheriff didn't even need the headshot. He can just go for the tap there near the tail end after that initial wall bang. So well done yet again here by Nuclear. They finally shut down the Operator, which has been the biggest bane of their existence. I guess my concern right now is since Fav has a lot of money, they can do it yet again.
Ooh, let's see what how this is going to pan out now, Dax. Operator versus Operator. They're not going to face in the same direction, though, or in the same position.
I mean, it's the Killjoy holding it, so it's a little awkward here for Nuclear, honestly.
What is good about having an Operator on a Killjoy on attack is you're anti-lurk anyway, so you're just going to hold an angle and not push with your team. So I do like the idea here for Nuclear, and it's a lot more firepower. In any case, first real mark here is the offense on mid as Gonyak is just at the entryway of that B side.
Yeah, she narrowly avoids the shock dart there. Does get exposed by the Aldrone though. Will burn the dash to get the hell out as soon as possible. Still, you have the Operator watching out for short. The rest of Fav Gaming putting pressure towards B. And it does seem like the call for C, potentially a retake, but they're risking this right now by putting the Killjoy in that position. So lockdown is available. Jumping! Oh, Fulman doesn't react in time, and because of that, Spaz takes advantage, though he does go down. Rolling Thunder gonna be the answer here from Nuclear, but it's little too late as Fav is already in position. Yet again, when Fav sees a column to work with, they're able to collapse the offense of Nuclear.
Man, it's just one wrong move, just one slow step. They still have time to go rotate around, which is sort of good here, but Baz, as he peeks out in Garage, might be able to catch off the rotation, maybe even a pick. Oh no, they're going to double back. They have no time to go on to the A side, so it's going to be the hit on C, and there's still players to maybe stop that. We'll have to see.
Well, you're going for B actually here. It's the only small opening they can work with.
Oh, Baz.
Baz, the plan, and the shot from 10-10 instead. A quick call to action here for Fav Gaming. They prevent Nuclear from having even a chance in the round. And Fav Gaming keep it clean again. They're keeping Nuclear humble, making sure that gap is still up by 2.
I like the idea from Nuclear. They try to be shifty. They tried to split the depth, the defense in a way. Again, they didn't want that 5-stack on C site, so they at least used the little bit of time they had left to show no forces whatsoever, show no contact, and hope that maybe they can find a chink in the armor from Fav here. Unfortunately, it went the other way. Maybe if they got that that garage contact against Baz, they could have reopened up C, but I don't know.
I mean, as soon as they heard...
Oh!
I heard that.
Pop shots through the wall, too. That's disgusting.
No! Now with a scan. Here we go again. Hand sets it up, and 10-10 knocks them down. Deliverance, thy name is 10-10. And the numbers yet again, we've seen it time after time. It's always in favor of Fav here on the defense. It's that rally in the second half versus Oasis Gaming versus Nuclear right now. Fav comes online the longer the game goes.
Endurance, man. This is Fav's strongest step. It feels like these guys are triathletes as they are just put into multiple different situations that need stamina, and they still somehow manage to come through. As Nuclear now not really left with a lot of options, stuck here on the A-long position. There is already one holding the angle. That's Minty. Yeah. They know that the players of Fav are stuck here, or excuse me, Nuclear are stuck here, and they don't really need to do anything other than just wait.
Yeah, just the adjustment early for Fav Gaming. They're basically taking a page out of the playbook EDG did back in East Asia GC versus Nuclear, and trap the play, and then just starve them out. Get those initial kills, make it such an awkward standoff. And from what we've seen so far, eventually Fav will call for the push when they are ready. So there's no real escape. Hana has to hit a nutty shot just to make the opening, but the paranoia is the call to action. Here comes the Operator as well. Gonyak, an easy target. Minty catching Hana in the corner, and the rest is Fav's history to tell. They're on match points.
Match point.
Nuclear on their final legs here. Any purchases from Nuclear? I mean, sure, they have the force buy, but do they have enough money to actually still get all of the necessary weaponries and utilities to even face Fav? I mean, they've gotten, sure, you know, a few thrifties here and there, but might be a bit too much to ask. Anyways, Lockdown as well as the Hunter's Fury. All right, so they have some options. They have some rifles, so at least this still is a doable situation for Nuclear.
Yeah, there's still a chance, but this might be the last one for Nuclear. Looking at the ultimates, lockdown for lockdown, but the Hunter's Fury can tip the scales in favor of Nuclear if ever. 10-10 though. That could have been the shot to end it already. You mentioned it. Didn't hit. Second chance though. If someone does dare dip the timing. He burns the dash already. The fault line is avoided, but that can't hit that shot again. Run, 10-10 run. Don't ever look back.
Oh my God!
The smoke is gone and his life is forfeit. Nuclear will call their actions towards A now. But wait, there's more on site already. Here comes Phantom to fight. Shut down there, courtesy of Hana. We hear the Hunter's Fury. There's the lockdown into play. Fab, they want to finish this already. A little too impatient perhaps, but Minty might be the one to be the hero. The answer gonna be no, courtesy of Full Moon. Nuclear still in it.
The hubris of 10-10 to just hold the angle by himself on A long for what was, 5 whiffed shots? Not even backing into a safer position, thinking that he might be able to hit it? I mean, sure, he's been amazing, but when you're in that spot, you kind of don't want to press it, especially when Nuclear is still pretty dang close to pushing into overtime.
That was honestly the most impatience we've seen from Fab. And is the pressure getting to them versus Nuclear that this game is this close for them? Is it becoming a problem? Because we've seen so Fab, even versus Oasis, they were so much more reserved compared to what we're seeing right now. So take a breath here for Fab Gaming. That might be the call. The one-way setup, though, sets up a stellar kill for Baz. It's free, and it's Gonyak gone.
What's Gonyak thinking in that position? That's a one-way smoke. Baz can get an easy pick just in case, but there's no safe utility for him to play around with. Still, Hana and Full Moon trying to create some pressure, and here comes 10-10, only in the 1 versus 3. Full Moon put into a very difficult situation.
And the last hurrah now is with Full Moon. The lockdown to buy a bit of space, but here comes the sun, and here comes 10-10 as well. Fab have put themselves in a fabulous situation here, Asarai. They're the favorites now of the group with a 2-0 standing.
Wow. Absolutely right, 2-0 standing. But Nuclear, they were close, man. They had a stellar start. They had a great way to transition what was kind of a muffled mid-game into a very close game. And then we just saw Gonyak, again, just push in through a one-way smoke. I understand the idea. Maybe she wanted to get a catch-off. Maybe that could spot out Fab that was just unaware, but it's okay.
Mika will explain.
Are you holding hands?
No,
I saw you reach for it.
I'm just tapping them.
Okay.
It's like, it's okay.
Yeah, I know.
It's okay.
We have our savior here.
I know that Asarai is overwhelmed by his emotions, of course, because what a comeback performance that was for Nuclear, right? And I say comeback just because, of course, we saw them earlier against Antic and just how much of a difference that score was with what we saw versus Fav, right? And what a performance as well from players like Full Moon and Hana too. But that win has to go to Fav Gaming, and as you mentioned, Dax, it is 2 for 2 for them. It's looking really good. As we mentioned, the stakes are very, very high, especially as we approach the later half of our day, because as we mentioned, only the first seed from each group will advance into the playoffs, and right now it's looking very good for Fav Gaming.
I mean, it is a blessing and a curse for Fav Gaming. I say they're favorites because we want to play that fun, and at the same time they're at the top of the scoreboard right now, but there's still also that cause for concern. They're facing off against Antic later on, which did dominate this Nuclear roster, and Nuclear made Fav run for their money basically. That moment really that caught me in a bit of a conundrum was, why is Fab trying to force to finish the game already? They can calm down, they can keep it cool, they can get the picks anyway, and we saw that in that last round, especially courtesy of this guy.
Man, so with that being said, I honestly thought that we could have actually seen Fav here be 1-1, but no, they somehow managed to rally back, especially on the defending side. I was talking about how 10-10, even though he was very much felt, incredible MVP, would not be done, would not be possible without his support from Phantom. I honestly felt like Phantom had such amazing use on that fault lines, which again resulted in 10-10 hitting more shots with his operator, making him a lot more aggressive with his operator, and ultimately winning this best of 1 against Nuclear.
It's not going to be a 1-1 with 10-10 on your roster, right? And we saw how Fav was also... Yes,
I'm going to
yes.
interrupt you.
Okay.
10-10 1-0, 1-0, 1-0.
Wow.
1-0.
Dax has gone binary here.
Yup. I am thinking a different language suddenly. But yes, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mika.
No, but it was just because Fav Gaming was they've been really impressive lately with the way they play the rotations. It's quite passive, but it's passive in a way that they're gonna wait for you to make certain mistakes, right? We saw that we already saw traces of that in the game versus Oasis, and now we're seeing it very clearly as well with Nuclear. It's very smart. We know that teams from the Japanese regions tend to play a little bit more passively than other regions, right? But Fav is being quite smart about it, especially against these teams that tend to be, tend to push a little bit more than they should. So I think that Fav here, especially up against Antec, which is going to be a very exciting match indeed. They have a lot to work with. I think it's very, very possible we could be seeing that 3-0 for them.
I think you hit a really good point there, Mika. Talking about the passiveness of Japanese teams, we saw the strength of it from Fab, where they didn't falter, but they adjusted. And I want to point out how many kills 10-10 got in that defensive half. He had 16. 16 kills, 4 of them being first bloods. He only died once in that half. And that's such a big difference from when he plays his usual entry alongside the team. The fact that he can actually adjust his play alongside the rest of the team really speaks volumes that Fab has that depth.
Absolutely. So with that being said, and the trajectory that Fab is already on the move right now, it seems like they're the team that is just going to be the one to come out from Group A, because they're the team that hasn't gotten any losses. Antec still hasn't gotten a loss here, but if they're in this position already, they have a really good argument that they're the representatives of Group A.
Yeah, they're making that case. But of course, Antec will want to say something about that. Oasis tried, and they're basically banking on right now here for Oasis that Antec does take them down, and it's going to be a very interesting top-heavy situation if ever. But beyond that, Fab, they're the team in control of their own fate.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the complete opposite for a team like Oasis Gaming, right? Because now they just have to hope and pray that the rest of these teams, make terrible mistakes indeed. But what's the likelihood of that, especially since we've seen such amazing performances from them so far, right? So it's gonna get really interesting, ladies and gents, as we head into the later half of the day. So stay tuned. Also show some love to our other streams, by the way. We do have a lot of action going on in Group B, C, and D as well. So hopefully you guys will stay tuned for that. By the way, I do see that Team Secret right now is at a 2-0 as well as Zol is. So right now, Fab Gaming is doing that for this particular group, right? But again, I don't feel like this is like a change in this is a complete change in momentum for Nuclear, and I don't feel like as a total loss for them, because this was a really amazing performance.
Yeah, this is a big learning experience. Big performance from Full Moon as well. She really stepped up to the plate. I guess the heartbreaker here for Nuclear is now that they're 0-2, mathematically they can't really make it to the playoffs anymore, but they look to still find a map win nonetheless. And not only that, it's just great to see them compete so well against Fab Gaming. It was such a good match and such a stark difference from what we saw versus Antec.
I'm really bad with math, so I'm just thinking like, oh, if both of the other two teams lost twice, maybe there's a chance for a weird tie to actually happen.
No, that's not how it works, Asura.
Because Fab can only get one loss now, maximum.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You're right, because it's only 3.
Yeah.
Right, not 4 games. My bad. Anyways, you're absolutely right. But again, this is also Nuclear in a situation where they had to play with their coach, and that is not easily done against against these kinds of teams, and they still were able to push up very closely into an overtime. So Nuclear, if maybe we had a base of 3, could have been different.
I think this is a good sign for Nuclear moving forward. Also, once they get back to the Game Changers circuit, this is a roster that can dominate when they feel like it, and that we're getting some good experience for their new players in Gonyak as well as Full Moon. Both of these players performed exceptionally well compared to the rest of their team in the 2 series that we've seen so far from them, and it's such a good sign moving forward. So building blocks are being made here by Nuclear in the Asia Pacific Predator League. They can take that for the rest of 2024.
It's just that, they drew the short straw today as well. They had to, like as you mentioned, Asarai, they had to sub in their coach. They also played 2 back-to-back matches, right? Which can be exhausting for some teams. But yeah, I mean, this was a good performance from them nonetheless. like as you mentioned, Dax, great building blocks to work with. They can still play spoiler as well, so they still have a role to play for the rest of the day too. But for now, it looks like Fav Gaming still the favorites for today. We're gonna see if other teams may be able to challenge that, particularly Antic Esports. So look out for that as the day progresses. For now, we're going to a quick break, and that's it for me, Dax, and Azrai as well on this desk. You're gonna be back with more from Asia Pacific Predator League when we return.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Ben, and syempre kasama ko si Kuya Nick. At sobrang init ng mga games natin so far. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, and syempre napakadami pa natin mga videos na ilalabas. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin ipakilala ang mga teams na maglalaro ngayon. Of course, andito ang team number 1. Kasama naman natin ang team number 2. So, ang next challenge natin for today's video, andito naman ang Guess the Audio. Are you guys ready? Ready na? Team 1. Are you guys ready? Okay, so, first, guess the game. Yes.
Forza?
Yes, tama. Alright. Okay, 1-0 tayo winning. Kakarapin yung team member 2. Mahirap lang. Ready? Guess the gun. Yes.
Odin.
Odin, correct!
2-0.
Ito, madali lang to. Madali lang to para sa inyo. Ready? Guess the agent. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Steve. 3-0 already. Guess the gun. Generator. Yeah! 3-1. Guess the agent. Next. Sino? 3-2 already.
Yari na kayo. Yari na kayo.
Guess the agent.
Reyna.
4-2.
Last one. Match point. Match point.
Ito pag hindi na one over, hindi ko alam.
Perfect settle first.
Guess the game.
Wala. Tamang sagot ay
Roblox.
the future.
The future.
The future of esports.
Okay, it's time. Guess the action in 3, antayin nyo lang para mas ma-enjoy natin at para mas maging exciting yung mga araw natin ngayon. Once again, ako nga si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick, and see you on to the next one. Tayo ay nagbabalik sa pinakabagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Kuya Nick. At kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kasama natin ang mga nagagawa po ng kagandahan natin mga Predator brand ambassadors and ambassadors para sa ating susunod na challenge dito sa araw na ito. Ito ay tinatawag na IQ test. Direk, game na tayo! 3, 2, 1, go! Round 1. Yun. Guess the game. Yes. Flight Simulator. 1-0. Ayan. Guess? Guess the game, Kuya Nick.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go! Yes. 5. Ano yun? Forza? Yes, correct. Forza Horizon 5. Oh, never.
Nagagawin lang.
At isipin mo yung mga dating mga videos sa ating Forza, yung talaga yung nasasayo talaga si Amara. But here we go! Guess the game. 3, 2, 1, go! 5, 4,
Among Us.
Among Us is...
1, correct!
Natanong sila ha?
Go!
Yung button, no?
Oo, yung
Okay, naku yung button talaga. Kasi wala yung button, hindi nyo maano yun eh.
Okay. Si Bibi, kumusta ka dyan?
Basic na ako dito.
Si Bibi, no sweat, man. No
Hindi,
sweat.
pang-class kasi ako. Hindi, ako naniniwala ako kayo. Bird! Bird, niwala ako sa inyo, Bird.
Talagang,
Sabi ko sa inyo.
pakita mo kung sino ka.
Kilala ko yung kalaban nyo, hindi marunong isa dyan. Para kasi na kung sino isa na yun. Ha? See how?
Round number 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hoy! Yes! 5, 4, 3.
Harvest Moon.
Oy!
Steve!
Start the wedding!
Oh!
Start the wedding! Start the wedding!
Congratulations sa team!
Phil, ito yung matatalo talaga na carry jam eh.
Oh,
Binuhat niya Amara. Buhat na buhat na buhat niya Amara.
Grabe.
Si Amara nahulaan niya yung Forza. Nahulaan din ni Amara yung Stardew. Nahulaan ni Maggie yung Among Us.
Oo, tama.
Alam mo na kung sino hindi marunong sa kanila.
Super sayang.
Congratulations, congratulations.
Congratulations sa kapatid Team 2 naman ang nagwagi para sa meeting na ito, para sa challenge na ito. At sadly, ang kukuha na naman ng challenge is ang team number 1. Ayan, sobrang sayang. Pero yeah, tuloy-tuloy natin to. Punishment na. Game. Ano ang magiging punishment ng team number 1?
Hindi, ikaw na, parang may ulo ka. Hindi, parang...
Oh, cheating ko na, Ben.
Parang... Game na, bro.
Or inuubos niyo ba, bro?
Hindi, papasok.
Oo.
Ano yan?
Ano yun?
Ay, hindi.
Chubby.
Bakit ako kinig? Chubby Bunny.
Alright, without further ado, umpisahan na natin yung punishment ng
Yes.
team number 1. At ito ang Chubby Bunny. Kuya Nick, paano ba to?
Ganito.
Sample naman.
Ganito.
Sample.
episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At right now, kung napapansin nyo, yung mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors natin ngayon, medyo bumabaril na dahil ang next challenge ay Better Half Winning.
Yan. Para ipaliwanag ko ng better half.
Let's watch this! So nakita natin yung mechanics para sa ating challenge na Better Half. And right
Yes.
now, Kuya Nick, kita natin yung ating mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors na pakupo na. Yan na. Magbubukas na. May kita natin ngayon. Gusto ko lang ako mga comment. Grabe naman sa iyo. Nagkakas na agad. Magiging na.
Building.
Grabe! Lag! Mahirap yung internet sa site na to eh.
Ready, kami ready.
Dati.
Ikaw, Tim, tanggalin natin yung top range yan.
Judge! Sinhatgan! Ito I mean, mahaba-haba ang oras Pwede kayong mag-chill, pwede kayong mag-alipan Pero magkikita kayo sa big.
Yes.
The spike. Let's take what they have.
Na. Let's go! May plano to, may plano to, may plano.
Yung sa akin din may plano. Sobrang sinigin nung dalawa na pinapakita nila. Lumabas na eh.
Outrun me.
Ayun na yun! Alam nila!
Alam
Ito
ko
ah!
na pwesto eh.
So ngayon, magkakaalaman kung may panalo na or meron na
Keep up.
tiebreaker.
Sudden death.
Sudden death, yeah. Here we go.
Ayan na.
Ayun na. Pero ako magsisigit sa kalaban mo, Bert.
Mahusay! Mahusay! Ano tapos na rate natin yan? Top 7?
Top 7 ang region natin.
Nakakawa.
Oo.
Ito na, ayan na.
Pwede sila magkita. Oh!
Next one down.
Finally! 3-2! Finally! Pero wala eh. 3-2 na. Finally nakabawi na ng Team 1!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Bring in the ninja!
Ito yung pinaka-antay natin kasi syempre tayo lagi na punish. Right now, comeback! Oh, comeback is real. At para sa ating next punishment, yun ang ako yun. Pag-usapan na natin na what spell mangyayari. At Team 2 ang gagawa. No? Finally! Nakabawi na ng Team 1 dun sa lahat ng punishment na natanggap nila. Pero sino ba ang pinakaunang contestant sa harapan?
Ang una nating mag-bat spell, syempre, ang kanilang one and only, siya daw ang secret formula. So dahil ang secret formula,
Kwento niya.
ikaw ang mauuna sa ating punishment.
GBB? Okay, GBB! 3, 2, 1, go! C! C-H!
Oh, it's yun! Sige,
I.
I.
B! Yun!
I.
Oh, I.
B.
B!
Y.
Y!
Z.
Anong C? Next! 3, 2, 1, go!
R.
R!
A.
Si Amara parang sumasayaw eh, no?
Ay, wait, isa pa pala, sorry.
Bonus pa, di ba? Girl spelling.
G! Next one, G! I! E! Alright! Host for this video, ako nga pala si Vince. Kasama ko si Kuya Nick. You are watching the Predator Bunker Brawl. See you until the next one.
sa Predator, Bunker, Brawl, which is magkakaroon tayo ng set of challenges and punishments para mas maging mainit pa ang araw nyo. And of course, kasama natin ang mga magaganda at sobrang gwapong Predator brand ambassadors and brand ambassadors. At syempre, bago tayo magsimula sa ating pinakaunang challenge for the day, tamang konting banter muna sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. Team 2, meron ba kayong gusto sabihin sa Team 1? Friendly banter.
Good luck on you, bye.
Sabi ni Chibibi, syempre i-translate natin yun. Good luck daw, sabi ni Chibibi kasi kailangan niya yan. How about yung Team 1, Berg? Meron kung susunod sa kanila.
Good luck sa'yo, bye.
Good luck sa'yo, bye. Ano yung isa?
GG easy.
Alright, so narinig na natin yung mga thoughts ng dalawang teams natin today. So hindi natin ito patatagalin pa. First challenge is ang Scribble Trouble. Team number 1, meron kayong 3 minutes para tapusin itong challenge na to. Simulan na natin in 3, 2, 1, go!
English.
Stickman.
Wait lang.
Number 1 na lang manalo.
Pass, skip. Alright. So far,
Horse riding.
meron kayong 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Uy! Next level na! Ayos yan na! Okay, next! One na! Meron sila 1 point.
Addict.
Yung ating konti na lang pare. 1 minute 20 seconds. Pass. Next natin. No pressure, 1 minute remaining.
Basically yung pass.
Hindi, yung Easter na ano. Na
Easter na...
30 seconds. Pass. Okay, next.
Huwag na ako nag-erase.
Nag-erase.
Mouse.
Ayun.
2. Okay, meron pa kayo 20 seconds. So, ang nakuha nila, they have 2 points. So, congratulations. So, punta naman tayo sa team number 2. Hindi natin ito patatagalin pa. Team number 2, timer starts now! Lumang zero na agad? Grabe naman yun, man! 1-0. Pwede mag-pass. Keeper. 2 points.
Basic.
Hey, grabe yun ah! Diyos ko, ilan pa lang? Men, 20 seconds pa lang, 2 points na!
Cut. Sniper.
Phantom.
Phantom.
Okay, 3 points. Okay, may 3 points sila, grabe.
Team. Teamy.
Uy! Okay, hindi na 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 points already. Napakalin din team number 2. Tama, 6 points already, man. Grabe yung team number 2. Diyos ko. 7 points. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Tapos na ang ating challenge for the day. At congratulations nga pala sa team 2 dahil nakakuha sila ng 7 points. Sadly, ang team 1, 2 points. Ang team number 2 ang pipili ng punishment na gagawin ng team number 1. So, here we go. Ayan na. GBEB, do the honors. Ayan na. Kinakabahan na. Uy! At ang challenge nila at ang punishment nila is Dynamite Roulette. Ayan. So, yeah. Mahilig pa sa spicy foods. Hindi ka mahilig sa spicy foods. Mahilig ka sa spicy foods. Okay. So, dalawa hindi mahilig. So, feeling ko talaga medyo mainit ang mga bibig nila mamaya kasi on their first punishment,
ulit ang gagawa ng punishment. So, Dipit, papakita natin yan in 3, 2, 1. Kuha sila ng cookie, then may ruleta. Kung saan pumunta yung ruleta na yun, doon
ang dip.
Doon i-dip yung cookie, then kakaiinin nila. Pero tatlo sila, di ba? Team 1 nandito. Pero feeling ko, kulang eh.
Ito na nga. Based on the management, tsaka may instant replay na kasi tayo. Meron pong foul na nangyari wherein inulog po ng isang participant sa kabila. That resulted into negative output. So therefore, kailangan po namin patawan ng penalty.
Si Bibi. Tapos, management yun. Dip all sa bagoong.
Hindi pa naman eh. Harap yan.
Sarap. Okay, next. What's the bird?
Isa na naman yan eh. Isa na naman yan. Okay. Ikot natin direct. Ang kanyang dip, special na ketchup. Vinegar. Kunti.
Isa pa?
Pinagin mo yung buong cookie dyan. Ayan.
1, 2, 3.
Go.
Dami yan. Gusto ko tubig. Thank you.
Next. Soy sauce.
Uy,
Uy, konti.
Yan. 1, 2, 3.
Ew!
Okay.
Masarap, isa
Sarap.
Sa patis naman.
Mayonnaise!
Ay, deep all.
Mayonnaise!
Mayonnaise!
Wala akong kinalaman dyan sa roulette na yun.
Here we go.
New recipe.
Sarap.
Pwede.
Pwede.
Ayun. Unsure pa ako.
Hindi na tayo mai-internalize pa.
Baka pwede sa business.
Uy!
What?
Okay, so yun ang ating matinding punishment dun sa ating fast players na game. Dumating tayo sa panahon na si GPB. Dumaan pa talaga sa butas ng karayom.
Kailangan
manalo.
may fair tayo rito.
Nga, tapos na yung isa nating challenge for the day. At kita-kits na lang sa susunod na video.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9-HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9-13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
The thriller in Manila continues as the madness of Group A has us wondering who really is at the top of this group right here, right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024. My name is Ramon. I'm your desk host for today, and I have Black and Blue and Rap, the two best in the business, to cast the whole game for us today. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you guys, how are you right now? Because I feel like this has been 1 year in the making.
I'm excited. Maybe not as excited as I can tell some of the local broadcasters are in here, because we can hear them from here all the way here. They're pretty hyped, but I'm excited too. We got some great games coming on up, and especially this next one, do or die, Ref.
Well, you said it, do or die, and you could already feel, of course, the importance of this match, not just from us, but of course our local broadcast, as you mentioned. And aside from the excitement, I am quite nervous, honestly, because every team on Group A has looked mighty impressive.
Yeah, mighty impressive indeed. The expectations have been already high from the start of this group, and I just have to say these results have been as mixed as ever, but that's the thing about these group stages. That's the thing about these best of ones, right? But before anything else, ladies and gentlemen, I just like to give this opportunity to thank our sponsors that made the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024 possible. That's presented by Predator and co-presented by Intel. Also, special shout out and thanks to our sponsor, Xbox PC Game Pass, that has made all of this possible, for putting us on the broadcast desk, as well as giving everybody the platform to elevate themselves in the local scene and the international scene as a whole as well. So, you know, it has been a blast so far for the first day of our Asia Pacific Predator League 2024, and I think there's mighty time to show who will be coming up as our first competitor in this next best of one. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Oasis Gaming. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is Oasis Gaming, the Filipino representatives, and arguably the best Filipino team coming out of their own local region. We have Marky, Wild Oreo, Javi 8K, Draxi, and of course the IGL, the captain himself, Kelly S. Now, I have to give you like a very metaphorical brush, Black and Blue. And why don't you paint me a picture about what everybody has to expect, especially with how that first game went?
What can't you expect from a team like Oasis? A team that has always perennially been in that top 2 seed here now, ever since, you know, a team like Secret started moving on over to kind of the Premier League. And you look at Oasis, what they've done in the past, what they have to prove in the future, and the potential of what's to come. And it is undoubtedly still unaccomplished here, is the real big idea. As much as we love them, they're on their own home turf here in the Philippines, but that earlier game, a pretty big slip. Some of the kind of typical things that would work out for them, some of the contingencies that they would fall back into when their plan A doesn't work, that plan B of theirs, it wasn't successful. Against a team like Fav, it's not going to work. Against a team like Antic, one has to wonder, have they finally found their groove coming into this next game?
That is indeed a very big question, considering Antic looked so dominant in their first showing, and you know, you can already hear the passion, and how much love we have for this team is something that we can't really describe. However, that untapped potential is just something that we're still looking out for.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both of these, especially for Oasis Gaming now, this is their opportunity to try to bounce back since that first game looked ever so rough, especially with how close it was against Fab Gaming. But nevertheless, this is their time to shine. But against their opponents right now, Antic Esports are looking to strike next in our next team introduction. you go. It is Antic Esports from the land down under. It's kind of ironic since their stock is on a high after that first game. It's Maz, Punda, Naz, Mike, and Watt. This team is phenomenal, especially if you watch that first game against Oasis Ref.
That is true.
This team is arguably one of the most experienced ones, Ref.
Exactly, and the point that I was going to make is that when we kind of think about the OCE teams, right, we think about Order, we think about Bonkers, where they're super, super firepower heavy, whereas where we look at Antic, despite still having that capability of going ballistic, they have a tendency to go for a more controlled game. They kind of let their opponents come to them and kind of flex off of that. And you know what? It seems that Maz is a little calmer this time around. He was showing a lot of love in his previous series, but of course he's hurt everyone, and there he goes already. But again, just to kind of go back on that, right? He is, or at least the core of this team is incredibly experienced. I still think there's relative unknown quantities in terms of international showing from some of their players. However, with that form and just, again, stability from that first game, it's very, very hard to put really any knocks on them.
I really do like what you kind of pulled up with in terms of Maz, because I don't think we've seen his full potential just yet. He had a good game, but I think we might just see the best of him coming into this. And especially when he's backed by two of the arguably most experienced players that we have here, right? We look at Watt, we look at Naz, who had their own runs in Ascension with that Bonkers team, who was bonking a lot of the competition. You have to expect the best of this team. If what we saw a while ago from Oasis on their counterpart here wasn't exactly what we thought, I think we're going to get more of the same, or rather a similar idea of that here when it comes to this squad on Antic, but on a more positive note, because when you look at the way that Antic have played so far, they have absolutely proven here that they are one of the teams to look out for to make it into the semis, to make it out of this group, and to make it to the top 4.
Yeah, and to think they were this close as well to take that first game anyway. So it kind of makes it a little bit more bittersweet, but you could see the potential. You could see that Oasis could breach through. But for Antic Esports, it was all good in the hood for them. All business as they went into that first game as a whole. But now we're getting our map selection, and it's Lotus as our fourth best of one map for today, which is ironically Oasis and one of their best maps in particular, since they played that as well in their playoff stage. They look really good on their regional playoffs, and I really feel like that's their biggest shot of taking over. But Antic Esports also showing that same flair, black and blue.
Well, you mentioned about Oasis, and just to kind of put into perspective how successful they have been as of recent, they have been on quite a streak. 6 games straight before dropping their most previous Lotus, and some of those teams, Naos, Fancy, Talon Esports. So those are some big names they've taken down on this map. You look at Antic, and you still have to wonder then, where do they stand in this field?
And talking about Antic too, something that we have to kind of, highlight is that Pilski does have experience coaching against other teams from our region, and this was from, I believe, APAC 1 last year when he was still under Bonkers, so he definitely has an idea on how our teams like to operate, our signature styles, and how we like to push. Granted, there's been a lot of evolution from between that point to now, and I hope we get to see the same thing for Oasis too. I mean, we've been talking about for how many years now? It seems like every single time we say this team is maturing, there's always that stumble.
Well, if they are going to stumble, then that's how we're going to find out right now, ladies and gentlemen. It is game time over at Lotus. It will be Antic Esports versus Oasis Gaming, a double controller comp for both sides as we're heading on into the next game.
Let's get right to it here. Oasis Gaming on the attacking start to start off this game here on Lotus, their second game of the day. A must-win for them as their earlier faults have seemingly caught on up. Raph, you can see here, immediate push from the defense here in Antic.
Exactly, and I love the proactiveness of this defense. Again, we have to highlight how important each round is, especially in this type of format. Look at this, they're not shying away. They know that there is retaliation, and of course, yet another smoke here. This is definitely going to push Oasis back a little bit. They do have the option to rotate, as every other lane on the map seems to be unoccupied.
Yeah, Oasis just, I guess, seemingly here, trying to see if the defensive push from Antic is really going to commit towards that A main push. The weak side is where they're going to be rotating. Killjoy at the wait here. Maz, he has a lot to do here. If you can get one and back off safely, that's going to be great value.
Indeed it is, and Watt waiting in the smoke as Maz already throws a pot shot, but look at the control yet again by Antic. Remember, we were talking about how OCE teams tend to have that wild card spirit where they will take fights, but it looks like they're going to group up for a big 5v5 here. However, there's no chip damage on either side, so this could go either way.
Well, here comes a retake, leaving Kelly S on his lonesome here within that pillar to try and get a pick off. The spike trying to be stuck for the half. Kelly gets one, Marky a follow-on up. They're getting the defuse.
No!
They're going to stick it. The opening pistol, though. They don't let it come to pass. Oasis Gaming take the opening round.
And I have to say, those were flashbacks of a different Challenger series, if you remember. 2 back-to-back heartbreaks, but Oasis, they don't let it happen this time. And again, this is looking like a very, very controlled matchup. I wouldn't be surprised if a conservative buy is going to come into play for Antic Esports, or if no upgrades at all. We have 1 Sheriff on Watt, but that's about it.
Antic Esports almost stealing that one away. Oasis Gaming, they've certainly fell prey to the defuse being stuck, especially there on C-Mound. We've seen that in their past, but doesn't come to pass just yet. Take the opener. It's a bonus here that Antic Esports have a bit more to deal with. As that down push we saw a while ago from the defense, that's not going to be as viable here. They don't have the same weaponry brought in.
That's true, and there should be an assumption here that they're not going to go for tree control. They know that the SMGs, potential SMGs and pistols on the defending side could shred them to bits. So it's going to be a very, very long default here, but not. A sharp shot still gets one. But ultimately, Black and Blue, these weapons will not be persuaded to stop slaying all the defenders.
Yeah, it doesn't get much. Not just yet. So Oasis kind of in cruise control right now against a round like this. Whatever hopes Watt might have, maybe damage to economy.
Toxins going up.
That's all you can really hope for. So if you're Antic right now, okay, great shot by Watt. But as I was going to say, we've seen prevalence here from Oasis to start off the rounds already into seemingly taking A main control.
I have to say, Watt has been so sharp all day long. And as soon as I say that, he gets erased from existence. But getting 2 is pretty much the stable outcome of a round like that, right? Oasis, they still have a decent bag to go back on. They did get the plant. They did get a few orbs here and there for themselves. But ultimately, creativity is what might, I guess, succeed in this round, because there's going to be a lot of range deficits that they have to make up for, especially on A-Long, if they continue to default that.
Well, obviously, as we've failed to point out so far, they're in a mirror matchup, so there's no real discrepancies in that case. Let's see how it differs this time around as once more. That mound position, rather, that rubble position here towards A main. Another push for it as Oasis don't seem to shy away from taking control away from that, which is really good. You see a lot of attacking teams, once they take that draft, they have a lot more options to pivot to B.
I think Punda's thinking about it. I think he senses something, but I think that's just too many players he might challenge here. Despite the weaker arsenal, the numbers, they'll still prove to be too much, as this stair contest is going to come. That's going to be armor shredded off of Oasis' side. It looks like it's going to spring the attack, but Kelly S, is he going to look the right direction? He gets one. That's the double, and that should open up Oasis for free upgrades here.
That was a great paranoia here coming in from Oasis. You see both of those kills that Kelly was able to find aided because of that paranoia, so great stuff coming from Draxi. He's always been such a hallmark player in terms of his supporting utility in Oasis. They're looking a lot sharper than what we saw against Fab a while ago, but it was the early game. It was a bit more reliable from Oasis. Here comes a pinch on that door position. Bunda, a double for him, decimating here the defense. They've hold, and he's got a stick.
No. Just don't, right? It's not going to happen. Marky's not going to overextend. Otherwise, I might just jinx it into existence, but that's half. He has to commit to something here. The smoke is in the way! That is unfortunate. Punda gets away with a 3rd kill and yet another orb to his name. And a slight mishap there on the side of Oasis. Granted, it was the bonus round, and that is pretty much the absolute biggest bonus you can get. Wonderful entry by Kelly S, but I feel like we've been kind of led on to believe that there could have been more to this round. There definitely could have been more to this round.
Well, he almost gets it there, coming in from Marky, but I think what's the real highlight play was coming from Watt as that Viper, going right around, being able to find an opening, especially while Marky's already watching the flank anyways. He opens that door and pulls the attention of Oasis towards the flank, which allows now Punda to come in from the front, clean up house, and, well, get them around on the board.
No upgrades on the side of Antic, surprisingly. All sheriffs, but still dangerous nonetheless. I would say that Oasis should be a little more dominant on the attacking side, considering that this is very attacker skewed, this map. But it does look like it's still going to be a lot of poking and prodding. I love that Antic never really overextend, or at least they're saving their more aggressive plays for the more hectic rounds.
They're looking for a B split here. You can see their positioning. Shadows traveling. Defense a bit scattered, but unsure of where this push might come. That smoke there towards A, plus the dog on the Trailblazer from Marky. Going to pull their attention as well. Flash on now. Watt connects on the one, but KLES is ready for the trade. Swing out wide, and Oasis, they're connecting here on time and on perfect.
This is pretty much a done deal, perhaps. 4v2 with two ults in the back pocket of Oasis as they slay yet another player here. Mike, all on his lonesome, could go back and save this Phantom, but he looks like he wants to bite on more, and he does get a chunk out of Oasis. Still a 3v1, and now a flank in the way. Still can't confirm the kill. He's still alive. Can get one more, but the indecisiveness of what gun to pick it up puts him in an early grave. And that is the third round on the board for Oasis Gaming.
4K for KLES in that round, starting things off and ending it. Oasis Gaming here, building upon that. You mentioned, though, Raph, that this map can lead its favor towards the attacking side sometimes, but KLES being activated is a really good sign from Oasis. A while ago, when they were playing up against FAV, it was kind of like the earlier start from them that seemed a bit more, I guess, fruitful, and in the second half, things kind of trailed off, and so if you're Oasis right now,
what is this?
I've got to make sure they keep this this heat retention up.
Bunda's looking to do something something unsavory to any attacker here, but I think this is a good sign for Oasis. They've finally conditioned the defense to be a little more A-oriented, so the rotation might be late coming into the opposite site here. This might be the commit. Maz has to run.
Whoa! He fails to jump! KLES, he hit on the wall right before it, and Maz is able to clean up house. That should have been a kill for him. Here comes out the Nano Swarm. The site being flooded. The defense trying to stop him. They're going to let it happen. They're going to go for the retake instead for the numbers. The nade denies the plant. And now the smokes are going to dissipate. Oasis Gaming in a very difficult position.
There's still a minute left. They can still do this. Draxi, though, he could cut off the rotation before it could happen. But Savvy opening up the defense with a Sentinel kill of his own here. They still haven't decided to commit this plant. They're wary of some sort of retaliation, and for good reason. That's a quick double on the side of Antic. They look to flood in, and suddenly this has been tipped over its head.
Marky all alone. No real chance at this point. He gets a double! Marky holding on, but you thought there could have been more shades of a different timeline coming in there, but Antic Esports shutting them down. The fact that they took so long to get that spike graph meant that the defense there was ready for the retake. Smoke's gone. It played into the hands here of Antic.
Indeed, really curious, right? Because I for sure thought that they had the placement to just kind of get that spike down and play it from there despite their waning utility. But Oasis opting to go for the raw gunfight here. They do have one round to give, but with this economy, man, I'm just not too sure if this is the type of pillar you want to lean on.
Patience is a virtue. As he said, waning opportunities here are ones that have to be seized instead. Look at the spam. Doesn't connect this time. Only an Ares on Odin, but Nas utilizing that push. A triple for Nas. He's sticking it up the noggin, and Punda's able to follow up as well. It's all on the Marquee once more here, all alone. Gets himself a double, but this round should be over here, Raph. Barring some high tweaks that should not happen.
He does get a second chance at a clutch. There is a weapon at his feet, and he does have ults, but if he can't get any clean gunfights, this is pretty much over. As you mentioned, Maz is already keen on taking him out, and he has been a star for Antic, and Oasis, they lose their one-round lead.
Two pretty dominating rounds here from Antic, but that previous one, obviously, kind of being an eco buy. Going for that A mound, which could actually benefit them later in the end for Oasis. As you've already mentioned, we've seen that defense kind of be a bit more oriented and skewed towards the A side of the map. And so if they can keep on conditioning that lurk there towards the A, They can open up the site elsewhere for the offense to punch through the defensive side.
Well said, but I also love how proactive Antic has been. Because of that 3K, Nas now has the Seekers. If they want to play ultra safe and play off the retake, they also have the Viper's Bit, but Mike has other plans despite missing. It gives enough space for Nas to take one, but it's an even trade. They don't have Seekers now. Mike's still in this corner, but Oasis can't punish. They are getting slaughtered like lambs in this choke point.
Yeah, great read here coming from Antic. Utility on out, paint shells connecting there towards the mound, setting Oasis into a bit of a scatter. What Oasis might have found in the deserts, well, it's not going to be much. Antic, hefty lead they have in this round, and the lead to be taken on the scoreboard if they do take this.
Trouble in paradise as they're still trying to find some safety here on this C site. But Antic, they remain sharp. They remain wary as we still have 2 smokes on the side of Punda. And now he has the info of at least 1 player here. He doesn't want to give that 1v1. And now Mike has doubled up. All Antic has to do now is to wait. And Oasis, they're still trying to find a wedge to this defense.
Great angle here from Mike. Paintshell's out, and Savvy's left all alone. 1v3, he can isolate these fights perhaps, but the boom bot is just too big of a problem for him to deal with. Antic Esports, though, creating an opportunity there to get the round right off the bat, and they take the lead.
You know what, stylistically, Antic has been very solid. They've been very calm. They did take a little bit of a, I would say, dive on the first few rounds, right? They gathered all that data. So, you know, in kickboxing, Muay Thai, MMA terms, they're like those 5-round fighters, right? Oasis, they have a wonderful head kick. You catch that, you're gone.
They're like a Money Mayweather, right? You give them
Exactly.
the first 5 rounds, 6 maybe, perhaps, and then you get them in the second half once you got the download. And Antic so far, their defense has been perfect. They've been reading where the strong side of Oasis' attack has been more often than not in these previous rounds. Well, aside from this one, perhaps, you can see Oasis posturing here towards the A site. Only bit of information gathering they have is Watt face checking it.
You know what they say, going for the head is a bit of a rookie mistake here, and perhaps Oasis' age is showing in some of these exchanges, but that hesitation too has not been kind to them, and Kelly S could have realistically been caught out here. Look at this defensive assignment on Antic. They now have focus on rotation, but they're relying on Watt to, again, get some value here. He could get overwhelmed, but the hit still hasn't been committed. I'm worried.
Paranoia ready if they do come his way. Punda's luckily able to escape the chase. Not there, as you said, Raph. Got to be careful about headhunting. They're sent back. Paranoia connecting there is going to keep him at bay. And Oasis now in a bit of an awkward position. Going to pivot back towards that A site. They don't check him. Watt with the 1, but only the 1. They get the rifle back up. They still have a chance, but Punda's here at the ready to shut them down. All alone. Marky once more stands, but not for long. And Antic, they continue their lead.
You know, it's only 2 rounds, but these last, 4 or 5 have been so convincing on the side of Antic. It's been death by 1,000 cuts. You see the jabs, you see the checking. You know, there's so many rulers being placed here by Antic that Oasis, they're just kind of getting funneled into their own deaths here.
Oasis there, kind of back and forthing towards B&A. Obviously, it wasn't exactly a full buy here coming from Oasis, but still pushing there. Kind of filtering through that link. Single Paranoia shuts down every single idea they had and notion of pushing towards B, and Watt was at the right time just to delay. Let the defense get back into shape and into place. The first pause coming out here for Oasis, and Raph, we're seeing the defense here, as we said, have downloading Oasis in these rounds. If not at the opening get-go, then midway through the round, they get a much better picture of what's happening and adjust.
We're still waiting for that, you know, because it does seem that Oasis at times is very, very confident in their skills. And by right, they should be. By virtue of strength, they should be. But that also leads them to kind of being stubborn with what they're doing. And Antic, they're just really being masterful with this double controller, right? When we talk about double controller, we talk about buying space instead of confirming space, as you would like to put it, Mr. Black and Blue, coach analyst, by the way. And
don't give my flowers just yet. I'm still here.
Nah, man, I'll always give you flowers. You know that.
Well, the only flower they have to fight for here is on Lotus itself. Oasis Gaming still have yet to regain the lead. They built upon early, quick mound push out here. I'd like for them to kind of fake out this door. We've only ever seen them open it to commit to it. Why don't you open it, have somebody watch it, have maybe smoke it off, do something more with keep that defense here. But speaking of defense, only one player on the A site.
I agree. They got to keep them honest. They got to keep those passive and perceived threats ready and available because Oasis, once again, they're going for haymakers. They're a little telegraphed. And look at Maz. They haven't even checked him. Oasis now being very wary of this flank. They do have that alarm bot, but Watt just too immobile with the LMG. Wild Oreo gets one, but where is this chaos happening? Oasis, they found that right hook. Antic, they're a little groggy.
Coming from the flank there, a bit of a risky tag TP from Punda. Kellyas and Wild Oreo clean up, and that's the first round Oasis Gaming have gotten in a while to respond here. Able to, luckily for them, push towards a weaker side of the defense on this round, which had a bit more of a kind of B and C focus. The flank idea wasn't necessarily too bad or wayward here, coming on in from Antic, but just didn't work out that time, especially with the lockdown going off at the right time. Bought them enough space that they couldn't be simply overrun from behind, and they could kind of chill a bit more. They simply were not as prepared as they thought they would be on that retake.
They simply overstayed their welcome. I mean, it has been effective for the first few rounds here, but the obvious adjustments on the side of Oasis being that alarm bot plus the reemptive flash to really just kind of make it even a bigger safety net for them is really a good sign here. However, talking about ults, we do still have that lockdown on Antic. We still do have that Viper Spit, which has been online for quite some time. We still haven't seen it. Not entirely sure what their plan is for this. Maybe on a hard B hit. Perhaps they're going to deploy that. Other than that, this is still pretty much leaning towards Antic, I would say. Again, a 5-4 scoreline on Lotus is simply uncommon.
Well, it's not going to be for long, for sure.
That's right. Confidence. That's right.
I mean, once you get around, it's not going to play. Is my point?
Numbers are hard.
We're going to see a push here towards this Rubble, and the Paranoia always at the ready. A big threat they're going to have to deal with. Flash, Paranoia right on after. Sends Oasis backpedaling potentially towards the other side of the map, which might not be a bad idea considering the weak side is a bit towards the opposing area. Viper's Pit, though, is going to be a position they're going to have to deal with. Not too sure if they use the Trailblazer there from Marky, so if they do, if they still have it on, this is a great tool to try and flush them out.
Third time's a charm. We haven't seen still haven't seen a kill yet, but Nas, once again, just a little too quick with those defensive rotations. Yet another Viper Spit here, but Maz already has an idea on where to stop them. How can they get this plant here? They don't have mobility anymore.
There wasn't a smoke towards CT, and that's why Kelly S died, because there was no concealment to kind of block that angle off. Oasis Gaming, small slip up, but they still have a chance. 3v3, lockdown plays towards C, and a full rotate towards that A has to be the best idea right now.
A lot of temperance being showed on both sides here, but obviously the late rotation on the side of Antic is going to delay a little bit of their potency. Oasis Gaming, they have a free site.
30 seconds
Nobody
left.
to contest. They are going to hear that spike down, and that is going to prompt the response on Antic. But I'm not entirely sure how they're going to take this. I don't think they're going to triple heaven this.
Look at this. Double push up here towards the stairs might not be a bad idea necessarily, actually. But Nas still does have that Trailblazer to clear this out, and that's going to kind of alert them towards a double hold here. What's with a swing, Marky?
Ooh.
Big punish from Mizuno and Nas. And now it's all on the Draxi. He gets the one, gets the double. The triple doesn't come his way there at the end for the 4K. And Nas keeps him up with the lead.
Oh my goodness. So close yet so far, but Antic, I really love that on-the-fly decision to kind of just deal with that double stack. I was about to say they probably know something that we don't. I mean, that's why they're still playing and we're not. You know, that is a time long past us. But Maz, man, I think realistically that should have been a high percentage kill on him. He was already low, tagged up. But sometimes when the guns are firing, they'll hit everything.
A great round from Nas there. Trailblazer to try and clear out that stairs, obviously, but I think a big mistake by Marky to peek out. They have higher situational awareness in that moment here, Antic, having a Trailblazer, knowing there's a double stack, and Marky doesn't know how many guys are on the other side of that wall. He doesn't know how many could be holding the angle.
Oh dear.
And gets punished for it. Speaking of the punish, somehow Kelly S gets away with it scot-free.
That they do. He still has an avenue here to just kind of squeeze himself in, but that Odin is not going to allow any member from Oasis to kind of streak through A. They're trying to force this. Now they're funneled towards the stairs. Who is guarding it? Nos has no idea that they flanked through. And now Antic in a bit of a panic.
Oasis, especially Wild Oreo there, has had such propensity to try and push towards that. Marky at the ready as soon as the door breaks down. Stands in front of the fatal funnel and somehow finds a fatality from it. Wild Oreo trying to watch, obviously, here this B-Link, which will be a crucial part of this hold.
How crucial is it going to be? It is going to be answered in this two-man retake on the side of Antic. They could realistically save here. They don't have to risk anything. They do have one more round to give, but with Wild Oreo confirming Nas, Funda has to make do with this Odin. Very, very big gun, but very, very clunky and heavy to deal with. That's both smokes, but he might have to be wary of the double hold here.
He doesn't have much ammo in it either. 27 rounds. Might be a lot for a rifle, but not an LMG. And Marky simply caps it on off, so Oasis able to string back around here. They have not been in a position where you could say they are right in the lead, but they also, at the same time, have not been letting this get too far away from them.
I mean, it's been scrappy at the least, right? It's been pretty much a brawl for a lot of these side fights. We've seen a transition from kind of stopping them at rubble into just, hey, let's play retake. There's been over-aggression really on the side of Oasis again. I didn't want to point that out, but I think the overheat is very, very clear on some of these rounds, and I just feel like Kelly S, if he has a few more kills with a showstopper, it would be a very different story. But despite that, he still has 13.
That was a mixed buy, by the way. Coming on in for Oasis, they were able to win. Similar situation for Magic with Nanda. Funda rather having only a sheriff, but the spam here, able to make a sandwich out of that one. 2 kills off the wall, off the murder. Now they can continue to simply barrel down their way to whichever site they choose.
This defense is aching from, again, all that spam. Maz has to try and anchor this and potentially get one, but again, they really opt for the safer play here. They will be scouted out. Funda's been a bit sneaky here, tried to be a little bit sneaky with the sheriff. But once again, you did say this is a mixed buy. Realistically, it has to be the other two who have to do the heavy lifting.
Scout destroyed.
Oasis love to do this. They love doing this high-low stuff here, especially on stairs. They've been doing it almost every single round that they get the chance to do so. Seems to be their protocol here. They're trying to contest some of these angles. Funda off the corner, doesn't expect a close 90. And it's all going to be on Mizuno, who, as great of a shot he is, has no chance when Savvy's got the jump and the drop. 6-6, they tie things up at the end of the half round.
Great half from both these players. We saw a lot more control in Antic, but a lot more heart from Oasis. I think this is something that we've been pretty much asking for Oasis, right? Because there was also a time where Oasis would just flat out dominate their competition, but the moment that they stop leading the dance, it just becomes clumsy. But now, as you mentioned, the protocol has been a little sharper. You see a lot of their movement, despite losing a few members here and there, being a little more cleaner. And Oasis, they're making the necessary steps to mount this comeback.
It all starts with a step in the right direction. How small or large it may be, eventually leads to the same position they want to end up in anyways. We flip over sides. Defense now for Oasis. Mirror matchup, so you can see a lot of the kind of similar setups of what we saw a while ago from Antic anyways, but how's Antic now play their attack? How do they fake out the defense? How do they condition that defensive side? You see the push on here coming from Oasis towards B. Those pillars are a position they're looking to contest, but Antic are a bit more presumed to push towards that C initially, but they've also pulled back, so kind of in a half and half state here of where to commit. Seems like A might be the idea.
Yep, there was no real inclination to do so on the other sides here. B is once again a funnel that we don't really take too much interest to as an attacking team. And Antic, they saw a little bit of utility on C, decided I'm just not going to deal with that. You know, sometimes the best way to deal with a problem is just walk away.
Obviously that confirms even more suspicion here. It is an A side hit, and the defense has rotated already, with them kind of taking a slower approach. But look at the lurk here from Watch, able to open things up in Marquis. That allows the pivot now here towards his B site. Wild Oreo in a position to make a play. He's trying to look to be very deep into this angle. Has to get the one, but Mizuno with the ghost simply outguns him.
What? And my goodness, Pandemonium still continues as Oasis Gaming is down to its last members. Draxi does not have any health to fight back. Savvy AK has 15 HP and a Dream. Will have more bullets in his mag. And look at Antic. They are just not willing to give safety away. They're going to wait for that tap. You can see Punda. He's slowly crawling. Savvy's wary, but he gets executed out of his misery. And Antic, that's 2 pistols, or at least the first pistol for them.
Well, he was low as well. So not real much of a chance there, especially with the classic. Maybe if a right click miraculously connects. Surprised Oasis were still able to bring that down to a 1v2 there, considering practically started as a 5v3. Great stuff from Punda all throughout this half. He is currently leading this game with 15 frags to his name. And Oasis, no reason to force up here. Just play things out, see what damage they can do, see if they can even seal one away. If you're Antic right now, you need to start confirming these rounds, and the opening pick there on Savvy is a big one.
I mean, just again, looking at the macro of everything, Antic just seems that much more controlled and systematic with how they approach. Oasis, they're looking to be a little cheeky here. Punda. Oh, dear me. Valdorio getting closer and closer. They're completely blind! And they get demolished by the classic, and they simply just walk away.
Yeah, Wildorio's able to escape too. Not without taking some hits, that's for sure. He's quite low, but still better than being dead. 3v3, obviously weaponry still far in favor here of Antic. So look at the push out, look at this swing. They're going for it. 1v1, they bring this to winnable capacity. And this is really smart from Marky now to reposition.
Third clutch situation for Marky, and I gotta say, another one that's difficult. Again, the classics. He is doubling back. He doesn't have a flash for his own safety, but Watt will have all the time in the world and just have that slight edge with this. Snake bite. I was about to say snake edge.
30 seconds left.
Here we have Oasis Gaming. They have a long jog to make. Granted, it's still doable time, but I would say there's going to be a little more, how would I put this? Priority on getting this defuse.
I actually thought Marky had the right idea there of pulling back and rotating towards A. But instead he doubles back. Now I think he confirms where his opponent might be here. His opportunity wasn't able to retrieve anything from that. But that flash is going to kind of fake out where he might be coming from. Obviously, classic against Bulldog. Take your pick, take your guess rather, which one should come out on top. And Watt confirms it, but look at the damage done.
The classic was true up until the very end and started lying to Oasis. Unfortunate heartbreak there, but still a very good effort. 2 rounds ahead, not insurmountable, but once again with the data that Antic is consistently collecting and forcing Oasis into these unsavory situations is a very, very worrying sign.
Well, luckily, they still have economy to buy up into this one if you're Antic, so you can see the Vandal being forced up here by Maz. That's pretty good, at least for Antic here to try and equalize the odds just a bit. Oasis Gaming, though, obviously, a bit more firepower equipped for this round. The Arsenal a bit more favorable. Blast back on in. And Oasis, they do contest it initially, but you can also see that they're playing positions here to back on out if the heat gets a bit too much. That's exactly why this smoke is going to help him back out here. Mike's taking a beating in the corner, and Kelly's confirms it.
That's right, he will be sent back to whatever lobby there is on Apex, and trying to get a few cheeky kills here as Watt is tearing up this defense player by player with that magical Bulldog yet again. And how many is that for him? 3. Punda does do a little bit of damage, and Savvy, the star, gets a third of his own. Getting a little too impatient here. He doesn't have a weapon. Now he does. 1v1 yet again! An unlucky number 4 for Antic as Savvy 8K steals the round away from them.
A lot may know him as a collegiate star here in the local scene.
That's why he's the GOAT.
That's why
he's the GOAT.
Maybe not there, but the GOAT of the collegiate
scene.
For sure, yes. But bring it over to the big leagues here. Savvy AK confirming that, but my goodness, that should not have been as close as it should be. That's smoke, which you'd initially think, okay, it'll allow the defense playing backside to safely fall back into the water side of things. It was good initially, but they didn't necessarily use it to its fullest extent. And because of that, they went for a brawl here in which Antic have a lot more fighting capability than Oasis kind of initially assumed they would. And they almost assuredly were to be able to take that round away. Luckily for them, heroics come in the most opportune moment for Oasis.
Heroics, huh? You know, you talked about Savvy again. When he was playing in the collegiate league, he was 6'8", 280. You know what I mean?
Massive man.
Air freight.
Of massive capabilities.
But as you mentioned, a lot of that star power has definitely transitioned onto the big leagues, right? And despite not being able to replicate all the success he had in the collegiate circuit, he still makes a lot of impact for any team he's on. And with that clutch, it might just revitalize Oasis Gaming into being a little more aggressive, as we see here.
Well, paint shells out there towards the back of the rubble. Just make sure no TP cross happens. Obviously, noise is being made quite heftily here towards C, but the pivot towards B is a sudden shift here in positioning and in direction. Lots of stall power, though, still here from Oasis. They TP on in, blast back as well to try and break through the line. You can see a D push going for the walls, or going for the CT here. They've got the paranoia ready as well. Sends the defense to try and give up lots of space, but they're not committing just yet.
Oh my
Nas
goodness.
gets the one. Savvy can't confirm one. He has to get another, but they know where he is. And that's a 5v3 immediately.
The Phantom not having tracers is a little bit of a lie, as his position was just outright exposed there. With that spam, trying to ward off any would-be attackers to give his team a little bit of space and time. But with the lockdown and the massive flank by Watt, how is this going to turn out for Oasis? Again, that's a 5 strong on Antic, and it looks like they're going for the save call here.
Well, a shift here from Antic Esports. Oasis Gaming still struggling to really get much going for them, unfortunately. As a push out from Antic, that was a great pivot. They push towards B. The defense thinks that's where it's going to be, but yet they kind of press the envelope even further, break through the lines, have the flash for the immediate corner, have a paranoia for the next one, and allows Oasis, rather Antic, to simply push on through when Oasis thought the least to come. Antic, flawless round for them as they get the 9.
And you can already hear, and I think everybody can hear the passion from the studio. So guys, that is your cue to actually drop by the main event this weekend. So I'm very, very excited for that. I guess we're all very excited to see you.
I mean, if you can, because like I think the first day might be practically
it's already sold out.
Sold out. 10,000 people. But you can check out the other streams we got going on. Obviously, we got 4 groups. This is only one of those 4. So we got lots of streams going on. So guys, check it on out, and let's check out the game as we get back into it. Oasis on the defense. Eco buy from them. Antic looking to get a 10th.
Can they get the 10th, the first double-digit score of the game, of the only map, by the way? So again, just to kind of reinforce how important this is. Oasis.
Do or die.
Do or die, exactly. Oasis, again, they're just a little notorious for having those moments where they need to shine. The light does dull a little bit. And Antic, they could smell the blood. They could smell it in the water. And you see the aggression here. Still tempered as Draxi and Kelly try to set something up here. Re-smoked. But that's going to prompt them. That's 2 smoke cues.
It's all around them. Antic are definitely pushing deep here in towards that A position. Difficult spot now for Wild Warrior to be as a Viper. Trapped there in the tree. But this is actually good for him. If they don't break through, then he can have a position to try and pin something.
Oh my gosh.
They're pushing through. While Oreo can't connect, Sheriff up close, not the most reliable. Lockdown does kind of force him out of the way, and they burn the Viper's pit there too, but they take him down. Kelly S connects. He's got a bit more to try and fight with here. Lockdown does detain 1. Retake here, 4v3. Swing out, but look at that!
No way!
From Nas, he connects! And Mazu at the end as well to get the 10th. Oasis, it was an eco from them, but they had an opportunity. Antic let them slip.
How many times has Nas dominated this A site? He simply will not allow Oasis to come in. And Oasis, I fear for them. They must be quaking in their boots because they're here to defend the land, Nico. But Antic, they're just doing so well.
That was so good as well. There wasn't anything better could have done there from Oasis. Flash out, immediate push. But I guess that Nas could hear the flap of the bird, and he knew that the blind was about to come. Looking away, prepared for it, anticipating it. Antic Esports looking pretty sharp, but now Oasis Gaming. Finally, a gun round for them to play. One, they absolutely feel the pressure to convert.
Antic, they really have not shown signs of instability here. It's insane to keep this type of pressure and this control at such high stakes. In Oasis, they're trying to find any idea that they can. Wild Oreo already very, very low on resources here. He does have the recharging smoke and the wall available to him, but that last snake bite is going to give him one less tool to delay with later on in the round. And once again, Antic with their passive threats, man, they are freezing Oasis Gaming into, again, oblivion.
They're keeping that defense there here on towards C, where now the weak side is a bit more available for Antic to try and push on towards. At least they got the Seekers down, so Mike doesn't know where exactly they've fallen back into here, coming from Draxi. The defense not overcommitting on the rotate here from Oasis, which is pretty good because Antic have shown propensity to try and back and forth here on the attacking side, and now they're going towards C. They realize that, hey, Watt is nowhere to be seen just yet.
Antic approaching critical mass here. They are checking, but the initiation on Oasis is too strong, and the tides are starting to drown all the players from Antic. We have one member left, and it's up to Mike. He's nowhere near the spike nor anything, so he has to tuck tail and run. And that's going to be the first save call on the side of Antic. Oasis, they rally back, keep this as close as possible, and that's the explosive Oasis that we've been waiting for.
Great round here coming from Oasis. The fact that they were able to steal away map control there from A main meant that that kind of stacking defense towards the C side of things was actually absolutely fine, because Oasis having much map control, having their positioning be so forward in A main meant that if they were going to come A main here, Antic, they would be aware beforehand, and that they were. The Seekers kind of alerted their suspicions. Draxi takes that down, backs off to A. Now, that meant that Mike didn't know where to chase down with the showstopper, and once they rotated, Oasis had kind of caught on that, hey, Antic, they love to go back and forth, but look at Draxi up above. He gets the one.
Again, death from above. That's the first. This Oasis, once again, they want to stake their claws onto Antic, but Antic will not allow such fatal blows. And down to 3v3 here. Important ults already eliminated from the game. Oasis Gaming, they still have... Actually, it's still an absolute mirror match here, even with the deficit. But position-wise, Oasis, they're a little stuck here. The timing, they're very wary of it. And this door position has been an absolute tomb for any would-be attacker.
Kellyes actually almost had that kill there, the opposing Viper, but it doesn't connect, doesn't come to pass. Luckily, Nas had the heal to get Watt back up into fighting capacity. You can see the Sentinel here as well, the Killjoy and Savvy AK from Oasis. He's at the ready for this push. He has to be the first contact, and that he is, but not able to get a pick off of it. The plant's going to go down, while Oreo instead holds the line. Now they have an advantage.
Zavi dropped to 25 health. The idea was there, but the Viper spit by Wild Oreo still very much serviceable here. Topped up, being very healthy, but will they anticipate the early timing? They check the corner, but not again! He comes up clutch. 1v2 here for Oasis. Time is ticking. Will they anticipate Watt to be this close? And that's the first. Could potentially be the breaker of hearts! And what is that?
What? Crazy stuff here coming from Antic and Watt with a clutch at the end. He was the one who shut down Killies on that push towards the rubble. He was the one who started things off here for Antic, and that he by damn well ended. Antic around away from match point. The cross from Nas good. Walking into his sights, Wild Oreo. And Watt just repositioning in that position. He has such a great spot to play because he's like a whack-a-mole there. He can come up at any angle and only exposes his head when he does so.
Bob and weave, bob and weave.
Bob and weave.
Left hook, right hook. Oasis Gaming, once again, just kind of fearing for Antic, or rather themselves, that Antic is getting closer and closer to ending this map. And might I add, Antic is still undefeated on Lotus. I think this is their 4th showing now. And normally, Oasis, they would use a lot of their scouting power to really kind of dissect their opposing teams. But I feel like stylistically, double controller just doesn't seem to fit Oasis Gaming. Despite their success, despite the gap between these teams, I feel like Oasis would benefit more if they went for that double initiator to really supplement their aggression. Or complement their aggression, pardon me.
Supplement? I think you're having a gym bro moment here, buddy.
Ran out of protein, bro.
Getting into
back home.
A different kind of lingo here, but the only gains that Oasis need to get are ones on the board. 8 rounds. 3 away from tying up the game, and obviously the 1 away from match point here for Antic's favor. Not the best buy from Oasis, but not one that is entirely out of the question for them to convert. We saw them do that a while ago with a kind of a similar situation, obviously in the attack, but now on the defense, how will it differ? They do have that deep A main control once more here, Raf, and allow the defense to kind of focus its attention there towards that C and B side of the map.
Oasis still trying to find its foundation on this defense here. I don't believe that Dog did find any info towards B. And Antic, they know this. They're in a little bit of a stalemate. Hopefully Oasis does have an active call with this Viper's Pit, or at least keep him up until they need that. But look at this, they're slowly crawling up towards C.
You can see Antic waiting here too. They know that kind of a light buy is on Oasis, so there's more propensity for them to try and push out, to try and go aggressive. The Seekers will confirm majority presence here towards C, but as they open the door, that might actually just pull the defense into a fake. Oasis, they have to be a step ahead of this.
30 seconds left.
Again, you talked about it. Antic, they love to go for that pendulum action here, kind of the Russian back and
Great
forth.
paranoia.
But Draxi gets one from the above again, a second. He's coming in clutch. He's breathing a lot of life into his team, but what? They need very little to operate. Kelly S will take this timer down. Oasis Gaming, they get Mad here. 8 more seconds, and this is done and dusted.
Incredible stuff here from Oasis. Funnily enough, the few guys that had rifles were the ones who stayed there by that A site. And this is a common tale that we've seen throughout this map, this only map of this game. Raph, I almost called you Dax for a second there. The paranoia has been the single
muscle memory.
Yeah, there's muscle memory at this point. The paranoia has been the single most effective piece of utility in this entire game. Bar none, bar anything. The Trailblazer, you can argue, was a second, but we've seen so many pushes stifled single-handedly by that paranoia pressure.
Don't say it, they're gonna nerf Omen. I can already feel it in my loins. That paranoia is no longer going.
Please no.
Please no, please no. We enjoy it too much, and the tactical value of that paranoia not only shines on this map, but a few others too that we've had a lot of open discussions about. But no exchange of words here for Oasis and Antic as they try to barrel through. That's going to be a big disconnect between Mike and his team. He is a man on an island, and Wild Oreo, he is the predator, but will hunt for more than just Mike.
I guess fortune favors the bold. While the Oreo definitely that being so, pushing through his own sneaky bite. Antic Esports here in a difficult spot, obviously, on the eco, but we got some rounds to get.
That they do. Quite a bit, in fact, but they can't let this slip away.
Spike down.
Gaming, I'm pretty sure this is round number 10. I don't want to jinx anything. Is that me? Oh my goodness, that camera swap.
Yep. He gets EAs.
That gave me a heart attack. I can't wait. Okay. So it's Wild Oreo. And I'm honestly surprised they're putting Wild Oreo on a decently passive role, because we know what Wild Oreo is capable of when he frontlines.
Well, he is a Viper in this case. That makes sense, but at the same time, we haven't been seeing his lurk actually come into play much, even during the first half when they were in attack. We didn't really see him kind of pressure A while the rest of the team was going the opposite direction. They kind of have him as like another gunman with the main push sometimes.
If you're not lurking, you're main rifling. The old classic setup, and Watt could have died so quickly there with this one way, and a lot of utility being expended just so there will be no rumble at rubble. Antic, once again, they are posturing for a C-take here. Never mind.
Well, another deep push from Oasis, taking that control away. They can re-smoke this again after the one-way dissipates, so lots of time to be burned here. And obviously, they had this push, they had this hold, rather, Oasis a while ago, and something that Antic are going to be a bit more nervous about pushing, knowing that paranoia is still available, knowing it hasn't been used. It's going to send them to pivot towards B instead, because it's been quite effective for them actually this B-side hold.
Exactly, and Nas trying to get a little bit of info with his dog here. And very, very timely. They know the turret is here, so they know a quick response from the Killjoy is going to be doubled up with that late confirm. The Viper Pit finally coming into action here. The only problem here is they're going to be funneled in Oasis. They still have that showstopper.
There's lockdown here, though, so they have to step on the gas pedal. A double here now for Oasis. All the frags are going their way. The lockdown's still available, but that's not going to come into play just yet. Anybody detained? Yes, but ultimately it shall matter not. It shall not be a matter of a fact. As Wild Oreo connects and Oasis Gaming have tied up the game.
That they have. Antic Esports, it looks like they might be a little gassed. The rounds are getting later, and Oasis, they're only becoming stronger and stronger. Again, they're a little more, I would say, strict with their pushes and a little more lenient with retreating, because it seemed like in the first half they were just committing to so many things, playing smokes close, trying to get as much value or at least as many kills with a guiding light, when in reality they didn't really have to.
21 now to Kelly S's name. And you mentioned that guiding light here coming from Antic, and we saw a while ago that the Oasis were kind of being problematic with telegraphing their ideas, and that comes to a similar extent here for Antic. Push down here out on the rubble, but Kelly S has no trouble dealing with this. They are the baddest man on the planet, and Draxi and Kelly S once more hold on to ground they claim as theirs.
A lot of tight gunfights here, but once again, automatic rifles to take the lead away is Oasis Gaming. And Oasis, they can smell the blood. For some reason, Antic just cannot get past this high-low defense towards A.
This defensive side has been a bit more fortunate for either side here, but Oasis now have kind of the favor of closing out on a side that has been a bit more profitable for them here in the second half. I mean, historically, if you do look at like the Lotus play of Oasis, it's their attack that has had a higher success rate, 62 to the 58%. Not a big discrepancy, but one that can still matter when a single round is all it takes to win. And Antic Esports trying to regain the lead that they suddenly lost.
Antic, although it wasn't obvious, they were hemorrhaging. Perhaps maybe internal bleeding here in Oasis. They are chopping away. One more to close this out. And of course, one more to survive.
One big difference on this hold, though. The paranoia has been spent from Draxi. He doesn't have that big tool to shut down the push. So this is going to be a bit more brittle than it might initially seem. And little does Antic Esports know that might be a good idea to kind of progress there further. But they go for the C option. Soul is Savvy K with an op who doesn't connect.
Uh-oh. He's trying to double back here. He does get the Vandal. He's going to have a bit more of opportunity to just kind of take up straight-up fights here. Antic, once again, going for that controlled playstyle. Mike initiates the showstopper here. He will get caught out by so much damage here. He will get tagged up by the turret too. But so far, nobody's home. The door knockers are completely in control of the site. Oasis Gaming, they still have that lockdown. They can pivot off that, and they can close this out from a, I would say, a respectable comeback.
They've given a lot of space here in the defense, but that paranoia being thrown out towards CT has to signal to Oasis that there's going to be someone there. All they have to do is wait for the lockdown, but they're going for the fight. Savvy for the run. Nas on the follow-up. 4v3. Antic Esports with the advantage here, but that lockdown is going to be a big piece of utility. They push on get to detain, have a bit more to deal with. Another one detained. No one here towards CT. Swing out from Marky to connect. Marky shut down! And Nas again! It's a 1v2. It's all on the track.
He doesn't know! He doesn't know!
They don't know! And Oasis Gaming steal it away under their noses!
Welcome to the Philippines, Antic Esports. That is a heartbreak upon heartbreak. Oasis Gaming, they don't let this slip, and they continue in their groups.
I can't believe they just did that. And Antic Esports, they must have heard the tap. They must have known that Draxi was in there. The pros never fake, and what a professional play made to save the day.
And my, it is definitely do or die when Oasis just pull a trick out of their hat. And you see that 6'8", 280-pound man just cross the room.
Well, they're feeling absolutely fired up after that win. But what a heartbreaker of one from Antic. They were so close. They were leading that game for majority of it. And then when it came to the final act, when it came to the climax at the end, well, they somehow lost it.
A backbreaker of a finish for that game as a whole. Oasis Gaming showing why they are the top team to come out of the Pacific or the Philippine qualifiers as a whole, right? I mean, it was a very, very close game, and we have been noting a lot of their utility, especially the paranoia, with the amount of times that they have tried to conquer that rubble position, but because Kelly S and Draxi were able to mount that type of defense time and time again, they weren't able to control and penetrate towards that side of the map.
Backbreaker indeed. You know, Antic, they merely adopted the dark. Oasis, they were molded by it.
Well,
come on, Batman fan.
Obviously, I know that.
Of course.
But I think it's pretty poetic that Oasis win a round like that when they have lost many a game to the same exact scenario. When they got Ninja defused out, finally they get theirs, and especially in a big stage when it matters the most, as we talked about, do or die for them. They lose this map, they lose their retention potential for the playoffs, but that just kept them in the game.
I mean, if you, I gotta be honest though, you could see that it isn't perfect overall for the Oasis squad, and you can say the same as well for Antics. They also had their flaws, but at the end of the day, Oasis Gaming are able to prove it out, especially with Kelly S, the Intel match MVP. This guy is calling everything, calling the shots, calling every single aggressive position for Oasis, and I'm pretty sure that this guy is showing consistency on his form, as well as calling all the shots, making sure that everything is in tip-top shape, especially when they were on the front line.
Honestly, kind of looking at the rather the macro of the game as a frontliner is just so incredibly difficult. That is a rare skill set to have, plus you have such a high demanding agent, just like Raze, that has so much potential to mess up. And despite all of that, Kelly S proves that he can do it all.
You know, it's hard to kind of give these MVP awards away because numbers are typically what might be the initial thing that you look at, but there's so many moments from different players here. Obviously, Savvy's had his moment, but Draxi, with those paranoias, with those flashes, has absolutely saved them countless times, back after back. Marky has had his moments as well. Obviously, being an initiator, utility is already important, but just the shots he's able to connect in these scrambles just to get one important or two important frags, as we see here in a scramble, those are things that have to be overstated because of how understated they might be sometimes in terms of importance. Having that is huge, but if you look at Antic's side, some great players. Mazu has had his moments, obviously, here. Punda has had some great moments as well, and you talked about Nas, back-to-back sometimes you see him have incredible rounds.
Again, it just seemed like every single thing would go right for Oasis, and Nas would be that active doorstop that, again, just that wrench in their gears. And it made that series, rather that map, incredibly competitive. I'm honestly a little sad that we don't get to see this type of competitiveness on an extended series, right? But hey, who knows? This could be a potential preview.
Imagine this was the best of 3.
Imagine.
And map number 1 starting that way, that'd be crazy.
Just think about it, right? I think what I can perceive as well from Antic, from the outside looking in, is that they have like the individual game sense. Everybody is just telling everyone where everybody from Oasis is coming from, right? You remember that time when they were trying to go for that rubble control, plus also when they were trying to coordinate with whoever is pushing on towards that C site. You saw that they were still pinging. They knew from their own perspective that somebody might actually be going on for the forward perspective, which also gets everybody on the same page, because as soon as they get that info, they relay it as soon as possible, which is what I feel like is the team play for Antic Esports as a whole. But Oasis Gaming proving time and time again that they can punish these aggressive mistakes from Antic Esports side. You remember that one time when they won that anti-eco and that eco strat, which I believe really propelled them to the top, especially in those unwinnable rounds.
Yeah. What's great about Oasis here at the end too was that they finally were able to really make sure that they could adjust into what was happening coming from Antic. I still want to sing praises to Antic too, because they've had some great moments. Early in the game, especially Watt was an absolute monster when they were on the defense. Obviously, Nas had some great moments. Punda had his own clutch there when it came to the 1v3 near at the end, right on towards that B site. But ultimately enough, it was Oasis who were able to continuously, as I said, even if they weren't in the lead, they kept themselves in the game and they kept the game close.
Close is as thrilling as it gets. I mean, there were so many times where I feel like we were on the verge of heartbreak. But of course, Oasis won't let that happen to us. They don't care about the numbers, black and blue.
You know what? I think at the end of the day, they have this identity where they just make all of the games that we watch from them as exciting as it gets. And I was just on the edge of my seat all throughout. That was just one intense matchup. But you can see that all the stars were just lining up for them, especially in the moments where they needed to back up right now, which puts into perspective the group standings that we have all throughout, because now at least every single person, or at least every single team in Group A has 1 point in the running. That just means it's a huge race at this point.
They're all 1-1-1-1.
Yeah, imagine.
Actually, no, 5 are 2-0.
Oh, yeah.
So
definitely.
they are in a pretty good spot right now, but our next game might just change things.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And if you want to watch that right now, ladies and gentlemen, well, use this time to grab a copy and maybe get some dinner as well. When we return, it will be the next game right here on Asia Pacific Red League 2024.
What is up, guys? Ovil here, back in it again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
So, ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So, kung napapansin nyo si Chibibi, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre, wala talaga silang mahinig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So, timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon.
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon!
number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Iba yung strategy na dito ko yun. Tahimik.
Noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung order na team eh. At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go. Pas.
Soba! Soba! No. Soba! 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 Aim! Aim! Bot! Bot! Point! Bot! Aim! Point!
Import.
Point! Aim!
Easy, Jimmy. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud!
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud!
akala mo yun.
Stand proud!
Step bro. Yun.
Stand
Ako,
proud!
anong ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy, Jimmy. At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist. Ano yun? Ano? Sabi nung nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawin dyan. So yun na. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na.
Let's go!
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita ng mga...
Basta kami ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you on to the next one. What is up, guys? Phil here, back in it again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So, kung napapansin nyo si Chibibi ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre, wala talaga silang mahinig dahil susuot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So, timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon!
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon! Octagon! X! Octagon! 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 Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga grabe yung pag-internalize nila. Kaya kung ako sa'yo, Chibibi, sulat mo na.
Play! 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 Ang Valorant, diba? Play for picks! Play for picks!
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit!
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alanganin.
Dito na yung pinakabait. Dito pinakakrucial.
No,
Okay,
Dapat sinasabi niya?
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sumunod mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Yes! Wala tayo tayo, tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha ng isa. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na dito ko yan? Tahimik.
Next noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung order na team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 Williams score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba! Soba! No. Soba! Soba? Soba! Soba! Aim! Aim! Bot! Bot! Point! Bot! Aim! Point!
Import.
Point!
Yun. Okay na. Okay na.
Aim!
Easy, Jimmy. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud!
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud!
akala ko yun.
Stand proud!
Step bro. Yun. You know.
Stand
Ako pa
proud!
ang ginagawa mo, Bert. Easy. Easy, Jimmy. At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist. Ano yun? Ano? Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na.
Let's go!
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita ng mga...
Basta kami ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you until the next one. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Vin, and syempre kasama ko si Kuya Nick. At sobrang init ng mga games natin so far. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, and syempre napakadami pa natin mga videos na ilalabas. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin ipakilala ang mga teams na maglalaro ngayon. Of course, andito ang team number 1. Kasama naman natin ang team number 2. So, ang next challenge natin for today's video, andito naman ang Guess the Audio. Are you guys ready? Ready na? Team 1. Are you guys ready? Okay, so, first, guess the game. Yes.
Forza?
Yes, tama. Alright. Okay. 1-0 tayo winning. Kakarapin yung team member 2. May ito na. Ready? Guess the gun. Yes.
Odin.
Odin. Correct.
2-0.
Ito, madali lang to. Madali lang to para sa inyo. Ready? Guess the agent. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Steve. 3-0 already.
Papipiliin na natin ang team number 2 kung ano ba ang punishment ng team number 1. Game! Drink sour lemon.
With no reaction.
Is it good? So drink sour lemon without reaction. So gagawin na natin ngayon.
Shot.
Shot puno. Game? Iba! Next. Here we go! 3, 2, 1. Ano yung natin kung gawin mo? Okay. Kasi, here we go. Poker face. No reaction at all.
Easy challenge. Easy challenge.
So, if ever na-enjoy nyo tong video natin, yung mga challenges natin, don't worry kasi marami pa tayong susunod na challenges. So, wala kayong gagawin kung hindi antayin nyo lang para mas ma-enjoy natin at para mas maging exciting yung mga araw natin ngayon. Once again, ako nga si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick, and see you on to the next one. Tayo yung nagbabalik sa pinakabagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Kuya Nick. At kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kasama natin ang mga nagagawa po ng kagandahan natin mga Predator, brand ambassador and ambassadors para sa ating susunod na challenge dito sa araw na ito. Ito ay tinatawag na ay better half winning.
Yan. Para ipaliwanag ko ng better half.
Let's watch this. So nakita natin yung mechanics para sa ating challenge na better half, and right now, kuya di kita natin yung ating mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors na ako puna. Yan na, magbubukas na, may kita natin ngayon, dito talaga ako mga ako, grabe naman sa ibig, nagkakas na agad.
Let's take what they have.
Yung sa akin din may plano. Sobrang sneaky nung dalawa na pinapakita nila. Lumabas na eh.
Outrun me.
Ayun na yun! Alam nila! Ito ah! So ngayon, magkakaalaman kung may panalo na or meron na
Keep up.
tiebreaker. Sudden death, yeah. Here we go. Ayun. Pero ako gusto sige sa kalaban mo. Uy! Top 7 ang region natin. Oo. Pwede sila magkita. Oh!
Next one down.
Finally! 3-2! Finally! Pero wala eh. 3-2 na. Finally nakabawi na ng Team 1! Congratulations! Ito yung pinaka-antay natin kasi syempre tayo lang na punish. Right now, comeback! Oh, comeback is real. At para sa ating next punishment, yun ang ako yun. Pag-usapan na natin na what spell mangyayari. At Team 2 ang gagawa. No? Finally! Nakabawi na ng Team 1 dun sa lahat ng punishment na natanggap nila. Pero sino ba ang pinakaunang contestant sa harapan?
Ang una nating mag-bad spell, syempre, ang kanilang one and only, siya daw ang secret formula. So dahil ang secret formula, ikaw ang mauuna sa ating punishment.
GBB? Okay, GBB, 3, 2, 1, go! C! C-H!
It's yun! Sige, I.
B! Yun!
I.
I.
B.
Y.
Z. Okay na.
Next. 3, 2, 1, go!
A. Okay.
magkakaroon tayo ng set of challenges and punishments para mas maging mainit pa ang araw nyo. And of course, kasama natin ang mga magaganda at sobrang gwapong Predator brand ambassadors and brand ambassadors. At syempre, bago tayo magsimula sa ating pinakaunang challenge for the day, konting banter muna sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. Team 2, meron ba kayong gusto sabihin sa Team 1? Friendly banter.
Good luck on you, bay.
Sabi ni Chibibi, syempre nakaka-slate natin yun. Good luck daw, sabi ni Chibibi kasi kailangan niya yun. How about yung Team 1, Berg? Meron kung susunod sa kanila.
Good luck sa'yo, bay.
Good luck sa'yo, bay. Ano yung isa?
GG easy.
Alright, so narinig na natin yung mga thoughts ng dalawang teams natin today. So hindi natin ito patatagalin pa. First challenge is ang Scribble Trouble. Team number 1, meron kayong 3 minutes para tapusin itong challenge na to. Simulan na natin in 3, 2, 1, go!
English.
Tikman.
Wait lang.
Number 1 na lang manalo.
Skip. Alright. So far,
Horse riding.
meron kayong 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
It's a race towards the MOA Arena, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on into the next matchup in the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024. My name is Ramon, and with me is Black and Blue and Raph. Join me on the broadcast desk just to break all of it down for me. Now, this is going to be one heck of a matchup, ladies and gentlemen, because now it is a do or die for both of these teams. It is Fab Gaming versus Antic Esports, and I'm sure that you guys have something to say about it. What about you, Nico? What do you think about it? What? Very quickly. After
Nuclear are in a big of a problem here.
Wow.
Yeah. I spoke before I swallowed
This man is an actor.
This guy. This guy.
I mean, to put it simply, 0-2, not the best place to be in.
No,
it's
right.
almost assuredly safe to say they are not going to make it to the playoffs, but
Unfortunately.
they can come home with a win still today.
Maybe play spoiler to actually. Oh wait, no, cause is it? Yeah, well, okay,
Yeah.
no. I'm trying to like remember, you know, when we have reasonable technology at our hands here. Bless you, Mr. Black and Blue. But going back on that, right? I think most of the group has been decently competitive. I think there's what 2 teams now or 3 teams at 1-1. Obviously, we have some of our more consistent performers. I believe Fab is at 2-0, Antic is at 1-1. We have
Oasis at 1-1.
Oasis at 1-1. So we still have a lot to expect from everybody. I think at this point we would have thought there would be more than one sure lock-in. But I'm just glad the day has panned out the way it did.
There's actually still a chance for either Antic or Oasis to make it on in with Fab. Like, I'm looking at the numbers right now, actually, and like if Antic win the game against Fab and Oasis don't, they're in. If Oasis do and they both go 2-2, then Oasis can make it in because of head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, definitely. What a quick recap, ladies and gentlemen. Before anything else, we would like to thank our official sponsors. That's, of course, presented to you by Predator, co-presented by Intel as well. Also, special thanks to our sponsor, Xbox PC Game Pass, all to make the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024 possible. Yes, this is a run, a race towards, well, the only qualification spot we have for the playoffs as well. So you already noted that both of these teams are like at 1-1, right? So Antic Esports, both Fab Gaming, all the stakes are all on their high right now. But let's take a look at least one of these teams right here as they move on into this game with a bit of a team introduction just to show who is going to be up against each other. And of course, you've seen them before, but they are back with a vengeance. It is Antic Esports, back from their loss against Oasis Gaming, looking to bounce back into their next game. It's Maz, Bunda, Nas, Mike, and Watton. You've known how sharp these players have been from their previous games, but nevertheless, it is still piggybacking into this next game because it is all on a high right now.
Well, what we saw from Mantic a while ago was certainly one that was impressive at the start, but just retaining that heat, continuing on, it definitely did become a bit of a liability for this team to accurately kind of digest the opposition here, especially when they went on over to the attacking side, having lots of problems with a lot of the predicaments Oasis would throw in their face. Now, Fav, who have bested Oasis by the law of, I guess, transferability, this might be an even bigger problem for them, an even bigger challenge, and they are at dire straits here to try and keep themselves alive.
Yeah, well, now that we are up against this team right here, we have all the expectations in the world. But for their opponent, well, they started really strong in this group right now, but here is where they need to define what they are here in this next game. It is Fab Gaming. Over to the next round. Well, it is their third game today as Fab Gaming are looking to strike with a 3-0 victory over Group A. It is 10-10, Minty, Baz, if I'm not mistaken, Phantom, and Hands against Antic Esports right now. And you already saw that they had a really strong start. A clinical performance against Oasis Gaming, and how they won against Nuclear. What a banger of a match over at Haven Raf.
Absolutely, and I feel like the thing that's on their mind right now is security. While obviously if they drop this map, they will still be in very, very good hands, but they don't want to leave it to chance. As Black and Blue was pointing out the stats earlier, there's still a possibility that somebody might just play spoiler for them. And just to kind of re-highlight Fab and how they play is that we've always said that the region of Japan has been quite unique in terms of playbook and what they want to emphasize and what they want to prioritize in their map takes. Yeah. And it seems that Fab is no stranger to that, but I think you pointed this out too, talking backstage. This is, I believe, one of the first few things that they've been quite dominant at least in their local region. They're looking to absolutely tear it up here. I mean, starting 2-0 is already a great, great sign.
I mean, before this, entire Predator League kind of thing going on, they have very rarely seen the signs of success or the favors of it. But I think it's safe to say that right now they're the favorites of this current matchup and of this current group. And so, with that, another Lotus game.
Wow. I mean, I believe this is the second time that we're going to be seeing Lotus right now. And the second time as well that Antic Esports are replaying this map. So they're familiar with this. They're familiar with the pacing, the tempo, the type of rubble control that might haunt them from how they performed against Oasis Gaming. So maybe that could be something that they're walking into again. But this is Fab Gaming anyway. So they're fighting up against a different beast. Of course, Fab Gaming have all the expectations in the world. They have a 2-0 start over at Group A, and maybe they could falter under the pressure, but I don't really see that happening, Raf.
Well, talking about the stylistic differences, again, we talked about how unique they approach maps, and I do believe Fav is very inclined to take a lot of skirmishes. If we've learned anything from their previous matches, they love that 2-1-2 split, kind of have a dedicated rotator, and just kind of hinge off the early contact, because if they want to take a choke fight, it has to be on their own terms. On defense, they tend to just dislike guessing. They really want to make sure of everything, even if it does take a bit of time. And again, if you guys have been paying attention to how this team does approach on the attack, it can be an incredibly slow burn, and perhaps it could go Antic into an overextension. We haven't seen that yet, but I don't think Antic have played a team that is as patient on attack.
Yeah. And we've seen some good kind of historical performances here from Fab. You look at the past, what they've played, especially during the qualifiers in Japan for Predator League. They beat teams like Sengoku Gaming, and we've also seen them play this map when they were in a difficult spot. When they were down 2-1 in the grand finals versus Crest of the Japanese Predator League qualifier, they beat them here pretty handily, 13-6, to kind of tie up the series, bring it to map number 5, and then that's where they were able to finally close it out and be the #1 seed. So for Fab Gaming, many great performances we've seen from them as of recent times. Antic had a good performance, bar the loss even a while ago. Yes, but they've been pretty successful on this map for the most part. Weren't able to bring it home, but they were, by goodness, pretty close to doing so.
I'm really curious because what it looked like or what happened to Antic was they were establishing a lot of passive threats and using it very, very well. But towards the tail end, it seemed like they were overthinking a lot. They were trying to play so many anti-flash angles when the real threat was Draxi just getting on top of Rubble. But then again, this is just a symptom of their problem, right? They have a complex playbook. They love to play control. But once that slips away, what happens? They're in a bit of a rush to just kind of get a grip on that situation. So if Fav get the raid, they may just play a little more hectic than usual.
Well, maybe now they're warmed up. You know, with the map now, they're warmed up and loaded. They now know a bit more of what to potentially expect that might be thrown out here. And I'm just going to assume, at least for Antic's sake, that they have kind of warmed up a bit more into this and are a bit more prepared than what otherwise we saw a while ago coming from them. They had good moments, but they had some great ones this time around.
Yeah, and I think I really feel like their biggest weapon right now could be their experience now, because they definitely have been in these type of events before, like LAN tournaments, since they already had their tenure in other FPS games, other esports titles as well. So, you know, maybe they could come back to it, go back to their strength, try to be on form, see if they can find an opening against Fab Gaming, which I gotta be honest here, with how similar Fab Gaming have approached this game like Antic Esports, how they played against Oasis in that first game alone in this group was just a huge note that Fab Gaming were going to be a powerhouse into this group alone. So, you know, maybe that could be the same case here. But nevertheless, for this whole group, they're looking at Fab Gaming as the biggest enemy of the group. And if they try to, the lights actually altered as we get into the scene.
Mood
but, you know,
switches. Atmosphere intensifies.
It gets a little bit more dramatic as the scene comes in.
Tell me, Black and Blue, how much have you lost in a game?
Just a little bit of context, guys.
Those were two very different movies, but two very, very cultured movies. So, guys, if you know the reference, it's good for you. If you don't, maybe go watch more movies.
So, if you guys don't know, we're kind of casting outdoors. And so a cloud came over the sun, and now,
I quite like it, honestly.
I hope it doesn't rain soon. If not, then...
Did you bring a cap today?
You can have a problem. No, I got a cup.
Oh,
no cap.
No cap. No cap? No, you're not
cap.
capping.
No capping.
Well,
You know, I don't have to deal with Asteroid for the rest of the event.
I'm channeling him here this time.
I miss
if
you,
they're gonna take me and Dax away and you and Asteroid away, then we have to bring a little bit of both into this game.
Yeah, man. Now I got a little completely sidetracked off of the point. All right, the lights are back. All right, back to the light.
The heavens have poured. It is 6 p.m. and the sun is shining bright. Okay, let's get back to it.
That's pretty weird, right? But anyways, moving back into this, I was just saying that both Fab Gaming and Antic Esports had a pretty similar way of approaching aggressive teams like Nuclear, aggressive teams like Oasis Gaming. So do you feel like Fab Gaming being in the running right now gives them much more of a strength, or does Antic Esports experience do a really big factor into how they can approach the game as we head into Agent Select?
I think both are valid, honestly, but in terms of kind of confidence, right, I would definitely lean a little bit towards Fav, because at this point, if they lose, it ultimately doesn't matter, right? It'll come down to potentially just statistics, but obviously I talked about stability. Antic, meanwhile, had a great start, but just kind of gassed out at the end. So if Fav keep putting the pressure on, maybe force Antic to overthink that playbook again, then we should be worried for our OCE team. But again, that's if Fav Gaming execute to all these theoreticals we're throwing out.
I mean, with the matchup being another mirror here, I think it speaks to where the answer could be found. It's in the name. Antic. We need to see some new stuff, some new ideas thrown out here from Antic Esports, and not antique, not more of the old that didn't work, not more of the same shebang that didn't evolve and result to much. Antic Esports here. We've seen them have some
Don't make Maz cry.
But they gotta do more.
Yeah, I really do feel like that will be the win con. But ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the Lotus map for the second, I believe, time in a row today in Asia Pacific Predator League 2024. It will be Antic Esports versus Fab Gaming. Will Fab end the streak, or will they be able to strike ahead against Antic Esports? It is do or die for both of these teams, especially for everyone on Group A. And now it is do or die, especially now that Antic Esports are kind of in a hot seat.
Well, we get back into it. Another Lotus game here, Raph. Back to back, and much akin to the last one, A main pressure. Wow, the gall here of Nas to push through that one-way. Flash on now, contact immediately here towards the rubble. And well, that rubble stands with corpses of Antic Esports. Fab Gaming, absolute slaughter as they start off the opening pistol.
We talked about confidence, and it is in spades as Fab Gaming employs what really made Antic falter in that previous showing. And again, in the Oasis matchup, they couldn't deal with the high-low here. Baz threw a little bit of a mix-up. He did contest from the top, did kind of come back down.
Yeah.
And with so much utility and so many bodies being thrown at him, he just remained calm. Antic.
Immediate.
Yes.
Immediate tech pause, so
yes.
Don't worry just yet, folks. Of course, we are in APAC, Asia Pacific. You've come accustomed to this, don't be surprised.
Of course.
But, I mean, talking about back to the game here, Antic Esports, shades of the same problems from last time. Not able to adequately deal with that. And I don't know if it was, I guess maybe Nazer is kind of feeling hyped up, you know, warmed up from that previous game, kind of a heat check from him. He feels like they want to start things off with a message here on the opening pistol, but like that, I'm not too sure if that was the same message in the bottle they were hoping to send out to the waters.
Lost at sea or not received at all, as Fav Gaming just very, very solid in that defense. Again, it's something that we've talked about. They really don't like guessing. Antic, they just kind of sent it. In all honesty, they sent it. And, you know, there is merits to that. If they did win a bully pistol round just like that, then it would force Fav to be a little more passive, let Rubble be more of a gray area for them, and kind of recede towards stairs if we're talking about the 8 default. But so far, they're not backing down. Again, they are just absolutely on fire, especially with the score they have today.
Well, the only score they have to be concerned with today here at Antic Esports is 1-1. A loss to their name and one against their game. You can see the Viper wall being committed here, so that means we are getting back into the game. Yes, we are. Round number 2 shall commence, and once again, it's Antic Esports here with the second round to be played as an eco. Fab Gaming looking for a C-mount contest. Right idea, considering Nas and the rest of the crew are here.
That they are, and potentially yet another full send here. Maybe
nice one-way.
It is a nice one-way, and it will kind of put Antic back. I think the most tangible motion that was scouted from that previous match was Antic likes to double back. They're not really going for a rehit or anything of that nature. So if Fav just can hold their ground, then Antic will eventually run out of options.
It's looking pretty sweet so far. Trailblazer confirms no presence available, rather is present there towards that mound, towards the A side of things. Now the only culprit should be B, and especially after hearing that orb being taken.
Once again, Fav Gaming.
They actually smoked C, so they thought they could have been a fake.
Well, it doesn't look like there's any real shifts towards the defense, which, in my opinion, is a very good sign. Again, Fab Gaming, they know they have the better weapons. They don't have to force anything here. Antic, they have a very, very conservative buy. I think most of them have Sheriff, if not all. 10-10 with that mini operator in the form of a Marshall will actually push through Punda. I think that's something you didn't see very often in the previous match for Antic. Punda was usually one of the last few members alive.
How much damage they've done here.
Wait,
oh my goodness. Bazzi, if only he knew he could let his shots ring loose. Doesn't matter because 10-10s dance into the tune of a triple kill. From Fab Gaming, you only lose the one, so not too shabby just so far. Yeah, 2-0 start for Fab, which is relatively clean.
A few sour notes on the side of Antic, not as systematic or perhaps still getting that data that we were praising so much in that previous matchup. Right now, it just seems like they're testing the waters, and my goodness, the currents are vicious.
Well, let's see if they can wade through all the waves. 5 Gaming here. Not exactly a terrible arsenal being brought into this bonus. 2 Bulldogs, a Guardian. Maybe that was a Stinger accompanying the Marshall, perhaps. We're going to see how effectively they can use this. And Marshall spamming on through is something that you... it's actually scarier than it is. A single tag from that could put you within an inch of your life.
It is indeed an each size large, As Phantom is going to find a kill here towards Mike. Suddenly the diligence isn't as apparent on the side of Antic. We saw that early hard clear towards Rubble, but perhaps just too much information on their minds.
Look at the lurk. Look at where Killjoy has been able to find himself in.
Uh-oh.
FAF Gaming have to be careful for this. He's coming from behind. Mazu has a great spot. Oh, what a shot from 10! I want to see the replay on that when we get back to it.
Spike planted.
They get the spike down, but it matters nigh. FAV have this round.
Flawless too. Again, no damage to the economy. Looking to get one more flood, and suddenly Punda still gets 2, making the round acceptable. But FAV Gaming converting on their bonus. Not a good sign on Antic here. And it looks like the star power is activating for FAV Gaming. No way that shot should have landed, jumping from a rope, but it did. Antic Esports looking a little shaky here. Them not leading on the defensive side. Not a good sign, and now attacking with, I would say, jelly legs. Might just be a bad omen. Like the saying, not the player. Because Bunda's fantastic.
He's a good player.
Bad tidings. Let's just say bad tidings. Yes.
A scarecrow that brings bad news, basically. But you're seeing a bit of that star power from the former Northception star here in 10-10. Connecting incredible shots. Operator rings loose. Flash out for the play. A bit of a team flash, but a great counter flash here. Actually from the opposing side. Still not enough to keep him at bay as they simply clean up house. Antic Esports, obviously in the eco, have the best firepower to contest with him. Round's over. Never mind. Quad, great shot, but only delays the inevitable.
What is happening? I mean, once again, we talk about control, right? But FAV Gaming potentially throwing a little bit of chaos there.
Timeout.
Not a lot of rhyme or reason to some of these swings, or at least in the perception of some of the Antic players. FAV, they are really turning up the heat.
Clean rounds here from FAV. There's nothing really we've seen so far from Antic, but we also did see that the defensive side was where they favored their play here, Antic, at least versus Oasis a while ago. On the attack is where they did lose a game, frankly, where they struggled to really get much going, which is interesting considering in the past, historically, they've been decently more favorable on their attacking side here on Lotus, a 10% difference, in fact, for this past year. So Antic Esports not really showing what we've seen from them or what we've gotten accustomed to when it comes to a map like Lotus. And as I said, need more antics, not antique of what we saw a while ago.
Will I acknowledge that for the
Yes.
second time?
Yes.
I think I will. For my own sanity, good job. I'm going to pat you in the back right there.
You.
I hope you're happy.
Dax normally hates those.
And you think I'm enjoying it? Oh my, me suffering. What is the key giveaway there? Well, if I were Antic, we are really not sure here because they're still really trying to stop these smaller skirmishes, right, from the side of FAV, which we talked about beforehand. We still have that one way that Antic loves to enforce. However, it's really not forcing a reaction here. It's just strange to me that they're shying away from that A setup that they were very, very successful with in the early stages of that match against Oasis. And I'm glad that they do have this type of flexibility, but it just seems like Antic are choosing not to deal with Rubble, at least early on. You talked about the value of Paranoia, and they want to minimize that as much as possible.
Well, Antic, as of the moment here, have certainly been in a difficult spot. A position that success has been elusive for them. Now, they take this early mount control, yes, but how they pivot into that is a bigger question. We saw a while ago that when they have that lurk towards B, they're a bit more effective in getting that B plant down and pivoting into the link, but they don't have that lurk there. And so that possibility isn't as viable right now. The smoke goes into their face. Out comes a showstopper. TP's in the safety, and Baz is able to escape, but really not for long. What? It doesn't connect! What? It hits, but not enough to confirm the kill. They get the spike down, but the retake is here, full and prepared.
That's a gimme. That's a layup. Kind of bounces out of the rim here. And Antic would have loved to have that man advantage. However, they're keeping it calm. They're keeping it cool. A lot of the smokes are in the way. Punda is already up to some shenanigans here. He dodges one, but he commits to the fight. And now they're getting cut down. Antic, they respond. That's 2. But my goodness, Pandemonium doesn't end here. Low HP, but it doesn't matter. 1v1.
With the Sheriff too. 10 somehow gets that, but he's low. The spike is planted here for Watt. He has every advantage needed. The spike going to be stuck. He's gone to half. Surely not more. The op shot rings out. He's going to go swing. He doesn't connect. And Watt finally gets him the first round on the board.
What a round. What a
round?
What a barn burner of a round. No going into circles here as everybody's just looking to make progress, at least with cutting down this lead. And Antic, perhaps this is what they needed, you know? They needed to be a little more or rather away from the textbook, because so far they have been that. And now with them kind of challenging a little bit, it's been a sign of life. I like that Watt has an operator. Maybe we're straying a little too far from the textbook, but I appreciate it.
Books were meant to be not read. Okay, guys, read your books.
Please read.
Please read. Well,
that's what happens
go.
when you read.
That's what happens when you read. Watt connects. He found the untold pages behind the book and found ones that people weren't expecting. It's a good pickoff here from Antic. Exactly what they need to finally get their momentum continued into this round.
Cite your sources, as that could be what starts this Antic engine. They still don't clear this. This is a nightmare waiting to happen. And we have Phantom in the corner. Gets 2, and that's already so much. This push is stifled. But now everything's slowly crumbling. 10-10 can feel something, but Maz already annihilating everybody from the opposite end of the map.
We're going to rotate, knowing and hearing about the operator there towards that stairs.
Spike planted.
It's going to be a difficult cross here for 10-10. The opposing op, marking it. Needs a quicker shot and has to jump on him too. So 2 rounds out for Antic as they're slowly crawling back into this, not letting this one slip too far out of hand.
And look at that. They do have the lockdown available, a Viper Spit, so very, very comboable ults. That's even a word to use. And
it can be.
Now it has been, you know. It's out there.
Time out.
And
by Fav Pocky.
Are we surprised? No, absolutely not.
I love Pocky.
I guess that is
the only contribution.
Exactly what we need.
It is from Japan.
Right, yes.
Yeah, yes.
Both the player and, of course.
Yes.
I would love to go to Japan. You've been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried Pocky also.
Me too. I love that there is no in-between in this desk. It's either analytic or
nothing.
I love Pocky.
Yeah.
But then again, very timely here as they had a very hot start, and potentially this could be a sign of them just kind of going supernova per se, because they did burn very, very hot and very, very quickly in those 4 rounds. Antic kind of just changing the tempo a little bit and already maybe starting a cascade of events.
Well, hopefully this waterfall, this kind of rolling downhill snowball doesn't turn into an avalanche completely. Antic Esports, as of the moment, continue to hold on to that op, and it's still in Watt's hands. Typically in this case, if you would have somebody who isn't a duelist holding it, you might have it on maybe the Omen, right? They would be your opping controller, but they have it on the Viper, who is typically a bit more eluded for the Lurk, which is a very curious decision as still going towards C for the meantime.
I mean, just don't miss. You know, the op is effective in anybody's hands as long as you don't miss, but obviously just the safety of it all, not the greatest. There is a Viper with a lethal weapon.
10-10 beat out Watt in that duel. That was Op versus Marshall there, from stairs all the way to A-Mount. A-Rubble.
Oh, full blind, still gets 1. Mike does get the trade. They do open up the site here, and just a little more careful, looking to not overextend. We'll play, oh, never mind. Paranoia already ready. Antic have to deal with these lesser weapons, yet they've proven to be quite lethal.
Here they come, ready or not. Flash on in. They actually get the catch here on the mic, who's being a bit too overzealous on the peek out, and I get it though. 3v4 wanted some sort of advantage. Kenton from the flank, Don's up all alone. If he can isolate these fights, he might be able to make something happen, but it doesn't come to pass. 10-10 gets the third. And Fav Gaming get their 5th.
Beautiful timeout to reset. And imagine that started with a Marshall pick. Getting that operator, getting that, again.
Gen 10 is insane with that Marshall. That's 2 great shots, now he's connected.
Imagine what he could do with an outblock. Well,
my goodness.
Hopefully soon we don't have to imagine for too long.
Yeah. Boss G, basically at this point.
I see. Frustrating too, incredibly frustrating no matter what iteration we're talking about. And I think a lot of us were hoping for, you know, that, I guess, trademark Nas clutch from today.
Yeah.
But it just hasn't happened. Perhaps this is fatigue on the side of Antic. Again, 3 rounds. Not the biggest, but Fav Gaming, very convincing.
Yeah, the 30-minute break between this game and the previous one, but obviously with that last game versus Oasis and Antic being a bit of a long-winded one, ending at the final round of regulation, hard fought especially. Certainly knocked the wind out of you. Might take a bit more time to get recuperated here. Flashes on out as the Trailblazer confirms their suspicions. Mazu backing off.
Lots of patience here, and perhaps a lot of radio silence on what will really confirm here, but 10-10 still has that operator holding an incredibly narrow angle, hoping for, I don't know, a potential wall bang here.
Stop zooming out, buddy.
Pet peeve.
Yeah.
Just stop it.
Just hold the angle. Might just miss a shot because of it.
I think he did.
But now they're crossing. Opportunity not there anymore. Good smoke out there. Trying to close up the angle, let them on the cross. Perfect flash from Nas, and he opens up on the B site.
That they do, and this B site is right for the taking. The rotations are also coming in, and this is very, very timely here. What utility do they have to stop this? Absolutely none. Retake already being postured here. 10-10 playing with that operator still, despite the close range. Not opting out to swap out. This is still pretty much anybody's game, but where did Phantom get that kill? Will this prompt everybody to push through? Perhaps this is an unwanted push, and Nas, there he is! He nearly gets another, but a 1v2 here. Quite low, they do pop the Seekers. They know where he is. Punda, we've seen him win this before. I don't think it's gonna happen again, unless I could get!
No way it happens like that! What on earth are we watching? Antic Esports. Certainly not the fruitful round that they thought they could have been. Nas gets the one. Look at this swing from here. Bam, slaps him, gets the 3rd. He goes down, but in the 2v1, the preemptive spray here from Punda, not connecting 6 bullets. But I don't think he realized how little he had left in the mag.
Sometimes you just have to check, but it is in the heat of battle, you know, in the most inopportune time. Antic Esports, it looks like they don't really want to brush shoulders, especially in those full contact plays early. The operator has showed presence towards A, but this time around, even without it, they're still hesitating a little bit.
Well, after Antic lost a game versus Oasis from the stuck defuse, hurts to see it happen again, and let's not even forget the other defuse from Braxi a while ago. Shot doesn't connect, almost did, but went between the legs there. We hold on to it for the meantime.
That they do, and I love how these fights are just kind of becoming CQB almost. They're always kind of crawling into all these dangerous corners, and despite all of that, we still have 10-10 holding on to that operator, and as I mentioned, it is a bit of a slow burn here. Watt, distracted by the trap, gets shot in the back.
This paranoia and could be big. Showstopper out, looks for the wrong target. Could have found much more from that. Ponte gets the one inside. The punish from Baz is great as well, keeping the bass out of his tone.
Spike planted.
Now they're in a difficult spot once more here. Antic, great shot from Mike though. Mike trying to keep them in. The showstopper at the most inopportune moment for a great opportunity possibly. But Nas, will he give us another heroic moment? He's got rounds in the mag. He's got a fight to win, but one that he shall not be given. Minty takes it, and what a spicy half already it's been for Fav.
And they look like they are playing with just fresh stamina here. Fav Gaming still not, you know, letting their foot off the gas here. As you mentioned, perhaps there is too much space on the side of Antic. Their calls look a little muddier. They need a little bit more clarity on how they want to take things or what they want to prioritize in these fights. It seems that this close range operator has just got them very wary of that one-shot lethality, and it's kind of throwing everything off.
That could have been it there for Mike. Unfortunately, the showstopper doesn't connect. 2 kills to his name. And when he pulls it out, well, possible opportunity trying to be achieved in an opportune moment. A push out from Antic here from that rubble. They haven't been smoking that stairs often. When they drop this, they should though, because that operator has been a threat to them. Why not just smoke it to fake out information at this point? If you use a toxic orb, then they're gonna know for sure you're there. Shot
What?
doesn't connect, and Nas once more finding miracles when they need it.
Right, converting when all seems lost. Antic, they're rallying behind this, but Fav, they respond. Again, the bodies are dropping left and right. What does get another to his name? I don't think this is going to be in the favor of Minty, but we've seen crazier things happen. Almost full utility belt, no turret to his name. But if you look at the avenues of just the retake here, I don't think door would be the best idea. There's already an operator postured up towards his position, and Spam kind of teasing him, trying to shred a little bit of his armor off. There you go.
Connects that. Niantic Esports. You can see that their firepower isn't their biggest problem, because when Fav kind of went at them there, especially isolated, especially dry, without much counter utility,
Here.
Niantic Esports have no problem shutting them down and gunning them down. But it's typically Fav who have been a step ahead in terms of what to do, and utility-wise, do smoke things off. It allows here Niantic to just go at these fights dry the way that they want to. And it hurts.
Absolutely it does. And with that being mentioned, what else does hurt Black and Blue?
Technical pause, a punch in the face, a heartbreak, a sting,
A drop guitar.
drop guitar,
Drop
step
sandwiches.
Lego,
Yeah, I think that one's
food
takes the cake.
poisoning.
Are you okay, sir? It seems that you are listing these off
I'm trying
very,
to list
very
all
quickly.
the traumas in my life.
I'm glad it's only coming down to food poisoning and stepping on Legos.
Don't you make small my big problems in life.
What may be chaos to fly is normal to a spider is what you're saying. Wow.
It is all contextual.
I'm glad we've come to an agreement on our analysis on those very important rounds here.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Oh, you see this? You see all this? This water, this nice paradise. It's haunting Antic. You know why?
Why?
It's an oasis. And they're struggling to find their paradise.
Perhaps a mirage to them, you know, so
Are those
close,
cherry
yet so
blossoms?
far. I don't know.
Maybe they're not, because this is supposed to be somewhere in like South Asia, right? Lotus, the map. So there must be some red tree over there that I don't know about. Maybe it's just
And Tactibears.
Tactibears. They reach even here.
Public service announcement, do pay attention to your geography classes, or just pay attention in class in general. You know what I mean? Oh.
Oh. I would like to...
Whoa, relax. Whoa.
She's bopping, though. Reminds me of that saxophone guy. The Squirtle.
Well, what happened to the tactic bear in the middle? Oh, no.
Oh, rest in peace. The other one has a lotus on his head.
Is that on his head, or is that like on a
No,
awkward
it was
angle?
on his head when the camera moved. I was wondering that too. Oh, we can't see the alt chat. But I believe that should mean we're getting ready soon. You can see the R's coming up. AKA ready. So Antic Esports here. They're on the attacking side, the favorite side here in Lotus. Their favorite side historically. And yet, where does it lead them?
At this point, not to where they want to be. That being said, maybe they're going to go for a long and arduous comeback on that defensive end. Talking about their reading capabilities and just kind of manipulating where they want the attacking team to be. Unless Fav Gaming is going to be defiant of all these advantages Antic is going to create for themselves, then perhaps they might run away with this game. Antic, though, you see that they are still very much in this. They're playing with a lot of heart, but a lot more passive now. You see that they're not occupying those forward spaces that they normally do in earlier rounds, or rather in earlier situations.
Let me put it into other terms. They have 0 map control right now. They're
Oh!
What
did you say?
It doesn't matter! It doesn't matter what you think! Because Watt has something else to say. And they just shut them down, kind of anticipating here the push from Fav Gaming. They line him up,
Last
and
round
he
in the
skewers
half.
him on a stick.
Well, that's definitely the spike that Antic wanted, especially in their favor. And it doesn't matter what the casters are saying when Watt is cooking. And he is cooking so many players with just crisp headshots. Just kind of going on to this map here. Perhaps
If you smell what the Watt is cooking.
yeah.
The people's champ.
The most electrifying man in OCE history.
Really running with this.
Yes.
Watt has done many things on his own as well. In previous teams, we saw that in Ascension. But right now, ascending to another plane with that round, it might have just bought them the hero play to get Antic's groove back into the game.
And again, you kind of have to stop everybody from getting into a rhythm. It's just one bad note, one misplaced note that could end everything. And Mike kind of dousing himself in a lot, and I mean a lot of nano swarms. There is the response here, the replies. It looks to be a little overwhelming on the side of Fav Gaming as Antic Esports, they look to regain dominance and form.
Yeah, it's a big pick here as well from Watt once more, showing up to get that off the lurk. It pulled the defense towards A and allowed Antic to freely find the C site to plant. Retake here against their favor.
That is it. If they can pop that Viper's pit, and that they do. It's actually Antic Esports pit being popped here. 10-10 will get spotted out. Not even a visual confirmation. They do deny that Viper's pit. 2v3 still very possible here. Sky, Phantom getting topped up. Does get one. Equalizes. Does more than that. And he puts on the cape. He answers the call. Is he going to stick it? I think a snake bite is coming his way. But it doesn't matter, as Punda will get quelled. And Fav Gaming take the very last round of this first half.
Great stuff here coming from Fav. And Antic Esports, even in the 4v3 slip, unfortunately, should have been theirs. Should have been a 7-5. But look at this, as he said, Mike getting doused in those nano swarms. 10-10 here was given, his position was given away due to the alarm bot, but it doesn't matter because just the way that Fav are able to clean up house is so impressive.
I think the biggest takeaway on the side of Antic here is that when they held very patiently, that's when Fav just did not want to participate in the guessing game, right? They're like, okay, you know what? We're giving up a lot of map control.
This guy is Phantom, by the way.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's a Phantom. So
It's thematic.
He's hiding his name, yeah. Lore accurate for the man, but let's see how accurate they can be coming into the half with quite a sizable lead.
Phantom indeed, but very noticeable in terms of contributions. He'll be running around with a spike. Does get tagged up, but hopefully inconsequential damage here. Antic Esports, this is where they kind of really have to show their guns and flex. And of course, People's Elbow will be dropped on the head of Baz, as Fav Gaming is going to lose one even before they can set up for a side take.
Great stuff from Watt here once more. Still continuing this hot streak from the previous rounds. Just when they needed to once more to get them at least back into this game. 4v4. As now Minty has kind of equalized things up. He's been spied on now. He has a better weapon to fight with, and he connects assuredly here on Mazu, which opens up the B site right for the taking. But look at this, Fav. They're looking to press the envelope. They're looking to go towards C even.
Oh, they could potentially pinch themselves here. They have no idea that a player is lurking towards A main, and that's going to be Watt. Once again, still has not been dug out of this position. Rotations are coming in a little bit slow, and that will cost the life of Watt. It is a 2v3. Top up is coming in, but it's not going to be for Phantom, as Hands is going to keep it steady. That is actually such an interesting plan.
Look at this, Minty. Great angle to hold, but okay, doesn't connect the opening shot. Counter flashes on either side.
Oh.
It's all on the Nas!
What?
But another one from Nas! Who doesn't let it slip? You call on this man's name and he shall deliver. 8-5 in Antic. Simply refuse to let this slip out of their hands.
Nice plant. Too bad. as Nas is once again going to deny yet another round from yet another team. And this is something that Antic have to be ecstatic about. They are once again in contention if they can rather convert this next round. But Watt still such a fantastic hold there. Just so hard to dig him out of his trenches. Oh, that's
my
gross.
goodness, Nas.
Ew.
Even on that, able to make things happen. Crisp and clean lock, boys, coming from Nas. Shots one after the other. Now right.
Oh, man.
Antic. A round stolen away under their feet.
I think our core audience is too young to remember Dan M, but definitely got the gears going here. Is not Nas is Maz looking to anchor yet again. One thing that I do appreciate about Maz's game is that it's very dynamic. He's not the type to anchor for too long or lurk too much. It's always between what is the most appropriate for the situation.
What is?
Maz is.
Maz is. Antic is in a good spot right now to finally mount this comeback on the better half that they have.
Exactly, and this was exactly what we were kind of expecting from them. This is something that the teams have not scouted to, and how dominant they are when it comes to this door position and how, I guess, ready they are to use every tool in their arsenal, right? Now, something that I feel like Antic will adjust to is that funky high-low setup that Oasis love to do here. Perhaps that's been kind of imprinted in their mind, but a lot of poking damage and a lot of chip damage being sent the way of Fob.
You know, they're not the
30
only
seconds
team
left.
that does that. I've seen Secret do it somewhat often, and also, especially now, they do that too. So it seems like it's a
regional thing, right?
Filipino thing, where you see a lot of teams do that here in the Philippines more over than others. I think the only other SEA region that does that semi-consistently is like Indonesia.
Indonesia, right? Yeah.
So might be one of
10
those
seconds
stylistical things, but
Ooh.
Watt connects, not gonna let them
C.
pass, but only for the one.
Oh, if he could have gotten the planter, then that could have been the round here, but they'll be playing with a little bit of fire. I think that rifle is in retrievable range, but overextending is Minty. Will get that, I guess, spice taken out of his game, out of his step, as Antic still being very cautious. They know how lethal these lesser weapons can be.
Satchel out.
4v3 on the retake.
Oh my gosh.
Antic obviously in much better position, but look at this, 10-10. Making that rifle the good work on the Phantom. 1v2. Antic on the swing.
Oh!
But 10-10 with a swing connects on him. 9-5, and Fav simply do not care about any advantage.
Oh my goodness. The amount of bullets Antic need have been haunting them. They haven't been reloading.
My goodness, 10-10. Great spray transfer on that. But Antic Esports, that's a shocker. That could certainly blow the wind out of their sails.
Analysts will hate this match.
They don't care. They make confidence-based decisions.
Ah, truly the double-edged sword of really any tactical shooter. But what if I win though? And that's what happens.
There's a high-low we were talking about, but one that's incredibly high. No man could make that flick without breaking a wrist or a tendon of their own. Aggressive.
Oh my gosh.
Doesn't actually get the blind, but you know, hands is doesn't matter.
What? I have no words. Honestly, I feel like that would have been a disadvantageous fight, right? Because he was backpedaling. He didn't even set his feet. But again, the shots are ringing true. And Antic on a, I would say, a dire situation. They have not been controlling a lot of space that they would have wanted. They are going to go on a long flank, but they have to make do with the Sheriffs. Mike getting peppered here. Hopefully for him, doesn't get caught out too early. As Maz trying to work his magic on the lurk. And that's the first. Is it going to pull attention? No. Fav Gaming still very much stoic, but this could cost them. This could be another free kill.
Cover, go.
Running out though.
Oh, okay. Stuffs it in his face, but round is ultimately over, as he said. 10-5 and Fav Gaming. Absolute decimation right now, running to the finish line. Looking to cap this group off with a flawless run, 3-0. And Antic right now calling their final timeout of this regulation. just to try and force things back, just to keep themselves within fighting contention.
And that is just a cruel fate, in all honesty, and how brutal competition can be, because the first outing for Antic, they look great. And now it just seems like their lifeline is slowly fading away. Again, comeback, not impossible, but definitely incredibly difficult at this point in time.
Well, mark of a great team in these cases is one that can come back right after calling their own timeout. And Antic Esports, we haven't really seen that be something of their nature so far here today. Fav, certainly, yes. They win rounds typically after the timeout, but can Antic do more of the same? Defensive setup here. We're not seeing the same great reads that we saw coming from them when they were playing against Oasis.
Exactly, and it just looks frantic on the side of Antic. Where is the control? Where is the calm? Where is the danger assessment? And once again, Valve Gaming, they look to kind of press, again, with that 2-1-2 setup that they like to do. They want to skirmish early, and they want to deny as much map control to just kind of slow down the rotations. Antic Esports, very, very receded here, at least on their defensive line.
10-5. Scoreline chances. All pressure is on Antic right now. Showstopper coming in here from Fav. Certainly blowing a hole open here towards that water. The Seeker's confirming how deep and how far away Antic actually is. And with Fav Gaming throwing that paranoia, Antic has to presume that deep control has been taken here by Fav.
Maybe that's the difference, right? Because we are seeing these paranoias come out really, really late. Fav Gaming, they are making the most out of it. Unfortunately for Maz, he cannot confirm the kills towards all the players that he was looking at. And the numbers deficit continue to plague Antic Esports here. They might just have to go for a save call here.
Yep.
Time is winding down, and those rifles, they are looking mighty scarce.
This is a round that needed to be Antic's. They needed this round more so than ever. And yet, it just doesn't come their way. He gets the one for a consolation. 10-10 falls as well, but they've got economy to continue this chase, to continue this fight. Antic Esports give up another. That's 11th on the board here for Fav, who are looking absolutely spectacular.
You know, when you said hallmark of a great team, you remind me of a very, very old tactical shooter story. The case between Taco and Fallen. Guys, if we're really good at this game, we can come back from this score deficit. Did they come back? Absolutely not. They lost the very next round, but that is not what we're hoping for Antic Esports here. They do have the Seekers, and I feel like another thing that Antic may have been, or at least an ability that's been locked behind just a lot of these skirmishes, is they're comboing. Again, we're not seeing the pit into the Seekers. We're not seeing the initiation into the Seekers. And maybe, just maybe, they're going to get a stray kill here as 10-10 is going to walk blindly into that site. Perhaps too confident, and Maz is going to cut them down.
My goodness, Mazu here. Closing things out on the initial attempt for the entry.
Coming back.
And that just sends Fav Gaming scrambling towards the other side of the map where Minty sees control already. Those Seekers will confirm he's already within the site. And that makes it so he's a bit more careful, but yet at range, Minty gets the better of Nas.
Wow.
And they have the advantage once more, locked down for that space.
I honestly would not be surprised if Antic go for a save call here again and just try and force overtime. Right? It would make a lot of sense.
They're going to go for the clutch. It's 2v3. They have to. You can't give up match points at this moment.
And that's a valid point also. Why you expect me to just kind of contradict you and just say, no, they have to do this.
Maybe. But they have to.
That's fair.
At this point, assuredly you have to go for the clutch. This is not out of the question just yet. If Honda can get this.
The timing!
The timing! Honda!
Oh!
He gets swung as well here coming from Hands. Hands just somehow intuitively put up the wall at the right opportune moment. And now what is a difficult spot. Now he can save perhaps, but he's going to try and go for as much damage as he can.
Orbs maybe. That's one. He's one more away from Pit. I think he's going to have it next round if they do prioritize that. But once again, in many situations, Mr. Hands elevating the company around him. And now we have Fav Gaming on match point.
Match point.
12-5. Antic Esports here. Coming in for unfortunately, a bit of a beatdown against Fav Gaming, who we have seen Fav Gaming in a position before where, as big of a following as they have, never really fully realize their, I guess, play and never really fully realize success here. But after winning the qualifier for the Premier League in Japan, being at #1, being their first time coming to a LAN as a team, they have looked like the sharpest team in the tournament.
I can't believe they dodged that flash and still get the value out of the paranoia. And now that is a utility exchange that I think would still go in the way of Antic. They still kept theirs. And now they are going to back out. They try to push the tempo here. I feel like that's what they needed to do. Vent is open. And Watts, he could swing onto a few free kills, but the wall is in the way. And as I mentioned that, 10-10 will get severed from the rest of his team. Still, we have the lockdown and they have the Viper's Pit. Very doable for Antic, but they have to use it soon.
It's a great pick here from Baz. 4-4. This typically favors the attacking side because the defense is going to be split with all the lanes they have to hold. The push on in. Mazi will be ready. Honda opens things up. Baz waiting here off the flank. They know one is more. Mike is there as well to try and contest. He has to be careful. Phantom rounding the corner. He's trying to pie the angle, but Mike still connects. Be like Mike. 1v1 as Nas gets the kill. It's back on here into the hands of Baz, and Nas, he's got the ultimate to try and reposition or gather information.
He's trying to cement his legacy to be one of the clutchest players, at least in our group stage, and all eyes are on him. Baz being very confident here, knowing he has more HP, but we all know it only takes one to the dome to end everything. Doesn't tap, we'll go for the long con, we'll go for the long clear here. And Baz, he's holding steady. He still has one more smoke, and he does have the rest of his tool belt if he chooses to do so. 2 guiding lights, but what can that do in the shadows? He doesn't commit. Baz, I think he has it, but Nas, he denies it. They stay alive.
No way. Nas, another miraculous clutch. You call upon his name and he shall deliver. Antic Esports holding on here by a thread, by a great friend in Nas. For them, was kept their dreams alive in hopes of coming back into this game. Still a steep climb, but Nas is the one to lead the way.
It doesn't get any easier here for Antic Esports, as Fav Gaming still has one more good gun round in their back pocket. But with that being said, they can use those ultimates that I feel like should have been used earlier. They've been banking on it. They've been more reactive than they have been proactive. And it looks like it's going to be a straight shot towards C. No fuss, all business.
Look at the ultimates here being used. They use that Viper's Pit to try and hold on to the water things side. Mazu gets the one and a trade off from Baz, yes, but now that the A site is open, Fav Gaming actually have the potential to try and pivot towards that side of the map. And you can see Antic trying to catch on, potentially, if they could rotate that way as well.
I like the safety of both these teams and the temperance that they're showing. Antic Esports, though, they have that lockdown, so if they really want to play back, they do have it. Baz spots out one, but not before Nas can once again eliminate hands away from his team. 3v4, Antic looking very solid, looking very nice. They do back out. They understand that if they lose this round, this is pretty much game over for them. Watt looking to be a hero yet again, doesn't even need that alarm to pop. And now Antic Esports postured to take yet another round away from Fav Gaming.
4v2.
30 seconds
Fav
left.
Gaming here.
Spike planted.
Still have a chance if they can find a pickoff. They can certainly try and open things up. It's going to be difficult though. Mazu, way too sharp. Phantom taking on down. Plant shall not be stuck immediately as Baz gets the one, but matters little. Antic still hold on, and that's a 7th round on the board.
We are going to be going into an eco buy on the side of Fav Gaming here. They are going to be working with pistols. I think that Marshall is definitely going to go onto the hands of Ted, who's been absolutely disgusting with that thing. And that is potentially lurking in the minds of the Antic Esports players here. Still, beautiful, beautiful rounds. If this is where the great streak begins, then so be it.
Well, Mazu has also been a kind of a standout player here for Antic. Bit of a quieter game, this one, compared to some of the others, but still, enough to keep them in the fight for the meantime. I believe Fav, just off the top of my head, should be in a much worse economic state now coming into this round. So a chance here for Antic to bring this into an 8th. They got the showstopper as well. But when it does come on over later into maybe the lockdown, when Fav are on the retake on their gun round, and if they hold on to these Seekers, that could be a great way to quickly parse the information of where the hold is coming from Antic on their lockdown retake. So you see ultimates be used here, yes, by Antic to try and secure these rounds, but if you're Fav, that's exactly what you want them to do, so that you have more to secure the game with later on.
Security is one of those things that they're hoping for. As 4 rounds, if ever this goes an 8th in the way of Antic, it can be incredibly unpredictable. We do have that hero rifle on the side of 10 who definitely has earned the right to have it by virtue of strength. And now Baz initiates a slow crawl towards door. And I think that's actually one thing that Fav have been doing so well. They have been avoiding the door fights, and suddenly it's falling apart. This defense is looking so flimsy, and we're getting reduced to atoms here, at least on the side of Antic Esports. That lockdown has not seen the light of day, and maybe it will never. As Fav Gaming is going to seal the deal with a lesser armory.
It wasn't a terrible armory in Antic Esports. I'm not sure why they would go for that aggressive of a push against a bunch of pistols, potentially, is what they were expecting. Watt gets the one, sure. Lockdown forces him back, okay. Will that be enough? Big pick here from Mazu. They need one more, though, to really make this doable. Trailblazer split. He's stunned, but what a shot here from Mazu. Sky gets the one. That's Phantom. It's all on the Watt. 2v1. A hope and a dream, a chance, he has the right idea.
Keep it alive.
The crossfire not alive, but the swing from Phantom connects, and he turns the ghost out of him. 3-0, a perfect flawless run in this group stage, and Fav are almost assuredly secured a playoff slot.
Oh my goodness, knocking the wind out of Antic's sails is the ferocious Fav Gaming, and in such brutal fashion too, Black and Blue.
Incredible stuff here. I mean, you're watching it on the sidelines, Chris, and to say that Fav have looked like one of the sharpest teams in this entire tournament, not just this group A, B, and C, D, I think it's pretty safe to say.
Yep. I mean, we already had like our behind-the-scenes discussions about how we were gonna expect this Group A to go. We definitely had a little bit of our biases going around this, but of course,
us biased.
I mean, I'm not saying we're biased, but I'm saying that we had our expectations all around this Group A, but we never expected it to blow up in this sort of direction. Fav Gaming, the representatives from Japan, will take home the 3-0. And as you said, this does lock them in towards the playoffs, over towards the MOA Arena. We'll see them in the semifinals, and that just means that everybody else in this Group A, well, it's over. It is over for Antic Esports, but for the rest of the two, the ones that are going to be playing off later on, it is going to be the end for them as well, so that just sucks.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
I think there's no more mathematically. I think should be able to make it in.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you don't lose, right? You don't need math. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, we won everything. And I feel like, just to go back on Chris's points there, we did have expectations of who might make it out of this group.
Yeah.
I feel like, and I think we had a consensus that Fav would be one of the dark horses of the entire thing, right? And they're showing a lot of reasons why they're considered that. But again, just a confident start on that group stage. If they can translate this towards the playoff, then expect a very, very deep run.
Yeah, and no better way to tell whoever has the highest impact. Better than the Intel match MVP himself. It is 10-10. The former Northeption fragger, I would say, which I believe has been more or less the catalyst for how it has been so consistent all throughout for Fav Gaming. We have seen a lot of heroics all throughout, especially for Antic Esports. You mentioned the triple kill spray down from Watt. Also, the beautiful shots from Maz all throughout his defense over at that C-site position. But at the end of the day, it was all good in the hood for Fav Gaming all throughout. You could make an argument that there were some moments here for Antic Esports, if ever it was a different opportunity. But when it mattered the most, Fav Gaming were able to get it done.
I mean, You can see incredible shots coming here from Tenten over and over, but when you look at Antic Esports, it's the two most experienced players who came out of that bonkers team, both Watt and Nas, that really were the most consistent performers. I mean, they have the highest KDs, obviously, but numbers don't speak to just what they were doing as well. And it goes to show that Antic Esports, players who have a bit less international experience, it definitely shows. And it's just an unfortunate thing for their region because being from OCE, they simply aren't afforded the same amount of opportunities to play against other international teams, unlike Bob, who can play against Korean teams, East Asian teams, and sometimes even SCA teams. And so you can really see that lack of experience be a problem for Antic throughout this tournament, and unfortunately it rears its ugly head when it matters the most.
And that is just the honest, brutal truth. Despite the fantastic showing, the international competition on a LAN setting is just a very, very different beast. You talk about Nas, you talk about Watt, who's been the repeat saviors of this team despite some unfortunate tidings. I'm so unhappy that we get to see that again. The shots do land, but the win condition just unfortunately does not. And again, this is still a big, big thank you to Antic Esports. I mean, they did so well up to this point.
Yeah, I mean, you could say the same as well for everybody else in the group. But for Antic, this was
my God,
this was just disgusting. You saw, Nico, you saw how I was reacting to every single play that they were doing here, and it was just top notch all around. It's just that you could see that there are a bunch of the times Fab Gaming already. Like, even not only has the momentum, but they have all the timings and they're perfect. They also had the really impactful kills. Remember the pushes that they had? Maybe not this one, because Nas was definitely sharp in this type of moment, but it always elevated them to a position where it just made it so difficult for the players on Antic Esports to actually get themselves back in the running here.
Great moments there we're reacting to in this clip. And even though there's so many great moments, you wouldn't almost expect the fact that the score was decently lopsided for most of this game, especially.
So close.
And I mean, what else is there to say? When you go against a team like Fab, who just have a bit more composure in those moments, it's so difficult to try and take them at their own game.
I mean, composure, especially at the highest level of Valorant, is incredibly difficult. And in any form of competition, really. So this is really not a knock on anyone. But at the same time, if we see this Antic Esports core stay together, I think everybody has very, very high hopes for this core.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw what they're capable of, and if they're able to, we will be able to see them in another international tournament, then they will make numbers. It will pop off yet again. It's just unfortunate that here in the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024, they're not going to be able to get that opportunity moving forward. But that does seal the deal as well for Fab Gaming. Congratulations to them, because that 3-0 streak that they've had running into this game has well and thought given them the chance to get themselves the semifinal spot. But that doesn't mean that the day is over just yet, because we have one last game for the last two teams that we have here at Group A. It is Oasis Gaming versus Nuclear right after the short break, so don't go anywhere.
Adik. Yung adik, konti na lang pare. 1 minute 20 seconds. No pressure, 1 minute remaining. Basically yung pass.
Hindi, yung teaser na
30 seconds.
points. Ang team number 2 ang pipili ng punishment na gagawin ng team number 1. So, here we go. Ayan na. GBEB, do the honors. Ayan na. Kinakabahan na. Uy, at ang challenge nila at ang punishment nila is Dynamite Roulette. Ayan. So, yeah. Mahilig pa sa spicy foods. Hindi ka mahilig sa spicy foods. Mahilig sa spicy foods. Okay. So, dalawa hindi mahilig. So, feeling ko talaga medyo mainit ang mga bibig nila mamaya kasi on their first punishment. Ready? Dynamite Roulette? Here we go. Direk, ano nga? Extra rice. Tsaka ketchup na rin. So, kaya mo ubusin? Hindi ba ka, pero hindi mo kinain yung pula eh. Yung kaputi yung kinain niya. Wow. Okay,
Hindi naman makakagawin sa'yo. Iba na, pero hindi malakad makakagawin sa'yo.
okay. Ibig sabihin, mataas yung tolerance nila sa... Nakita ko natin ang ating challenge for today. At huwag kayo mag-alala dahil napakadami pa natin challenges sa mga susunod pang episodes. So we're inviting everyone to come and join at panoorin at antayin yung mga susunod nating episodes na ilalabas dito sa Predator Bunker. Welcome nga pala sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. And of course, kami nga pala ang host for today. Ako si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kuya Nick, meron naman tayo mga panibagong episodes ngayon at
Yun na nga.
challenges.
Another challenge, another video.
Matindi ang gagawin natin video dahil ang challenge natin ngayon ay fast fingers pa, bilisan ng daliri sa pagkakain. At kasama na ulit natin ang ating magaganda at pogi mga Predator brand ambassador and ambassadors, of course, for Team 1. Andito si In at ayun, si Bert. For Team 2.
Yan na nga, Team 2. Ikaw na bahala dyan.
Okay. Andito si Maggie. Ayan. Tsaka syempre, si GBB. Nakakalimutan. So syempre, ulitin natin ang next challenge natin ay fast figures. Ready na kayo? Ready ka na? Timer starts now!
Dito ulit.
Mauna. Uy! Boom!
Tapos na?
Uy, napalo na 2 beses.
Naku po, sobrang tryhard mo naman. Kaibigan, oh. Nag-trust mo ako eh. Di ba?
Uy! 1-0.
1-0 in favor of
GBB.
Team 2.
Ready? Ready? Here we go. Fast fingers. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ang daya ni GBB. Yung kamay. Ba't yung kamay yung pinapalo mo?
Hindi mo naman alam na bawal kamay.
Ang daya!
Oo, madaya ang CBB.
Oo!
Nice one.
Tapos na, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 in favor of Team 2 again! Team number 2 ang nanalo dito sa Fast Figures. So, Team number 1 ulit ang gagawa ng punishment. So, Dipit, papakita natin yan in 3, 2, 1. Kuha sila ng cookie, then may ruleta. Kung saan pumunta yung ruleta na yun, doon
ang dip.
Doon i-dip yung cookie, then kakainin nila. Pero tatlo sila, di ba? Team 1 nandito. Pero feeling ko, kulang eh.
Ito na nga. Based on the management, tsaka may instant replay na tayo. Meron pong foul na nangyari wherein inulog po ng isang participant sa kabila that resulted into negative output. So therefore, kailangan po namin patawan ng penalty.
CBB? Tapos
management.
Management yun. Deep all sa bagoong!
Iba naman eh.
Deep na lang ba yung bagoong?
Ano? Sige nga. Harap yan.
Sarap. Okay, next. Westberg.
Isa na naman yan eh. Isa na naman yan. Okay, okay. Ikot natin direct. Ang kanyang dip, special na ketchup. Vinegar. Konti.
Kunti. Kunti.
Kunti.
Sama.
Pinagin mo yung buhok mo dyan. Ayan!
dumaan pa talaga sa butas ng karayom.
Kailangan
manalo.
may fear tayo rito.
Nga, tapos na yung isa nating challenge for the day. At kita-kits na lang sa susunod na video.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
guys? Vil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo sa GPP, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre wala talaga silang marinig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon!
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon! Octagon! X! Octagon! 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 Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga natin pag-internalize nila. Pero kung ako sa'yo, GPP, sulat mo na.
Play! 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 Ang Valorant, diba? Play for fix! Play for fix!
Tama naman din.
Pass!
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit!
Kung hindi marunong na sa tulo nyo, medyo alangan.
Dito lang yung pinakabait. Dito pinaka-crucial.
No, hindi naman sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Set! Wala talo tayo, tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha ng pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Iba yung strategy na dito kuya Nick eh. Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organize na team eh. At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go. Pass.
Soba! Soba! No. Soba! 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 Aim! Aim! Bot! Bot! Point! Bot! Aim! Point!
Import.
Point! Aim!
Easy GP. Ayan.
Stand proud! Stand
Yung
proud!
akala ko yun.
Stand proud!
Step bro. You know.
Stand
Ano
proud!
ang ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy, GP! At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist. Ano yun? Ano? Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap. Siguro.
Ano yun?
Tama na. Let's go.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita ng mga...
Basta, sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you until the next time. What is up, guys? Phil here, back at it again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So, kung napapansin nyo, si Chibibi ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre, wala talaga silang marinig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So, timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na sinulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon!
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon! Octagon! X! Octagon! 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 Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talagang grabe yung pag-internalize nila. Pero kung ako si Chibibi, sulat mo na.
Play! 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 Ang Valorant, diba? Play for picks! Play for picks!
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit!
Kung hindi marunong na sa tulo nyo, medyo alangan.
Dito lang yung pinaka-bait. Ito
Oo,
pinaka-crucial.
siya
Oh,
Bakit?
exactly.
Dapat sinasabi niya?
Kahit sobrang galing ng first and second mo, pero yung third, talong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Set! Wala tayo kaya tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha ni Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na pinapayanic eh? Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organ nila team eh. At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion
Two.
score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba! Soba! No. Soba! 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 Aim! Aim! Bot! Bot! Point! Bot! Aim! Point!
Import.
Point! Aim!
Easy, Chibi. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud!
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud!
akala ko yun.
Stand proud!
Step bro. Yun.
Stand
Ako,
proud!
anong ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy, Chibi. At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist. Ano yun? Ano? Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Meron ba?
Ayun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na.
Let's go! Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita ng mga...
Basta kami ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video.
Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas.
My name is Phil, and see you on to the next one. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Vin, and syempre kasama ko si Kuya Nick. At sobrang init ng mga games natin so far. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, and syempre napakadami pa natin mga videos na ilalabas. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin ipakilala ang mga teams na maglalaro ngayon. Of course, andito ang team number 1. Kasama naman natin ang team number 2. So, ang next challenge natin for today's video, andito naman ang Guess the Audio. Are you guys ready? Ready na? Team 1. Are you guys ready? Okay, so, first, guess the game. Yes.
Forza?
Yes, tama. Alright. Okay, 1-0 tayo winning. Kakarapin yung team member 2. Maliit lang. Ready? Guess the gun. Yes.
Odin.
Odin, correct.
2-0.
Ito, madali lang to. Madali lang to para sa inyo. Ready? Guess the agent. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Steve. 3-0 already. Guess the gun. Definitor. Guess the agent. Next. Sino? 3-2 already.
Yari na kayo. Yari na kayo.
Guess the agent.
Reyna.
4-2.
Last one. Match point. Match point.
Ito pag hindi na one over, hindi ko alam.
Perfect settle first.
Guess the game.
Wala. Tapos sagot ay The future.
The future.
The future of esports universe.
Game. It's time. Guess the action in 3, 2, 1. Teleport Harvest. Guess the action. 5, 4, 3, 2, steal. 5. Spike defusing. Guess the character. Ready? 4-4. Guess the character. May mananalo ba? Let's see. Roshan! Congratulations!
We may have crowned a winner, but a lot more Valorant has to be played as we conclude, or are about to conclude, Group A in the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024. My name is Ramon, your desk host. Along with me is Black and Blue and Raph, casting all the games all throughout the day. How are you guys doing all throughout? Because it's been a long day, and a lot of Valorant has been witnessed here. I'm sure you guys have your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some great games, especially considering that last one, to be fair, was kind of a stomp, but we had great moments in it.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm hoping for this next game. Great moments. It doesn't necessarily have to be a super competitive game, but great moments, ones that we can clip. That'll be nice.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's definitely something to remember when they, when they leave their beautiful, beautiful Philippines.
Definitely, definitely. And of course, we would like to give this opportunity to thank our sponsors that have made the Asia Pacific Predator League possible, presented by Predator and co-presented by Intel as well. Also, special thanks to our sponsor, Xbox PC Game Pass, for making everything possible, for giving us an opportunity to cast and give the story out today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it will be the last game of Group A. And of course, I would like to shine some light on our first team right now. They have shown resilience and a lot of firepower, but of course, the Filipino spirit is definitely alive. Ladies and gentlemen, Oasis Gaming. The hometown heroes, Oasis Gaming, of course, you have known them all throughout the tournament, and they are here to show us why. Marky, Wild Oreo, Javi 8K, Draxi, and Kelly S. And of course, Nico, I just gotta tell you a little bit, right? Sometimes it's not about the destination. It's always been about the journey, and the journey for Oasis Gaming, oh, that was something special, wasn't it?
Yeah, and putting up a stand, obviously, right? That's an important thing here. Going down with a fight, potentially. And the Filipino fighting spirit lives truly in Oasis Gaming, who clawed and scratched their way back against Antic a while ago. Unfortunately, I don't know if the standings will really matter at this point here coming in for them, but hey, if Oasis can come out of this one with some great wins, then it's going to be kind of a great warm-up for the upcoming season here up ahead.
Yeah, it's always going to be about ending on a high note. And I'm sure that the next team is looking to do just that, as well as we welcome Nuclear back on the stage. Of course, Nuclear, the team that is looking to change the game, of course, does not get the result that they wanted to go through. But, of course, they are looking to end on a high note like Oasis Gaming. It is Gonyak, 332, Dohi, Full Moon, and Hana. Raph, how has been their journey so far, and what do you want to say about this?
I mean, it's been incredibly arid and it's been difficult for them, but we talked about all those wonderful moments throughout the tournament. We've definitely seen a share from them, and you know, honestly, we are still hoping for more of that. This is still, after all, an incredibly young team, already showing quite a bit of promise. But at this point in time, I can't really say that this matchup is going to get any easier, because Oasis is still quite the juggernaut despite Nuclear getting better as the day passes. So we might even see a potential final form for Nuclear.
I believe their coach is playing in as well due to like unforeseen circumstances with one of their players, and so that just even adds kind of more problems into the fold here for Nuclear, which it could be part of the reason why we've been seeing them struggle. Although under one match a while ago, they did pretty well considering that was against Antic, and I think here if you're Nuclear, just being here in general and just performing the way that they did, if they can replicate that success, and especially if they can take a map here against Oasis, that would be a great just proving point and case study of a team like them playing in a stage like this.
Yeah, of course, man. Definitely going to be the end game for them. But
plus
as we head on, it is the Lotus map yet again. And I really feel like as long as I'm on the desk, it will always be the Lotus map.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not saying this is a bad map. I'm just saying when you see it 3 times in a row.
Yeah, but I'm tired of it.
It kind of seems a little repetitive, but still a wonderful map to show some skill.
I hope my face isn't, telling the entire story. You know, it's one of those maps where we really appreciate because it can be a map where it will showcase different philosophies, but it's slowly becoming a very temporary ascent for me. It's been mirror match after mirror match. We haven't really seen that type of
Please
variation.
give us a different comp. Please give us a different comp.
It's always the same comp, the same map.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. The mouthpiece of my honesty.
I don't want to see the same thing over and over, especially in the Group A. Damn.
That's your one card, okay. And well used. But I agree, you know, Lotus, you were cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now, I don't know. Just I wouldn't say bad. I'd say less cool. But
It's
then again,
withering.
yeah. I mean, it's wearing
Waning
out.
on my patience for sure. I just hope for a non-mirror comp. I'm tired of seeing Raze, Omen, Sky,
Killjoy.
Just give me anything.
Viper today.
Just give me
I
anything.
mean, do you remember the early lifespan of Lotus where we would have a Sova, we would have, you know,
some crazy stuff,
Fade.
Chamber. That'd be nice.
I think Chamber would still be a
I think
decent
Cypher
pick,
is
you
still
know.
good on this map, actually. I prefer it.
I think I'm the only guy who's going to say a double dive comp.
Yeah,
But
why
that's just
not?
me. But
Why
that's
not?
just
Yeah.
me.
Give me
Okay.
some Jet Rain action.
Yeah, why not?
Please.
You know what I mean? Like
Five-man duelist?
ISO?
Maybe not.
I've seen
You know
that
what I
happen
mean?
before on the world stage.
We saw
Four.
it. We saw it.
Yeah,
4 duelists.
4 duelists.
Yeah.
Plus a Cypher.
Yeah.
Team SMG.
It was a game changers team.
Amazing team.
Yeah. I mean, it could happen once again, but then again, it is going to be as crazy as ever back on a map where, you know, Oasis has already had a lot of comfort on, which unfortunately, I don't really believe that Nuclear has had like that much of a history playing on this map, but I could be wrong, right? Maybe they have been preparing this up. Maybe this has been something that they have foreseen and maybe look to bounce back against. As we head on into the Agent Select, this is not a full mirror
Thank you,
matchup.
Nuclear.
They have had some changes within what they need to accomplish. It is a double initiator comp for Nuclear. Thank you so much.
I'm actually surprised we didn't see a comp like this sooner because, again, it's super brawl heavy. You get a lot of confirm on your information, and the range of a breach is definitely nothing to scoff at. Plus, you know, the possibility of a Fade Raze combo is always a joy to watch. Meanwhile, on Oasis, they will keep repping out the same comp. So we already know what that's capable of and how flexible it is. But Nuclear's comp, it is a breath of fresh air.
I mean, obviously, Oasis Gaming have like the meta comp right now, but Nuclear, no double controller, less fake out potential. What can they do with it?
Well, what else can you do except to try? As both of these teams, yes, they're not going to go into the Moa Arena, but if they want to end at the biggest pace up they got, then this is their best shot. We're heading on into Oasis versus Nuclear as they head on into the attacking side.
You can see it in the chat. Have fun. That's all we're really hoping for here. Some fun games to end and cap off the day, of which we will show the group standings for all the groups, I believe, at the end of this game in the broadcast. Where they stand. The Guniac has a lot to deal with. Hannah as well. They come up top here. Oasis getting decimated at the opening pistol. And Nuclear dropping a bomb here in Oasis.
And that was not a corner they wanted to get caught out on. Very, very clean here on the side of Nuclear. This is definitely more skirmish oriented. You did talk about how they can fake it out and just kind of double back and, you know, go for all those quote unquote passive threats on the attacking side. It seems that they're taking the initiative to just, no, we are gonna just fight and use all our utility. And we are going to see what happens from there. Very, very clean pistol again. We were hoping to see a little more action from that Forsaken special, you know, on the side of Xavi 8K.
Forsaken?
The Sheriff on the Killjoy. That's all you need anyway.
Oasis, obviously, as compared to Nuclear, where Nuclear have so much hit potential. The flashes, the clear as well as you mentioned. Oasis, a bit more dry options here. Sky always, though, a threat, even on her lonesome. Push on in. Okay, the Classic's doing some work here. Jumping on in. Spectre is going to shred them apart as they try an entry here on towards the site. Yonju's found the double for her name. Oasis Gaming. No real chance here for Savvy to take this one.
Yep, too many numbers. Does have that Guardian, but you talked about all this disposable utility.
Did he choose to die to that?
I'm not entirely sure. This is it. I've accepted my fate. This straight line is where I will make my stand, apparently.
I mean, it's pretty evident from the opening words exchanged here from either side that this game doesn't really matter much to them, but I'll see still what they've got to bring to the table here.
Yeah.
Nuclear, obviously. I think it matters more for Nuclear to win a game like this. I mean, how often do you actually see? Let's address the elephant in the room here. How often do you see a game changers team, play in a tournament like this? It's a great thing to see, and so I just want a fun match to be played.
Exactly. And I think that's where we also see quite a bit of stylistic differences. There are some different statistics, especially in game changers, that are also vastly different on the co-ed side of things. And right now, Nuclear, they're really rushing it up on Oasis, as Oasis is still looking to find a control or grip on the situation. There is a double person flank here, but I believe that turret is going to spot it out. Kelly S, first point of contact.
They know the alarm bot's there. He kind of flirted with the outer range of it, so you could hear it is there. Nano Swarm going to shred him apart. Kelly S takes the one on a full moon. Yonju playing up close, which was a good idea, just could not connect, especially with Draxi with better weaponry. 4v3 on the retake here, and something might come from the flank. I'm not sure if that's the best idea by Hannah. He does get punished for it.
And he does, and huge swing here on this bonus round. Nuclear, they did find one, and I think they still have the potential to get another if the weapon is acquired, but I don't think any of it is in feasible range. Share is going to ring true, but Draxi gets the final two, clears out, gets that bonus away from Nuclear, not allowing any sort of snowball to happen.
A good one from Bunyak too at the end. Yeonju here tried to do what she could. Almost could have been good for another. I like the repositioning by her. Just obviously the Spectre versus the Vandal, they're not as favorable, although at close range shouldn't be that big of a difference, but ultimately enough. Oasis still have a round to cut into to take this lead away and tie things on up. No operators out just yet early. And Nuclear looking to actually compete, I think, here towards the end.
They do expend that teleport very quickly as they try to wrestle C away. Early pressure is something that the Oasis don't want to deal with. And it's already evident as Zavi gets the first kill. Will get reduced to 1 HP. And for both those players' sakes, none of the sprays will connect.
Unfortunately there for Nuclear 2, just losing a big gun in that raise. Could have been very beneficial to keep her alive, but doesn't come to pass. Oasis Gaming looking to maybe tie up the game here. They have the showstopper as well. Sure, the ult from Nuclear, the only one they got is on that fade, but that Nightfall, I don't think it's going to be that big of a difference to win against the showstopper when it does come. They got the breach stun, arguably early, and now that's a signal here for Nuclear that they can, rather for Oasis, that they can commit.
Wow, that's honestly a big investment there. I would have not thought that they would expend the Nightfall here, but again, maybe a band-aid solution to stop the temporary bleeding, but they have not converted out of that at all. In fact, nothing really, but Voltron has snuck in here. Unfortunately, the bot and the exclamation point will blind her. Wild Oreo, despite being full blind, will get bailed out by his teammate.
Great shots here from Oasis. And as I said, with the Nightfall being thrown out and the fault line towards B, and you mentioned a big investment, that was the go signal for Oasis to just haul tail towards that A site, knowing it was wide open, knowing there's no PC utility that could stop him at that point, barring maybe a paranoia to just delay stuff here early on from Oasis. And the technical pause obviously is we gotta make sure that we hit Midnight Oil on the last game of the day.
Please, don't will that into a reality. As much as we would love to have as much Valorant action to call, I don't think an overtime from this point of the night would be that long, right? Theoretically, how many overtimes would that be? From 8 o'clock to potentially 12. I don't think about it. I don't want to think about it. It's too much. Although, do you think that Lotus is going to replace Haven as the super default heavy map?
It currently is shaping up to be that case, because you're seeing, especially here, the mere fact that almost every team is picking Viper simply just for that kind of default lurk towards that rubble. It's become by far the meta of the way to play this, and it's so much so that you know how in other maps, the Viper will maybe place the wall in maybe 3, 4, even 5 different configurations in a defensive half? It's almost becoming where teams literally just use the Viper wall on the same exact default A wall on Lotus here on towards Rebel over and over for the entire half. And that just goes to show that I think this map has kind of gotten to a bit of a stale position where they just found what's the most optimal for most play styles right now. I'm sure, of course, there's outliers of teams that are able to make it work and do great with different styles, but to your question, yeah, certainly Lotus has become one of those maps where default heavy teams are a bit more favored.
You know what's another map that's kind of suffered the same fate, but was removed from the pool? Pearl.
What?
Pearl. The one
Pearl?
Viper wall from B main is literally what everybody threw out, at least 90% of the time. There was very small variation. Jumping back into this map, Kelly S will take some wall bang damage there, but Nuclear, they will decide to just take a clean retake. They will try to fight back. I believe their weapons are not as good as they want to, and they are already anticipating this high low from B main, or rather A main, as the stairs get flooded by the bodies of the defenders. Kelly S will make short work of everybody in front of him. 5v2, not looking too good for the team with only pistols. However, these are still lethal.
Okay.
Last player
And
standing.
At least Green Knight's able to get one.
yeah.
But yeah, obviously against the Eco. What can you really hope for Nuclear, barring a seismic event?
I think that should be taken into consideration too, right? How powerful are some of these comps on full buys and on weaker buys? Because I think definitely double controller still poses a threat. They just naturally make the map that much more claustrophobic. So SMGs, the shotguns, classic to an extent, just becomes that much more annoying to deal with. I don't think it's that potent on double innie.
Right, stun out. Immediately just slows down the pace to not give away A immediately, but they're also not planning to really hold on to it either, so I'm not too sure if as much rhyme or reason as throwing it out there. Could have maybe saved it here for the immediate retake once this showstopper is used. Full Moon's able to get the pick off against the Lurks. That's pretty good, but Kelly S somehow fires a miracle to the night sky, and it's a star.
Cover going out.
Wish upon a star. Potentially a showstopper might land in your way, so maybe don't do that. We are going to have for Heaven take. And look at that.
One enemy remaining.
Quick stop here on the side of Oasis. And they're not even letting them out of the Heaven position.
Oasis looking good so far here. And Nuclear just not able to find the fission to get things going. Look at that showstopper just somehow taking Dohi out. And speaking of Nuclear,
One enemy remaining.
Oppenheimer won a bunch of stuff, right?
Do you think that they're using their utility a little too early in their fights? That's why they can't punch through the site?
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw that with the fault line. That was about it. Here's a fault line now, but this makes more sense because they're actually fighting for it now. They threw it out a while ago without much return. Dohi connected. Now they can find Brother Gonyak. Another decimating round here for Oasis, who have really every answer against the season. Fourth for drag season.
Man, I mean, Oasis Gaming, I think they're just kind of finding all these different points that Nuclear want to take, and they're just standing their ground. And was that a gun round? I'm not entirely sure if it's escaped my mind.
Eco for Nuclear.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they wanted to take the shorter fight. And maybe potentially it's going to reset back to the point where this operator could do quite a bit of damage. I don't think Oasis have been smoking out that stairs position. They've been wanting to be very, very aggressive with at least how they take it, right? You see Joe here trying to nade out the cross, anticipating the jump, but oh my goodness, who would expect that?
One
Kelly
enemy
S somehow just goes right in there, gets a double, and the round is done immediately.
I thought he jumped to the rubble cross, but hey, that's unorthodox. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta throw a curveball out there.
And all alone, still Killjoy of Nuclear. He's gonna have to find some way to parse all this. And while we have some time, fun fact.
Coming back.
A nucleus is the membrane-enclosed organelle within a cell that contains the chromosome.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, public service announcement to everybody watching the stream. Please stay in school.
Oh no, Savvy! You
Oh
had
my
it
goodness.
for sure. Oh no, it doesn't connect as well. bit of a what you doing, bud moments. Luckily he's got Kelly S to help him there, but what was that? What was that, bud?
I don't think I can answer that as concisely, but once again, the aggression on the side of Oasis just kind of unstoppable at this point, right? I thought the operator would be the answer to just kind of, hey, don't do it.
You would think in those type of pushes too that Nuclear would come out on top considering their comp, right? They have the fade potentially for the scan up top. C's obviously will come in on a bit
Here.
later potentially.
Caution
and then
here.
they also have the fault line, which should be the great equalizer they got. But a single bird from Marky chirps away, gets all the blinds that they need, and gets Kelly S into a great position to just clean up house.
I mean, that's also great scouting on the side of Oasis, right? They know that Nuclear love to go for these super, super contact-heavy plays, so potentially one flash could spell disaster for any would-be aggressors towards the site, or in this case, defenders trying to flood in on a retake. Now, Oasis, they are not very strong, at least at the moment, in terms of ultimate economy. However, it's a completely different story on the side of Nuclear.
Well, it is what it is, as Nuclear have simply failed to really seize control of those earlier rounds. Another eco befalls them. Maybe after this, maybe this eco can give them a bit more. I mean, even if they don't come out of this round on top, they have a ton of ultimates to throw into the next, and
I've got your
maybe
trail.
help them gain around.
Satchel out.
Right, Marky does pop his guide, rather his Seekers, just to give them that extra edge and information that the site is going to be something that they will be running over very, very quickly. I don't think LES is anticipating this double swing here or an operate. Never mind. Nearly pre-fires it, but again, just a little too sharp as Oasis today. There we go. We have the Rolling Thunder, but it doesn't really catch out anybody. Or is there anybody to capitalize? And Oasis Gaming taking the fight to Nuclear.
Oh, Savvy once more with the
admin, she's doing it sideways.
like a speed demon.
From Ivy.
Out connector. And now Savvy, a bit more of what we saw a while ago. Spraying wild with Frenzy, but not finding much. I mean, it was a gimme round anyways. Eco here for Nuclear. This is a round where I want to see something a bit more from Nuclear, right? They have a bunch of ultimates to throw out here. He's spinning. Almost taking off.
Well, at least they have the Nightfall on Fade, so they have essentially a similar disorienting ult plus. Once again, we were hoping that it would convert a little bit more, and not everything. The players on the side of Oasis still surviving this mishmash of a fight. Bob Oreo, despite being cornered, will get two for himself. There you go.
Down A.
Reduced to what do you want to get?
Could be it. Both Killjoys here with a lockdown. Killjoy versus Killjoy.
Can't use that yet.
Killjoy on Oasis, Savvy AK. Channeling the Oasis Killjoy, I guess. Trying to find where it is. As Full Moon strikes the werewolf up in the night. And Savvy, this time around, not as savvy as he might be once more.
Not slick at all as Nuclear finally get another round on the board here. Possible comeback, but difficult, tremendously difficult mountain to climb as Oasis. Just to cut it short, they've just been running this offense by trying to bulldoze through everything.
Well, one thing out of that round here that's great for Nuclear is that they didn't commit any ultimates for that fact in that round, which means they have them still coming into this, especially looking at how Oasis have got theirs. If that was a round that they won by dumping their ultimates, then this next round almost assuredly would be Oasis's, but they have more of a fighting chance now. And another rumble is what they went for.
Oasis Gaming, though, they've somewhat equalized that deficit between them and Nuclear in terms of ult economy, so this might get super, super messy. That is going to be the first showstopper. Kelly S actually gets swatted out of the sky. Drew is going to throw that paranoia to delay everybody. That completely stops the push. Now Oasis Gaming trying to reconsider what they might do. That's yet another member down. Tana does find the stray lurk.
kickoff here from Nuclear. Looking the most sharp we've seen them in these past 2 rounds for the whole game. Marky gets the one to try and equalize, but the site is open. Well, the man count is not right now. Higher player numbers here on Nuclear still for that retake. Han has to be careful here with trying to over dip. Again, angle on the Marquee, but still a risk to run when they have the player count advantage.
That's right, they will expend the lockdown here just for safety. I mean, they could go for an off-tempo play here as though he has the right idea. But how did Marky find that, actually?
It should be Nuclear's potential round. Now they're at the disadvantage, have a lockdown of their own, have the Nightfall as well to utilize. They can use that to try and flush out these angles. But time is ticking. If they commit the lockdown now, it might be a bit too late. Flash on out, but Full Moon connects. Can see through the bright night. 1v2, 1v1. Gunyak gets a shot. Knows the last player has to be here on the right. Swing, and that's it. Gunyak, the round is done. Can stick the defuse. And they get another round, but do they have enough time?
I think they do.
I don't think
I think
they
they do.
I don't think they do.
Oh!
Point 24, a quarter of a second separating them. And Oasis somehow slipped by.
Before the switch.
Oh man, if that was at least 4-7, then it would definitely be a very, very realistic comeback. 3-8, potentially, or at least a 4-8 would be making things easier for them. Oh. Man, what a heartbreaker.
What's unfortunate there too is that Gunyak didn't immediately book it for the spike. If she did, I think she would have made it and
right?
got the defuse, but
that is
hesitation is defeat, and you see it there.
Such a narrow margin though, right? I mean, it's just really one of those things where min-max, 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 min-max as much as you can.
Instantly jump with a knife out towards the corner, just book it. Could have made it, but
what?
Bygones be bygones. Kelly has to swing.
I can't believe Kelly has actually just walked up like that. I'm a little baffled that they allowed that to happen, considering there was so much action towards A main.
Just walking forward too. Gets away with it, scot-free. Pistols are all the Nuclear have right now. This project of theirs hasn't been working, but that's a nice stuffle from DB. Shoves it in his face. Bam!
Oh. I was about to say this isn't smart. There's a shotgun. You don't want to be within shotgun range.
One enemy remaining.
But everything is still falling into place by Oasis despite 2 impressive reply kills on the side of Nuclear.
Well,
switching sides.
Putting into effect that security guard build he's got going on. So, yeah.
Top identification, sir.
Sir, where's your ID, sir? This is a mall. Oasis Gaming, what can we say? I mean, they've just
dominant, huh?
They've just been dominating. 9-3. How superstitious are you, Raph?
Not very, in all honesty.
Well, then I guess you're not too hopeful for this comeback, but
I mean, I am, but at the same time, I feel like the 9-3 curse is something that we've just done to death. You know what I mean? But again, there's merits to it.
I feel like at this point, Nuclear gotta wish upon all the stars. Check and call upon all the cards. Pray to every savior they might have to get the job done here. Pistol round would surely benefit their case. Luckily for them, B side is ripe and open for the take.
Oasis Gaming still trying to formulate on how they want to retake this. It looks like a cluster of players is going to go through door here. And there's no defender, or at least not in the immediate vicinity. They will hear that open. They are going to retaliate. I love the use of the stun here. And a quick brawl towards the outside of the site as the pistols are working in the favor of Nuclear. And it has been too in the previous half, and that frenzy's just so unpredictable at times. Dead accurate or just dead.
That was great from Doohy, especially on the first pick there. Her positioning herself in the B link made it so that it forced Oasis Gaming to have to clear that position out. They got the one, they thought it was clear.
There.
That Doohy is waiting to strike, get the cleanup, force the pinch, have the advantage. So Nuclear pistol round, assuredly, is a welcome sight in the second half.
5 to 9 is definitely preferable to just, again, an even more difficult scoreline here. We talk about all the hit potential. I think this is where we're gonna see Nuclear really flourish. They don't really take too much damage.
Nobody's
They don't
clearing
check.
it. Gets the one. Savvy with a double. Not connecting for the third. Just yet they still don't know where he is. Only gets a 2, finally punished, but the damage has been done. It's all on a full moon. And only a vampire could hide in the shadows unknown. Full moon.
Thrifty.
Not much to be done. Oasis a thrifty for the 10th.
Call him Agent 007 with a suppressed pistol, doing so much work, buying
James.
so much time for his
Bond.
team.
They call me Savvy. Savvy.
8K.
008K.
008K.
He drives an Ashton Martin.
Mixed.
Not stirred. Nuclear.
And a bit of a mix themselves,
Yeah.
honestly. Oasis, they've
Maybe
just
not
been
stirred, but definitely a mix.
Definitely a mix. Oasis Gaming, they've been mixing it up between a hyper-aggressive defense or just, hey, let's retake. And Kelly S wants to maximize the range on the Spectre. And if anything, the pistols for Nuclear have been fantastic, right? But Oasis, they don't commit to this. They just kind of bounce out.
Yeah, Nano Swarm, fault line. That's a decent amount of utility. That's actually pretty fine considering they were able to burn the Parrot way out. And they have a bit more of a fighting chance. Doohy can swing here maybe for a cheeky pick-off as Marty is preoccupied. Draxy's there to help him out anyways. But Spike is just going to go Oasis' way because of that.
One
Nuclear,
enemy
difficult
remaining.
spot obviously for the eco, that's to say the very least. And this round is done round, even with a flash. It's a flawless win.
Oh, man, I honestly thought that Nuclear had a great chance of pulling the defense and then hitting for a fast rotate. But again, overstaying their welcome just a tiny bit.
Out of charges.
And ultimately, Oasis Gaming, their whole game plan has been let us. Oh, come on, man. Let's
like
just
corgis.
punish. I do love corgis too. Don't distract me. You know how easily distracted I get when it comes to dogs.
Pets.
There it is. There he is again. Hello.
Look at it, he's so happy.
I love the spray. I'm so sad I didn't.
Okay. Straight up into the next round. Wide for Kelly S and Kalina Prue is here.
And once again, this lurk could get caught off guard, but Savvy 8K is just a little too sharp for all the shenanigans that
One enemy
could
remaining.
potentially throw at their direction.
the last
Hannah does get one, but the numbers is just, at this point, insurmountable when you're stuck in a corner.
Point.
I'm gonna do this not because it's appropriate, but just because we haven't had a moment throughout this entire game.
Yes.
They got 12! That's about it, yeah. We haven't had a hype moment just yet, so
It's been pretty
Yeah.
straightforward this day, no?
yeah, I mean this game specifically.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Unfortunately, it seems because of, I guess, the way that the standings ultimately right now are already set for this Group A.
Which is
that Nuclear are just kind of letting, just playing for fun at this moment. We're not seeing the same kind of precision that we witnessed a while ago when they were playing against Santic.
or the same type of urgency.
Yeah.
You know, but again, all the teams want to win. Don't ever forget that. It's just Oasis. They've been absolutely destroying everyone up until this point. As Full Moon and Youngju, they will get retaliation for the previous rounds here. And we have to highlight that they have. Oh, whoa, Draxy!
Suppressive fire! He gets the one.
That's a defensive weapon.
But he aggresses with it. If I was Nuclear right now, to be honest, I think a great idea would be just to kind of pull back because we've seen Oasis
Just
with their
commit, right?
overconfidence right now. Yeah, just want to push the envelope. They don't know that.
One enemy
Yeah,
remaining.
yeah.
My ult is ready. Where are you?
So, probably another round for Nuclear finally. But
Oh yeah.
let's see. Wild Oreo clutch. Twist it. Lick it. Dunk it.
If it happens.
If it happens.
There is still a nightfall at
3
35
kills.
seconds.
3 kills left. Did he get the twist? Nope.
Nope.
Not even the twist. All right.
So too late for sweets, don't you think?
Never.
Your mom would be very upset with you.
Yes, she would. What do you mean? We ate ice cream before casting. It's never a great idea.
This is just like Mika saying, "Oh, I'm only gonna have one mochi bowl," and then proceeds to like say, "Oh, but I'm gonna eat all the other stuff." It doesn't work that way.
It does not compute. Well, at least NC here, Nuclear, get their round. I do like their logo. It reminds me of a candy. Just
I
in
think we're
general.
just hungry at this point.
Yeah, maybe, perhaps.
There's a lot of food-based references.
The other talents have been having a pizza party without us. We
It's
are here.
okay.
Are they going to leave any for us? Maybe not.
It's building our character,
Yeah.
apparently.
Do other talents such as Asteroid Dax and Mika care? Probably not. Not about us. Not going to leave me, no pizza. Boom Boom gets the one. Savvy gets his own. He's still holding on to the streak. And they haven't found a way to open. You have to open the door to try and get the pinch, but the one-way's there to block off the angle, and they simply get swatted down. Oasis Gaming 13-5 for them, closing off the day with a high note. And a snooty nose up in the air. We win.
We win.
Like that.
I mean, I think realistically at this point, and I speak on the behalf of
Like this. They ran. We ran.
every Oasis
We
fan.
ran.
We wish this would change.
We wish
the
this
outcome. Yeah.
necessarily mattered in this final standings, obviously.
Yeah.
Good game to come out on top, but it is what it is.
At the end of the day, everybody wants to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, not everybody can win with how the format has been so far. Best of ones, plus only one person or one team can get out of the groups alive going into the Mo Arena. Metaphorically alive. I'm just trying to clarify it for everybody out here.
Where's the metaphor?
No,
It went over my head.
Me neither.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it. It was poorly executed on my part. But it is definitely a high note for the Oasis side and how they end their journey here on Group A. Yeah, just a lot of. It's just a fun time, you know. It's just a fun game. Lotus for the third straight time in a row, which really did display like the strengths that Oasis Gaming had to offer here. Unfortunately, though, for Nuclear, because they definitely had a few moments here. You know, Gongyap with that 3K would have actually clutched it.
If only she got the defuse.
If only she was able to like pull the knife out. You know?
Exactly, and I feel like that first pistol round 2 on the first half was a sign of, again, just the proficiency of how they can use all that utility and be very aggressive. But again, it's just the conversion from the other rounds that was a little lackluster.
Yeah. I mean, they also had a long break, longer than any other team, so maybe they cooled down. So it is what it is. MVP.
Yeah. MVP. It is Kelly S. I mean, captain, Ray's main as well from the team. If you think about it, like post reshape of Oasis used to have like 4 Raze mains on the squad. Now it's just 3. Imagine.
Kelly, Savvy. Who's the third?
Waldorio.
Oh, Waldorio. You're right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who's the fourth?
Who? I actually forgot who.
Happened.
I can't remember the last time Xavi actually
They
played
had Georgie
Raze.
for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, Georgie.
But he was more a Jet.
Yeah, that's true.
It is what it is. ACS 358.
Is that the highest we've seen today?
I think so.
I think so too.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, if you compare like the amount of first bloods that he had right now compared to like how he played last time on Lotus, he has more right here, and he was like pretty aggressive all throughout.
Like I said, that I think there was this one round where I thought they were just setting up for the Rebel Cross with a double satchel. Instead of going right, they went straight. So I was like, whoa, that is a curveball.
Yeah.
Every now and then you kind of have to do that just to keep everybody honest and
When you
keep
got
defenders.
When you got a 2K, is that what you mean, Kelly S?
Yeah.
For the Rebel?
Yeah, like that. I'm pretending as if the camera can see what
I
we're
know,
doing.
right?
It's like, yeah, let's do it like that.
You're making
Yeah.
a curve with your hand as if they could tell.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, they can visualize it. I guess, you know. They have a pretty vivid imagination. But, you know, it went as you would expect for both Oasis and Nuclear. You know, we already have, like, well, I wouldn't say 10-10 is from Nuclear. I guess there's something going on here. But for Oasis Gaming, it has been all business for them on one of their best maps in the pool. Guess that's something that a lot of teams are going to be picking up on how they're able to play. But then again, Lotus is going to get changed, like, in the next patch. So
I must reiterate that on the graphic, it says 10-10.
Yeah.
And it is not 10-10, I believe, because he is from Fav.
Yes.
So that is ultimately not it. Yeah. But whoever it was, Gonyak being there.
There you go.
She did great.
I mean, you know, if only.
If only.
If only that diffuse did come through. But I hope it's not something that's going to haunt them for quite a bit, because it seems that all these like super close diffuse situations tend to happen with Oasis participating, whether it's happening to them or it happening to the other team.
One enemy remaining.
Well, they won both
Spike
pistol
down,
rounds.
attacker spawn.
So perhaps if they only bought
Player
pistols,
standing.
something can be done.
I mean, once again, there's really a lot of bright spots and a lot of things that they can work on. I think pistols is definitely a strong point. And I feel like that's where we saw the most complete play, right? The
If
proper layering.
If this is Spike Rush, and because of how many more pistol rounds are like, there's only 6 rounds, rather 5 to win. 2 of those are going to be pistol rounds. They had a much better chance, but unfortunately, this is a game where you got a lot to buy. And when it came down to it, I would have liked to see this kind of breach fade thing come into more effect. Maybe if they ran a breach sky, things would have been different, because I wasn't seeing too much from the sky be important. And I mean, rather too much from the fade be important. The breach was, yeah, there were moments, but maybe the breach plus sky would have been more effective for them, I think.
I was actually about to ask that question. Like, would you rather prefer the confirm of the sky or the brawling ability of a fade? But then again, you also have your Trailblazer who can do the job in the same manner, right? Just not as often. But sometimes all you need is just that one good scam, that one good dog.
Yeah, and sometimes that one big combo thing. Because I thought that was going to be one of their win cons too, like, you know, just throwing the utility, throwing the C's as well as the raise nades, but we didn't really see that too often, you know, especially definitely not on the defensive side. So Oasis Gaming definitely reigning supreme against their opposition, Nuclear, in the last match of Group A, and I think that really does shape up what is a Fav Gaming group all throughout this day as a whole. But, you know, I'm pretty curious about how the whole day has been for every other groups, because I'm sure that it has been madness all throughout. Do you guys have any, like, expectations? You know, who do you think went out of their group? You know, any general thoughts about the
Team Secret?
Yeah. Secret is definitely making out of their groups.
They should, at least.
Yeah, I mean, again, just by virtue of strength, experience.
They are.
Statistically, yes, right?
Okay, we have the numbers now.
All right.
And in all groups, a team has 3-0'd.
So we have, I believe it is Boom, if my eyes are seeing it
I'm
correctly.
not sure if we have a graphic for this. I don't want to spoil it just yet.
I think
we
might.
I mean, what?
What?
Yeah. All I will say is Group C is a tough one. Like, when you look at it, you got Boom, you got Zol, you got NKT, and then you got Excel, who's obviously kind of like the fish out of the water here, who doesn't have as much international experience. But those top 3 are definitely ones that could have done something.
Yeah, well, looks like we're going to have it right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen. If you want visual aids, it will be provided on the screen as the group stage standings are here right now. As you mentioned, there is a 3-0 victory for anybody who has come out of the group stages, so no tiebreakers, none as a whole. That just means that we went from 3 Filipino teams in the group stages, now down to 1. And it is Team Secret all the way from Group D, Team Flash from Vietnam on Group B, Fab Gaming on Japan, and Boom Esports from Indonesia. Every single one of them will be expecting all the way to the Mo Arena.
Well, Group A, by the way, is not entirely updated, so don't worry, guys. It's 2-1 for Oasis and 0-3 there, unfortunately, for Nuclear. But yeah, I'm surprised to see that we got 3 O's actually for every single group.
Yeah.
I thought, like, in Group B and Group C,
I think they would have been competitive too.
Yeah,
honestly.
I thought those are going to be a bit more competitive, like two ones, maybe a 2-way tie. But no, just decimation. So for Boom, great, finally, right, to dominate like that. Team Secret, they should. And I think the big surprise there is Team Flash, performing the way they are.
Doesn't Team Flash have QQ I think that's Team
It
Flash,
does.
right? Yeah, so I still remember like so much talk about QQ Chamber. And, again, this was a different time.
They also have Dwarf. Actually, no, they don't have QQ. They have Killers from that former Big Bam team.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
From Big Bam, and they have Dwarf as well,
And
who from former Alpha Esports Pro as well. So Pinoy Pride, right?
High octane
Pride.
teams, yeah.
For
Yeah.
the Filipinos out there.
I mean, at one point he was from the Filipino squad, so we could say that there's like some representation here.
I mean,
You
in
know?
general, that makes them in a group that isn't in Group B, which isn't super experienced as a whole anyways. That already makes them one of the more experienced teams in that group against like Oblivion, Force, and ARF, so it makes sense.
But you know what? I'm just happy that I think we had a little bit of a preview of how everybody might turn out for the rest of the year, or how they could potentially develop. I think we saw, as you mentioned, so many moments where they can just kind of root from and just expand. It's still a very long season ahead of us, and we're just really happy to see a lot of the early action.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like it's almost like a precursor to like the Challenger League, right? That tier of scene. And yeah, it was great to kind of get a quick glimpse, even at the teams who didn't make it. We get glimpses of those teams like NKT, what they could potentially do in Thailand once it comes to the VCT there. Zol, what they could do in the Philippines when it comes there. ARF, what they could do in Indonesia when it comes there. So yeah, great glimpses of the future of the VCT.
True. I'm just happy to be at the best seat of the house for everything that I've seen here on Group A. And I'm sure that we will also have the same experience all the way over to the Moa Arena, if not better, right? Since the audience is going to be here. We're all going to be partying all the way down in 2 days' time, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a blast sharing the spotlight with you guys here on the broadcast desk. It has been a pleasure, Black and Blue and Raf. But it is time to put it all onto a close. Group A is done. It is now time for us to take a breather, rest for the 2 days that we have so far. In Moa Arena, of course, we also have to take some dinner. I'm sure everybody had a lot of time to actually, get their own dinner, get their own pizza parties, Dax, Mika. But,
who probably didn't leave any for us.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Well, that's just how it is, right?
I guess so.
What are friends for?
Yeah, well, before anything else, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. The Asia Pacific Predator League 2024 is presented by Predator and co-presented by Intel. Also, special thanks to our sponsor, Xbox PC Game Pass. We will see you in 2 days' time over at the Mall of Asia Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ramon. With me is Black and Blue and Raf. We'll see you over at Valorant.